Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 13 stones, bang on. He has a record of 16 fights, 2 draws, 2 wins, and one of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Cornwall, England, United Kingdom, Dylan Courtney. And his opponents across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the purple trunks. His official weight of 12 stones and 13 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 3 wins, and one of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Battersea, London, England, United Kingdom, Mark the Great Williams.
Mark, Dylan, you come. Right, listen up, lads. You both know the rules. We'll obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break, break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Watch your heads in close, lads, and most importantly, protect yourself at all times, all right? Shake hands.
A warm welcome to you, everybody, here joining us live on Fightzone. And we are about to get the action underway for the evening at the York Hall Bethnal Green. I'm delighted to be alongside the one and only Spencer Oliver and Denzel Buntley. This is me, Paul Dempsey, live for Fightzone. It's a start of a fantastic and fairly lengthy evening of boxing, and as well as being streamed live on Fightzone for your entertainment tonight from roughly 7:30 p.m. We'll also be live on talkSPORT. But here we are to get it underway. At light heavyweight, it's 6 rounds. Mark Williams against Dylan Courtney. And Spencer, we'll get a word from you as the fighters settle in. To be very clear to our viewers, we are getting to know these 2 fighters, Williams and Courtney, and then we're going to hand it over to Denzel. Denzel's got a bit more of an inside track. But Spencer, let me bring you in first in this opening round.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one here this evening. This show this evening, if I'm totally honest, we've got some cracking little fights. Top of the bill, English and Commonwealth eliminator. Really looking forward to that one, a real 50-50. But that's pretty much what we've got through the card here tonight. I'll probably bring Denzel in off the back of this one. Mark Williams versus Dylan Courtney. You know, these sort of fights, we've got a lot of 50-50s, haven't we?
Yeah, a lot of 50-50s, and that's the good thing about you know, these shows, especially when they collaborate, Nilsson Boxing and TM14. But Marcus Williams, I'm actually excited to see him back. I don't think he's boxed since before lockdown. I'm still surprised he can still make light heavyweight. He's a unit, he's big, and we used to train together down the Peacock Gym, so it's good to see him back nice and active.
Active, I think, is the key word, Spencer. 3 fights, but no appearance for, I make it, nearly 6 years in total, Denzel. Which is way too long, of course. He's probably more aware of that than any, so we have to go way back into the time machine to get hold of some form lines for him. All of his previous 3 pro fights were here at the York Hall, so that's going to help him with any nerves tonight. But he made a pro debut here in 2016 against Curtis Gargano, remember him, over 4 rounds. Nice tidy win. Won again against Mitch Mitchell. That was in October of 2016, so that's 8 years ago, give or take a week. And then one other pro outing, Spencer, in 2018. So it's not even a question of ring rust, it's getting used to everything about being a part of the show again, isn't it, from Williams?
Absolutely. This is, yeah, ring rust. He's going to have to shake a lot of that off. Like, inactivity has been a big problem through his career. He's found himself back in the ring now, so he's just easing his way back in right now, just soaking the environment up, just getting off with his shots, just trying to find the range with that jab. It's been a quiet start here from both of these guys, a feeling out process in many ways.
Yeah.
So at least he's got a professional round under his belt after all those years, Williams. And should we give him credit for one other thing, Denzel? He's come prepared, he's in shape quite clearly.
Yeah, most definitely he's in shape. I mean, being out of the ring for, like you say, 6 years and being able to come back and still being, you know, pretty good shape and even still make the weight. Just look at the size of him. I mean, it shows he's a true professional.
Yeah.
He just needs to, you know, box more.
What's the reason behind the inactivity? Can you give us a little insight into that, Denzel? Why he's not been around, or why, you know, because there was a time when he was considered a prospect and it's all come and went away from the sport, back into the sport again, and yeah, it's sort of, his career's been hampered with inactivity, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. I'm not quite sure the actual real reason, but during the time at the Peacock, he did change trainers a few times. That means you got to reset and, you know, get used to the trainer. He might not want to fight until he knew he was comfortable with, you know, those trainers. And also lockdown hit, which obviously takes away 2 years of everyone's lives, and then he's getting back into it. He might have lost the feel and didn't want to box and got the bug back, and, you know, he's here again today.
You might actually have been speaking about Dylan Courtney that last sentence or two, Spencer, but he's had a nice easy opener. I think the question tonight from the other side, from Dylan Courtney's point of view, is where is the confidence level, Spencer? 2 wins in his 16 pro fights. He had a very solid amateur career, I was reading up this morning, and so right what Denzel said about the effects of the whole COVID era. This was a young man who turned pro in 2019 and was in a hurry. Won 2 of the first 3, things were looking up, and of course it went quiet for everybody for 2 years, and he has struggled since then. There's no getting away from that.
You know what it is, Paul, with some fighters, that they find that when they're a prospect, they don't fight very regularly. They might fight once every 3 months, once every 6 months, and, you know, that's a big problem if they've got a family to support, or, you know, just trying to survive. So a lot of the fighters choose that route where they go, right, I want to be active. I want to be active, and I want to be, you know, one of those fighters that boxes, you know, every week, every 2 weeks, every month. And by doing that, you end up with a losing record as opposed to being that one. And we've seen that over the past, you know, people like Peter Buckley, a guy that I boxed many years ago, and Peter Buckley had over 300 fights, but actually he could fight. But he chose to become a journeyman and teach the trade to the younger fighters coming through. Maybe he's taken that route because, like you say, he was a good amateur, good prospect, looked like he had a good start to his professional career, and since then, you know, he seems to have gone away from it, and he now loses more often than winning. So maybe that's the route he's chosen. You know, he feels that that's where he's at.
Firmly on the other side of the card again tonight, the right-hand side of the card, if you like. And to Spencer's point, 11 straight defeats, 3 of them in 6-rounders. That's the distance tonight. But he's not. He's certainly boxing like he intends to go the distance and not to win.
I mean,
in rapid fashion. In fact, that's the best combination that he's thrown so far, and Williams was ready for it. Williams takes the centre ring again, and Williams is controlling the pace here, isn't he, really?
Yeah, most definitely. I think the thing with Dylan Courtney, he looks like he's coming to steal a win here tonight. Williams, his work rate isn't too high, and I think that's making Courtney a bit more confident to come in and, you know, try and nick a win. So he's got to be careful with that, Williams.
And that's exactly what fighters do when they feel like they could nick a win, because they do need to nick a win.
Yeah.
You know, when you have these journeymen that are losing more often than not, they every now and then have to nick a win, or the boxing board will pull them in and ask them, you know, and ask them questions and keep a close eye on them. So he may be just there. And at the moment, he's thinking, right, Williams, he's been inactive. He's not been around he hasn't boxed for a couple of years. And he's not really giving me too much. So he's growing in confidence. He's actually feeding off that right now. And you see him, you're thinking, hold a minute. This might be one of them ones I can nick.
Yeah.
You know, like I've got it here. I've started off thinking, now I know what's going to happen here. Williams, I'm going to have to defend myself. He's, he's a good prospect. Back in the day, he's big, he's tall. He's going to, he's going to land the shots. And he's come out. And to be fair, boys, we haven't seen anything from Williams yet. He stabbed out the jab a couple of times, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And Dylan Courtney will now be going, I might be able to nick this one.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I saw that in that second round. But with Williams, he's very relaxed, maybe too relaxed. He's got good defense, but he doesn't really, his punch output isn't really high. So, I mean, Dylan Courtney needs to be careful because Mark Williams can punch from experience. I've shared the ring with him. I know his record probably don't show that.
And how would you quantify that, actually? That shot power when he's in the gym?
It's sharp. He's got long arms, long leverage. So that when he lands that shot, I remember hitting the body shot, and it sunk right in there because of his range. And
I'm conscious also that I'm asking the question of the man who, for me, has produced the knockout of the year in British boxing in this very ring. Last time you were in the building, probably, wasn't it?
Yeah, good knockout.
Sensational.
Good knockout.
Right hand. Right hand of the year.
Remembers it well. Remembers seeing a smile on his face then when he was saying that.
It was vicious, Spencer, honestly. I was in this very seat watching it.
Well, I think this guy here, Mark Williams, has that capability as well. Like Denzel said there, he's got those long levers, and so that that generates a lot of power. But we're just not seeing it now. Like he's there, he's covering up on the ropes, he's doing that old school sort of style, lifting up the shoulder, but he's getting caught. And there, he needs to come off those ropes and let those combinations go. We need to start seeing now, a couple of rounds under your belt, you've got rid of a bit of the ring rust. Let's start seeing you pick up the action now, because you're in danger otherwise of letting this one slip away.
I'm with you, though, about Courtney. I think he's grown into it tonight. He's settling down. He had a few little choice words a moment ago to Williams as well. One or two decent exchanges. He doesn't get out of the way of many of the shots. That is Courtney's problem. He's very square, and I can't say that he's quick on his feet, but he's starting to enjoy throwing a few shots, Spencer, isn't he?
He certainly is, and I'll tell you what, he's getting more success again here in this round. He's starting to read what Mark Williams is doing. Mark Williams is using the perimeter of the ring, moving from side to side, but laying on the ropes and doing that Floyd Mayweather type style, trying to cover up, but he's getting caught with it. He's not going, he's too square on, he's getting caught with the left hooks and right hands, and Dylan Courtney is starting to grow into this one.
He's growing into it, and I think Williams just needs to throw more shots, more jabs. Just look at the range on him, just more jabs to stop Courtney from coming in. Stop feeling like he can come in and throw combination shots. But right now he's just waiting too long to let it go, and Courtney's creeping in with every step, and then he lets off a combination like that.
Well, then, like you said, he carries weight in that right hand. He goes, as soon as you find the range, like there, the double jab, triple jab, he's found the range with a jab. Let the right hand go, let the shot go through the middle. You've got that, you've got the capabilities to do that. But whilst you don't do it, Courtney's crawling all over him, and he's the one that's actually starting to get up for the shots, and you can see now he's oozing confidence in there, Courtney, at the moment. He's starting to fancy this.
Stylistically as well, very, very like Brad Pauls, who put Cornwall boxing on the map over the last year or two. British Championship, a fantastic fight, a fight of the year contender, incidentally. We were speaking about Denzel's knockout of the year, but stylistically, Courtney, who's from Penzance in Cornwall, born in Truro, he's very similar to me. Slightly bigger build, clearly, if he's going to be a light heavyweight, but he fights the same way as Pauls, maybe not as sharp, but mentally, another element, it was spoken about when Pauls won that British title, first British champion from Cornwall in living memory. Everybody asked the question, there's probably some good other fighters down there who are itching to force their way through, and I think we're seeing a bit of that here.
Well, do you know what that is, Paul? That is the breakthrough moment, isn't it? Because success breeds success, and when one fighter from a certain area or from a gym, Denzel will tell you this, when one guy wins a title in the gym, all the other guys want that. And so, it's like it has an effect, like it has an effect through the gym. It ripples through the gym. All the fighters want that success because they want to be the guy. And so success breeds success. One guy from the area, Cornwall, like you say, Brad Pauls, all of a sudden they go, I want a piece of this, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, most definitely. And like you said, Brad Pauls has done it now, so everyone else in the area is thinking, oh, my days, it's possible. Someone I know from this area has been able to achieve this. It's not too far-fetched no more, is it? And all of a sudden they start trying harder and working harder to try and, gain the same success.
And that's exactly what it is. It's like you know, boxers just need a bit of hope, don't they? When, you know, when there's a bit of hope, they try and take it with both hands, and that's probably what the effects of Brad Paul's doing what he's done and becoming that British champion has done, because I've got to say, Dylan Courtney is winning this fight right now. He's outworking Williams. It's frustrating watching Williams because you know there's so much more there, and you're going, when's he going to turn it up a notch? When's he going to go? Let's see if he does it here in this 4th round, because so far he's just spending too much time laying on that rope, stabbing out the jab, manoeuvring around the perimeter of the ring, switching from left to right, but nothing's coming back, and we see it again there.
Yeah, I also think, you know, first fight back in 6 years, doing a 6th rounder, he may want to pace himself. He may want to try and pace himself. That's probably why he hasn't stepped on it yet. But we're in the second half of the fight now.
We are.
Let's see if he picks it up and holds the centre.
I think it is
using that jab that we can see, you know, that he's got that good range of.
So the next question is, can Courtney build on the little inroads that he has made? Nice double jab. It looks to me like he believes more and more as these minutes are going past that this could be a turning point.
Well, Williams was just starting to get off with those shots now, and now he needs to build on that himself, but Courtney wants to keep himself in it and comes back with some good shots of his own. This is going to turn into an interesting little contest here, because we've got 3 rounds to go. We're in the 4th, and this could be one of those ones that can be won and lost on these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is the first round we've seen Marcus really push forward and use his jab and, you know, take control of the centre of the ring. So it's probably heating up right now, and I think it's going to turn into a good fight. The last 2 rounds are going to be interesting.
Courtney pushing forward again, just trying to get off with those right hands of his own, just pinning Williams on the ropes. But Williams now, there is definitely more activity coming from Williams now for sure. Working off that jab and letting the combinations go behind it. That's better from him. And I think Denzel's right, Paul. I think that this is now going to become down to a 2-round fight.
Yeah. Really the first time they've got in at close quarters like that. There wasn't a lot of work going on. The referee was poised to make and break when they went about their business again. But it is still fairly military medium. That was I was about to ask where are all the body shots tonight, but Williams did case Courtney for that right hand. It looked like he didn't miss by much, Spencer, from our angle.
Yep, loaded up with that one now. He's putting more weight into it, going a little more flat-footed, planting his feet and drilling those shots in, and you can see actually that he's really letting those shots go. You can feel that, but Courtney trying to push back into it, but now starting to cover up just a little bit more as Williams is starting to open up, and probably the best round so far for Williams right here now, Denzel. I think that he's, for the first time, just started to turn a screw, isn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. He started to let his right hand go, and we can see the difference already it's making. Courtney's not as confident to come forward no more. He's already, you know, sitting in a tight guard and just not letting his hands go as much as we saw he was doing in the 2 rounds before.
And when Williams turned back to his corner, they were already coming out through the rope saying that's much better to him. So they found the answer to the puzzle, Spencer. If he's got enough to keep Courtney on the end of that right hand particularly, Courtney's got a problem now, hasn't he?
Yep, he certainly has. There's some of the action in that round there. We see him just lining up that right hand, and we saw it there. He just didn't get it right. He landed the shot, but not the full power in that one. And there was that lovely uppercut as well to the solar plexus. And yep, he was picking his shots better there. And you're right, Denzel, you picked up on it actually, that inactivity. And when you've been out the ring for a long time, a fighter psychologically thinks 6 rounds is a long time.
Yeah.
People that don't know 6 rounds. And the mad thing about it is, if you know you're doing a 4-rounder, you're finished after 4 rounds, you've got absolutely blown a gasket.
Yeah.
If you're doing 6, you're blown a gasket. If you're doing 8, it's mad how your brain works. And he's thinking 6 rounds is a long time in them. Anyone that's never done 6 rounds before, trust me when I say that, and Denzel, I think you'd back me up, it's quite a stretch, isn't it?
It is a stretch. It's 18 minutes of fighting. I mean, like, you don't do that on a normal day. So, yeah, man, I think he's decided to pace himself for the last 3 rounds, and we're seeing it now. He's letting his hands go a lot more. Maybe he's had to have a little kick up the backside from his corner also, but you're just seeing him pick up the pace. Good body shot there from Williams.
You can't miss with that one, but it does look to me like Courtney is trying to respond at the start of this perhaps pivotal 5th round in this fight, Spencer.
Yeah, definitely, Paul, because I think that he recognises that he's still very much in this fight. For me, I've got a couple of rounds apiece. The fight for me is a 2-round fight right now. It's there to be won and lost. And for someone like Courtney, who often loses his fights, and more often than not, he's thinking, I might be able to nick this one. So he's still very much not boxing like a guy that's come here to pick up his wages and survive. He's boxing like a guy that wants to win.
Yeah, he is, and that's what's making the fight entertaining, to be honest. Because if he was to just sit back and, you know, just try and come and pick up a check, we wouldn't see much, because Williams' work rate isn't the best as we've seen. But where he's opening up, it's probably made Williams want to throw more, and we're seeing that from him now in this round as well.
Yep.
What would you guys also say about the fact that he has been outreached for a lot of this, Courtney? What is he not doing, what technically speaking, that would really help him?
Just moving his head, moving his waist, bending the knees, slipping inside the shot. So when the jab comes out, it comes out on what we call the line, and you've got to come off that line. So you slip one way, you slip the other way, you roll underneath it. You have to be, you have to be creative in your work. He's walking forward with his hands high and taking the shots on his way in. But if he would slip to either side, he creates that opening. And that's what it has to be. You've got to be creative in your work and what you're doing. You can't be just one-dimensional, because that doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's not the tallest, but I've heard this phrase a few times, use your height, and I think he has to use his height. He's already shorter than him, so he's got to be smaller. Come under that jab and start with the body, and then finish up top to the head. He's aiming for the head too high, and he's out of reach every time.
Yeah, he's trying to stand up like as tall as Marcus Williams, isn't he? That's the problem. And you go, use your lack of height to your advantage.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Use your lack of height to your advantage, you know. And listen, I can vouch for that. I was one of those guys, mate. But that's where you're very effective, because when you've got a guy punching down, what happens? He leaves himself open.
Yeah.
So you can come back with a good counter. So the lack of height actually works in their advantage. You remember, like a young Mike Tyson, how he used to destroy people because he was so much smaller than them.
Yeah,
and he'd come in and use a lack of height and the movement from side to side, and that creates the openings, creates opportunity.
Yeah, that's it. You're right. I agree with that.
Just a sense that if Williams could detonate on the chin one of these right hands he continues to throw, there might be a bit of a problem here for Courtney. What was your view on that 5th round in terms of the scoring of it, Spencer?
Yeah, I think that Williams now has got him to a rhythm, hasn't he? And, you know, as much as Dylan Courtney was trying there, I think that his lack of imagination is probably a better way of putting it. His lack of imagination is not really giving him that opportunity. So, you know, I think that he's trying to bring the heat, but Williams has sort of worked that out now. He's clearly got the better boxing IQ, Williams, and he's using that height and reach, and he's just getting off for the shots just a little more now, and he seems to have broke into a rhythm. Now, for Dylan Courtney, he has to roll the dice now. Round 6, let's go. Throw everything at him right now in this round 6, because that's what he has to do if he wants to win this one. But I need to see him, Denzel, being a little bit more creative, because Williams is too smart for that.
Yeah, Williams is too smart for what, you know, Courtney's trying to do, and he's been doing it for the past 5 rounds. So there's no way he's going to be, you know, he's going to be a fool to it. If Williams can stop Courtney tonight, that would be a big statement, because he's never been stopped, and he's been out 6 years. So that would be good to see if he can push the pace and see, you know, how much damage he can do to Courtney.
Well, he's hardly raised a breath in the corner, standing between the rounds. No stool needed. So it's all on Courtney now to come out blazing. He started in that fashion, so reminiscent style-wise to Paul's, isn't he?
Yeah,
it's like watching
absolutely.
his little brother.
That's what we said. We said you've got to roll the dice now. Chaos creates opportunity, and he's bringing the chaos right now. He recognises it. He's doing what he should be doing and going for it, and that's what a fight has to do. You go, right, mate, you may be just slipping behind now. You want to win, you want the draw, roll the dice, man, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He started this round really fast, because we have to see if we can keep this pace for 3 minutes, which would be hard to do. But if he can tire out Williams, then he's got a chance. But Williams might just be taking his time and, you know, pacing himself for the second half of this round.
Yeah, Williams just trying to keep him at bay, isn't he? Behind that jab, just trying to line that right hand up. Courtney, hands held high, stalking forward. When he gets in range, that's where he needs to let the shots go. When he gets up close, forget the singles, punches in bunches. You know, you throw one, you might not land one. You throw 4, you might land one, and that's all it takes. So this is where now, Denzel, he has to roll the dice and let the shots go.
Yeah, 100%. Got caught there, pulling out there with a left hook. But he's got to be as busy as Courtney. Williams and Courtney have to be as busy as each other this round. I mean, we never know how the referee score in this fight, but it could be all in this last round.
Yeah, fair point.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Very fair point there. Some of these rounds, it's going to come down to subjective scoring, isn't it? Who you fancy, what you like.
Yeah.
Because, you know, let's be honest, there's not been a lot of action in a couple of the first couple of rounds. So you go, what way did they go? You know, but the aggressor for sure is Dylan Courtney. He's the guy that looks like he wants to win. I think now there's no real sense of urgency about Marcus Williams' work right now.
Yeah, he might feel like he has this in the bag because Courtney is throwing shots. He's throwing more shots, but he's not landing more shots. If that makes sense. A lot of them, Marcus Williams is catching on a little elbow on the shoulder, but maybe if he throws 4, like you said, 1 or 2 gets through.
Last minute.
He's not landing more. But I think this round he's really good body shot there from Williams.
Courtney walked through it.
Keeps coming through. Yeah, he keeps walking through it.
Listen, he's got that Brad Paul's effect, that's for sure.
He is. They're all strong down there. I wonder what they're eating up there in Cornwall.
Good, healthy, fresh air lifestyle.
Good old Cornish pasty, mate. That's what they're eating down there.
Anyway, Williams is still trying to show the world that he is the boss in the final minute of this fight.
I tell you, there's not a lot in this fight. I'm going to be honest. I think that this is quite close. You can't take nothing away from Dylan Courtney. He's been pushing the pace here, and he might have done enough to nick this last round. If that's the case, then it's going to be one of those. It's going to be very close.
I don't think he's landed more than Marcus has in this round, but he has worked harder.
Yeah, he's worked harder. And that becomes down to subjective scoring, what you like, you know, what you like.
Great contest.
Very good.
It was a very good
It picked up in the second half.
Yeah. Very, very good way to start with our opener here at the York Hall, Bethnal Green. And after a quite circumspect beginning from both of them, very careful, maybe as Spencer has said, not that used to doing this distance. Little by little, Courtney increasing the pace over rounds 5 and 6 in particular. And Williams, who seemed to have hit the measure of his man, he's doing his best here late on, Spencer, to appear to the watching world that I'm not under any pressure. He didn't quite convince me of that, to be honest.
I've got to tell you, I've got this a draw right now. I couldn't separate them.
We go to the referee scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 58 to 56. And your winner, Mark the Great Williams.
So Williams gets it by 2 on the card of Kieran McCann, the scoring referee tonight.
I think that's about right. 1, 4 and 5 were clearly for Williams, and then 6 was, like you said, what you like. So if he did give him the 6, then that would be 4-2.
That's right. Yeah, listen, you can't argue with it. It was just one of those ones. You go subjective scoring. A couple of them rounds are really, really close. You got to give Dylan, Dylan Courtney props there, because he fought like, and he come to win, which was most important. But Mark Williams was clearly the nicer boxer of the two.
Yeah.
But that lack of work, you go, whoa, he's leaving it in the hands of the boxing gods here, because we've seen fights in the past where you get some funny scores. So that one, thankfully the boxing gods were with him today.
I think that'd be good for Williams. I mean, it shows that he has to up his work rate and he's got to do more. But yeah, I think they're doing an interview now, so we'll hand it over to Melissa.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Mark Williams, congratulations on that fantastic win. How are you feeling? It's been such a long time since you've been in the ring. How was that experience for you?
Amazing, I'm just glad to be back. Boxing is what I love, and it's taken away from me for a bit. I can't take anything personal or anything like that. Just glad to be back and doing what I love doing, I'm a man, I'm a very passionate man, and I love my passions completely. Boxing is something that I won't say that. I was about to say something, I thought, I don't want to jinx anything, but I love it. I really love it,
Do you know what? I'm so glad that you spoke about your passions, because as you were stood at the top of that walkway and you're walking down, it looked like that you were taking in every single second of this experience. 100%. You looked like you dominated that fight from start to finish with a very, very strong jab. What was the game plan going into it?
Use the jab, bust him up. Use the jab, bust him up. When he comes forward, be a big man, you know what I mean? Lean on him, step off, throw the right hand. What I really wanted to let go of was my right uppercut, but look, man, this guy, he's tricky, innit? You know what I mean? A lot of these journeymen, they come, they've got fights booked for next week and the week after that, so they don't want to open up. So sometimes it's hard to look good against them, but there's no excuses, yeah? I promise to put in amazing, spectacular performances, and start an era of ruthlessness.
Obviously, you've made your first experience back in the ring after such a long time. When can we expect to see you back out there?
definitely by December. Yeah, 100% by December I'll be back, and yeah, better than ever. You know, I'm glad I shook off the ring rust, you know what I mean? Years of inactivity. I mean, yeah, I get sparring, but sparring's not the same thing as being in here and fighting. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, right now there's not thousands of people here, but it's enough. You know, it's enough, and they're cheering for me, and I appreciate all of their support. Sorry, I'm spitting on you.
Don't worry, it's the perks of the job. Well, listen, amazing performance back. We look forward to seeing you again, and congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who came down and supported to me. Thank you to my manager right there, Richard Maynard, and my coach, Ian Burbage, you know. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Josh Morris. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Tommy Petrol. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyetz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and green. His official weight of 10 stones, 8 pounds. Hailing from Wednesbury, England, United Kingdom, Josh Morris. And now introducing to you his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 10 stones, 9 pounds. And tonight he is making his professional debut, hailing from England's United Kingdom. Introducing Climax.
All right, gentlemen, let's keep it clean, obey my commands, stay professional, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, good luck.
So here we go, everybody, live on Fightzone and on talkSPORT from the York Hall, Bethnal Green. It's 4 rounds at welterweight, a night in the life of young Tommy Petrol that he will never forget. Good, bad or indifferent, this is his professional debut. Hopes are high against Josh Morris. Morris in the black and green, the southpaw. He has the benefit of one previous outing, and it was a defeat on his pro debut not very long ago, actually, in Birmingham against Ryan Griffiths. So they're as raw as can be. Spencer, what have you got your eye on here?
Yep, both guys look in great shape, and We always get brilliant fights here at the York Hall, don't we? Historic venue that it is. And this could be a good little contest, this one. Both guys fancy this, and Petrol will be looking to put in a good performance as he comes on that front foot. He's the one that's taking the initiative here, just looking to push the pace, looking for an opening just now.
What a very composed first minute or so of a pro career this has been from Tommy Petrol. He looks very well organised to me and very confident in what he's doing in there.
Yeah, he certainly does, doesn't he? He's adapted well from the amateur ranks into the professional ranks, that's for sure. Showing good maturity for a guy having his debut. Nice couple of body shots, Denzel going in there as well.
Yeah, that double left to the body was good. I kind of saw Morris tense his face a little bit, so I know that had an effect on him. I think that's the aim for this fight. I think Petrol should target that body.
Yeah, Morris already under a lot of pressure here in this opening round, covering up there on the ropes, and Petrol showing a good shot selection there, body, head, and finding the target as well.
It wasn't a good place for him on the ropes, was he? He must have realised that just in the nick of time before Petrol really built the pressure. But again, something else I really liked about this brand new professional, Petrol, he didn't rush in. He was very measured in his approach there, looking to the manner born at this moment here in the famous York Hall Bethnal Green. And another point about this first round, guys, with all the ability in the world, we see kids come out here and suddenly it all hits them what this is all about, and the nerves kick in. I haven't seen any of that from Petrol.
Absolutely. Look, Denzel would tell you, you know, that professional debut can either be one of those brilliant, memorable nights or one that you want to forget very, very quickly. And, you know, it goes one way or the other. That doesn't matter if you're a prospect or not. It's all about the occasion. You know, you're going into the professional ranks. It's a big thing, and the nerves sometimes get the better of you. You make a fundamental mistake and pay the price. But this is a good start here, Denzel, from Petrol. He's taking his time and he's looking for that left hook underneath the elbow there of Morris, and he's finding it as well.
Yeah, he is finding it. You're right. It is a good composed performance for his debut. I mean, you look at a lot of kids coming through having their debuts and they throw so many punches in the first minute trying to impress all the time. He's nice and composed. His feet are very good. You know, in and out with his feet. He gets Morris on the ropes and doesn't rush. Every now and then Morris lands a little nice shot here and there, but it doesn't faze Petrol. He just keeps going and keeps on his work. So it's good to see.
Morris knows he's in a fight. That is for sure. Against a real live one.
Yeah, he certainly does. But you know what? Credit to him, Josh Morris. He held himself well. He took the shots really well. Didn't look in any trouble himself. He used the ropes very well as well. But that was a dominant round there as we look at some of the action from Tommy Petrol. The first professional round of his life there, and he handled that very well. Showed good composure. Good work there from Morris, though. Good little counter punch, little warning to say, listen, mate, don't forget I'm in here. But yeah, it was a good performance from good opening round, from Petrol. He took his time, picked his shots, good shot selection, and now that's out his way. Let's see if he can build on that, Denzel.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I just looked over at the Morris corner, but right before he sat down, he asked his coach, did he win that round? He said, I won that, right? I'm not sure he did, but it just showed me he's in there to win this fight, so we're going to see more as the round go on, I think.
So I know we're very aware that we've got viewers on Fightzone and talkSPORT joining us all the time. We have a great night of boxing getting underway here at the York Hall Bethnal Green. And this is the second live fight for you, and a very lively newcomer on what we've seen so far. In the white and the blue, Tommy Petrol on his pro debut against Josh Morris. Similarly, a novice, of course. Morris the southpaw in the black and green. But it's been a very assured start indeed from Petrol. Now let's see how he settles in this second round. One thing that strikes me immediately is that Morris is just giving himself a bit more room in this round, Spencer.
Yeah, well, Morris, you know, as he said there, body shots going in again there.
And that's why.
Morris doing a good job covering up there, guys, and come back with a lovely little uppercut of his own in the right hand.
Got Petrol hurt.
Petrol was definitely hurt there. He got caught with a counter right hand, and that was good work off the ropes there from Josh Morris, showing great composure whilst under pressure and counter punching beautifully.
It was, and that was the first time in the fight Petrol got greedy. He needs to get back on that work and stay composed and not crowd that work when he's got Morris on the ropes. Morris just was slipping and sliding, getting caught in between here and there. That left to the body was good, but then he just came up with a right uppercut.
Lesson learned, Denzel. Welcome to pro boxing.
Most definitely.
Yep, it certainly is a different game from the amateurs, that's for sure. And good work again here from Petrol, but he's got to be careful of that counter punch because you can just feel that Morris is going to let that shot go. He's still very much under control there, and there it goes, right out through the middle. Petrol just coming in too square, and he needs to start tightening up on his own defence, because I tell you what, he's not a bad fighter, this Josh Morris.
He's not. He's landing that left hand quite nicely, you know, when he throws it. But like you said earlier, he was keeping his distance, he's more on the back foot. But now I feel like he's gaining confidence and he's starting to press forward. It's the first time in the fight we've seen Petrol go backwards like this.
Well, I think Petrol is definitely respecting the power of Morris, because he hurt him early on in the round and he caught him with a lovely counter right hand again there, Paul, and he's gained some respect in this round, hasn't he?
He has, most definitely. Like them shots he landed, it hurt Petrol, and he knows, like you said, he respects his power now.
The feet are slower, certainly, from Petrol. Needs to get into that rhythm again, which was very eye-catching indeed in the first round.
Yep, the more eye-catching punches have come from Josh Morris, but the volume has come from Petrol again. And, you know, it's one of those fights you go, what are the judges looking for? What, you know, what's the referee looking for? How are they going to score that?
I've noticed something about Morris. When he's on the back foot moving around and creating that space for himself, he's moving in on the inside of Petrol. But just as he's about to attack, he goes back outside and throws that backhand, and that's how he's finding it so well, I think.
Certainly a lot better for Morris in this second round.
Yep, it's a much closer round, this one, isn't it? Morris starting to push forward. He's starting to fancy this more and more as these rounds are going past. Another good round there. Entertaining round. The volume of punches coming from Tommy Petrol, but the effective stuff, I think, Denzel, coming from Josh Morris.
Yeah, in that round, most definitely. And like I said, the end of that first round, I see him ask his corner if he won that round. So I just knew he was going to come more fiery in the second round, or in the next couple of rounds to come, but he done it in the round after.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds now. 4 rounders are a sprint. I remember going back to the beginning of my career, I think I only done the first 2 or 4 rounders, and the danger you've got in a 4-rounder is you lose one round, Paul, and you've got it all to do.
Yes.
You've got it all to do, and that is like, you know, that is the reality of it. You go like that, it's a sprint, and so you can't afford to start slow, you can't afford to get caught and lose a round, because you find yourself now going into this one, we're in the 3rd round, guys, and this one is all to be won and lost still.
Yeah, it's one apiece.
Morris much better in round 2. It was a polished start from Petrol, but best laid plans and all that. Morris started to find the target early in the second round, and I think maybe one of you guys actually used a great phrase there. Petrol perhaps got a bit greedy a bit too quickly, and he paid for it.
Yep, paid the price, and they're the eye-catching shots, the effective shots. Morris doing a good job, to be fair. When he's on those ropes and covering up, he's doing a good job defensively. He's there, and you can see he's got eye contact. He's not losing eye contact at all, so he can see his vision all around, and he's counter-punching, and his timing is perfect. So beautiful work off the ropes. Not many fighters are actually good at doing that. They're staying nice and composed, keeping himself together, keeping his shape, looking for the openings and popping the shot. That's one thing Morris does very effectively.
So let's see now if Petrol can get his rhythm going again, Denzel, because there was some polished work in the first 3 minutes.
I'll be honest, I think he's lost a bit of confidence.
Yeah.
He doesn't really know how to pin down Morris. Morris is just there switching orthodox, and he switches back.
He's just giving himself that little bit more distance to start his work. Again, in the first round, he didn't know, Morris didn't know what was coming out the other corner.
I've got to tell you, boys, as well, this is a tough debut. You know, the debut normally, guys, I'm going to say it, the debut normally is a give me, innit? Like, ease your way into the professional ranks. Welcome to the professional ranks. This is what it is. But this is no easy debut for Petrol, that's for sure.
But this is why you can't take any fight for granted. No fight is a gimme. You've looked at your record and thought he lost his debut. Okay, this is just another rollover job. And look what he's doing here. He's here to nick his victory and give you your first loss.
Yeah, good work from both guys there. Petrol getting off with some good shots, but defensively, Josh Morris doing a great job in the corner, slipping under the shots, taking some on the arms. So good work here, good high-quality work for 2 novice pros, really.
Yeah, most definitely.
Excellent 4-rounder, isn't it?
Just look at Morris. Just look Morris's feet. When he's on the defense, he comes to his left, where you're not meant to against a southpaw. Just as he's about to attack, he steps out onto his right and throws that left. And I think that's what's throwing off Petrol.
Yep, Petrol now got him in the corner again. He's just taking his time, being
learning on the job, Spencer.
Yep. A little more cautious, Paul, that's for sure. He's not making those fundamental mistakes that he made in that first and second round. So better work here, educated pressure from Petrol, and just keeping himself out of distance. And for me, Morris just spending a little too long on those ropes in this round.
Petrol's got a fair few supporters who've made the trip.
Good shots there from Morris.
They're making their presence felt. But Morris is going about his business just at the moment, Spencer, with the air of a fighter who thinks, I've got the measure of this kid just at the moment.
Yep, very decent contest this one. Difficult to split, difficult to split these two. It could be all on this last round, if I'm totally honest, because you don't know what way the judges are going, what they're actually looking for. You know, it's been the work rate of Petrol that has been sort of eye-catching, but the defensive work that Morris is doing off the ropes, for me, is the impressive stuff. Counter-punching, the timing, slipping in the little uppercuts, counter right hands, throwing a good counter right hand. So both guys having their successes in different ways, and there's some of the action in that round. We see there, both guys, Morris working off the ropes, and that's been the story of this contest, hasn't it? Morris sitting on the ropes looking for those counter punches, but Perpetual was maybe a little more cautious there and a little bit more workmanlike about his work.
Yeah, most definitely. He's probably been told to, you know, not rush in and get greedy, because Morris is still dangerous even when he's on the back foot. So he's got to be careful. But like you said, it could all last in this round, and I think Morris is here to try and turn his career around.
Fairly eye-catching big screen, the flames at the back of the hall here, York Hall, Bethnal Green, and a fairly fiery four-rounder to open the career of Tommy Petrol.
Yep, this fight could be won and lost here in this contest. It's been a tough debut for Tommy Petrol, to be fair, because Josh Morris has come and proved himself as a very decent young fighter.
Spencer in the corner, they're saying to Petrol, you're waiting a bit too long. I rather get that. He hasn't maintained the tempo of his work in the first round that we saw.
Morris may have been overlooked here, because his only defeat, or his only fight, he lost to a boy that was 5-0 at the time, now 6-0.
That's correct. Ryan Griffiths, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. Both guys have actually had a very tough debut, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, Morris had a tough debut of his own that he come out, fell short, and that could happen here with Petrol as well.
Yeah. But regardless, it's going to stand to them for me. And if Petrol does lose this fight, which he may not do, he could win it, we don't know. But if he were to lose it, he should not in any way be discouraged.
No, this has been a decent, high-quality contest, to be fair. The two very young novice pros, they've put on a great little contest here for this crowd here at the York Hall, Bethnal Green, who really appreciate their boxing, and you can see they're actually appreciating what they're seeing here tonight with these two young pros.
Most definitely, and it could make for a great story. It might be a bit far-fetched for now, but you never know. You might see these guys push on the record.
I was about to say that,
then, end up fighting for a Southern Heritage.
They've got ability, haven't they?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, better work here from Petrol.
Yeah, much better work.
I think that this might be enough for him to steal this contest, if I'm honest. He's doing the better work, and I think Morris, who's a quality little operator, has just spent too long where he is right now on those ropes.
Yeah.
And that's maybe his downfall. He's fighting like a guy, Denzel, that's doing 12 rounds, not 4.
Yeah.
And that's where I'd say they make them fundamental mistakes where you go, whether he's sparring 8s and 10s and 12 rounds in the gym and he's falling into that trap, you're fighting like a guy that boxes championship rounds.
Yeah, he's fighting like he's got more rounds to go. You're right. He's not pushing the pace enough. Like you said earlier, 4 rounds is a sprint. You're in and you're out. It's a sprint. It's not much different from the amateur. The amateur 3 rounds, you come out, you're out of breath, and you're thinking, how am I going to do 12 rounds when I turn over?
Yeah, you just feel that Morris would be more suited to that 8 or 10 round sort of distance, don't you? Like, just a little bit of damage there, maybe to the nose now of Morris, and that's the good work of Petrol. He's got through Paul with that right hand a few times, hasn't he?
Last few seconds of it, he's put the pedal to the metal in this round, Petrol. Just needs to be very careful that he doesn't walk onto something here at the finish of it. It doesn't look like Morris has got so much left in his tank, actually. Morris, bright and sharp in the middle rounds. Petrol polished early, and he found a bit more late. It was a very, very good 4-rounder, both ways. Whoever wins, the loser should not be discouraged for me.
Yeah, I think that's a Petrol win. He finished strong. Started strong and finished strong. Second round was a bit shaky, and the third round was quite close and hard to score. But I think he'd be favoured. He probably won it 3 rounds to 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's done enough to win that as well. I'll just nick it. I'll just give it to Petrol as well. Josh Morris, great skills, good boxing IQ, and staying calm and relaxed on the ropes, and showing great maturity, actually, for someone with so few fights as a professional. And you go, you know what, I think we'll all agree on this. We're looking at that and you go, what? These two kids could both have a good career still, you know. That's a great learning fight. You know, this is very much the apprenticeship stage of their professional careers. And, you know, sometimes a loss, you go back, Denzel, go back to the drawing board, go back to the gym, and you work on those losses. And a loss actually can be the moulding of a fight.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've had maybe a few too many in my career, but every time I've lost, it's put more fire in my belly. I've gone straight back to the gym to work on what I feel like those mistakes were and to get better. And I hope whoever takes the losses for that does the same.
We go to the referee scorecard. The ringside referee scores the bout 40-36, and your winner, Tommy Petrol.
Morris shakes his head. Morris didn't get anything in terms of the scores from our referee, but Tommy Petrol has won all 4 rounds. And win, lose or draw, Morris should not be discouraged. However, an eye-catching start to the professional career of Tommy Petrol in round 1, really looking very polished indeed. He's come through the testing middle rounds, and he certainly applied the pressure, Spencer, very effectively in the 4th round. So I'll first ask you about the scoring of it.
Yeah, the scoring was maybe a little generous to Petrol. The right man won for sure. It was a good, entertaining contest. I like what I saw from both of those guys. Like I say, I think they both got a good future in the sport, for sure. But that's a good win there from Tommy Petrol, and he will have learnt a lot from that. You can clearly see the kid's got a lot of talent, that's for sure. And I think that now he's got that one out of the way. The debut's the one where you don't really know what you're going into. You're blindfolded in many ways, and to have a tough contest on your debut like that, as opposed to a blowover, will stand him in good stead, Denzel.
100%. That's going to do him way more good than it would do him any bad. I mean, he knows what the pro game's about from the jump, from the off. It's no game. You can get hurt at any time by anybody, and I think that's going to make him go back to the gym and not take nothing for granted.
Spencer's just going to jump out for a moment or two, and Denzel and I will stay in position, and I think Melissa is in position as well to get a word with the newcomer and the winner, Tommy Petrol.
Bear with technical difficulties. Tommy Petrol, welcome to the pro game, your professional debut. All done now, how are you feeling?
I feel really good. First one out of the way, do you know what I mean? Normally the hardest one for a little while, so feel good. On to the next one.
Obviously, you know, quite different from the amateurs. Why don't you talk us through a few of those differences?
Completely different sport, to be fair. You can't really compare the two of them. Completely different style, throw punches different sport altogether.
You look like you were dominating that fight from start to finish, you know, lovely shot variation. How helpful is it to come out of the Wilkie gym, have that kind of sparring experience?
Do you know what I mean? I'm in that situation now where it's all down to me. I've got the best trainers, the best people behind me, the best everything. So it's down to me to deliver the goods, isn't it?
If you could sum up your professional debut in one word, what would you say?
Dream come true.
That's 3, but I'll take it.
I ain't right. Yeah.
Tommy, congratulations, wonderful performance.
Thanks very much, I appreciate it, thank you. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring Nabil Ahmed. And now welcome his opponent to the ring, Eric Tureya.
So we're continuing live on Fightzone and on talkSPORT from here at the York Hall Bethnal Green. Thank you everybody for joining us as we keep the action rolling. And at bantamweight, here comes Eric Tureya.
Bantamweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your supervisor in charge, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in the ring in charge of the action, A-star referee Lee Every. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white with black trim. His official weight of 8 stones, 9 pounds. He has a record of 41 fights, 3 draws, and 2 wins. Hailing from Batley, Yorkshire, England, United Kingdom, Nabil, the Batley Bulldog Ahmed. And now introducing to you his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and gold. His official weight of 8 stones, 6 pounds. And tonight he's making his professional debut. Hailing from March, Cambridgeshire, England, United Kingdom, Eric Pretty Boy Tureya.
Please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both.
So the professional debut tonight of Eric Tureya. At bantamweight, this is 4 rounds. He's in against Nabil Ahmed from Batley. The reason I'm pausing like this is because I've got a champion bantamweight to my right. What are you seeing early on, Spencer?
Well, what I'm seeing here is 2 very good young fighters in the ring. And good work there. Body shot goes in. Correa really loading up with these shots early on, isn't he? Solid look about his work. He's coming, looks very heavy-handed, that's for sure. Correa just goes with a left hook, but he's putting everything, Denzel, into these shots, and it's going to be a tough night here for Hamed.
It is Correa's coming. He's, like we were saying earlier, the debut just come and just let their hands go, and they're just trying to be excited from the jump. And you can see, you can hear, he sold a lot of tickets, and he wants to please his crowd to give him the money for. The shots look spiteful as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. He doesn't want to be doing any overtime in there tonight, does he? Correa, because he's really loading up with the shots here, Paul, and Hamid under extreme pressure in this opening round.
All right, but he hasn't panicked yet. I know he's been under pressure. I've seen a bit in the game, and he has probably seen one or two live ones before now, Spencer.
I think it's me that's panicking, Paul. He's really loading up with those shots.
Let's see how it settles down. And I'm not remotely surprised to report that after 2 minutes of all-out assault, now the tempo has dropped suddenly. But we'll see if Correa can pick it up again in the run-up to the end of the first round. He looks like he's going to have another big attack here.
Some good body shots there, Correa whipping in.
He really is whipping them shots in, isn't he, Correa? And he landed a couple of good body shots. And Paul Dempsey hit it the nail on the head, to be fair. He said Hamid's not panicking, and he's actually, I think he's actually feeding off this, if I'm honest. He seems to be sort of like stoked the fire a little bit.
Yeah, he's just taking those shots and just walking forward, and he's thinking, okay. Good backhand there, though, from Correa, as he switches back to orthodox position. But yeah, man hasn't panicked yet. Still relaxed, still calm, and he's throwing the shots of his own.
Nonetheless, he's losing the round by quite some distance,
Yeah,
I think.
No, I agree.
20 seconds left.
Yeah, Correa again with her body shots again, drilling those shots in.
This will be eye-catching if they can go at this lick for 4 rounds, I will say. Well, he looks in absolutely pristine condition, doesn't he, Correa? He's hardly breathing here after putting all that work in.
Yeah, it's been a good round there for Correa. He put his opponent under a lot of pressure there. Body shots as well, really driving those shots in, and got through with some lovely uppercuts as well, Den. So not only was he applying immense pressure, but the shot selection was great, and he was landing the shots, and his opponent took them very, very well.
Yeah, he took them very well. Correa just landed a lead hand uppercut in the southpaw position, lifted Ahmed's head back. It was a great shot, and then he proceeded to just go back downstairs and work to the body. I'm really pleased with Correa's work. You know, he's come out in his debut firing at all cylinders, and he looks like he can keep this pace for 4 rounds. But with these smaller guys, their fitness levels are much higher, so I'm expecting a fiery, 3 more rounds.
Ahmed under a lot of pressure there in the opening round. Let's see how he comes out for this second round, and let's see how Correa comes out as well, and see if he can keep that tempo up.
Good jab.
Solid jab, isn't it? Rams that through. And Ahmed felt those, I think. He felt the weight of a couple of those, because you see him just get on his bike a little bit, just trying to nick a little breather.
Different tempo, different feel to the lightweight novice contest which preceded it here tonight at the York Hall Bethnal Green. This is much more explosive in many ways. It's a brave way to fight, isn't it? You've got to believe, the way Correa started this tonight, guys, you've really got to believe that your style is what suits you best, because there are so many unknowns. I think he caught him with a good shot there.
Another one.
Yeah. Massive uppercut went through there, and he followed it up for another one for good measure. And Ahmed, to his credit, he took that shot well, man. I've got to tell you, we're sitting in this commentary position, and that happened right above us. And Denza, I felt you felt that shot. You actually felt that shot,
yeah,
didn't you?
my head flew back. I thought, whoa, what a shot that was. Correa's fighting like a puncher. He believes he's a puncher. And that man's taking these shots. What a tough man.
he is. I'm still trying to get over you. Your head flying back off that shot itself. Brilliant. But both boys are, doing well here. Ahmed, to his credit, he's sticking at it, Paul. He's sticking in there and doing a good little job. He's
doing a terrific job.
Not giving up hope at all, is he?
What surprises me the most, and again he finds him with the right uppercut. It's a great shot. I thought about taking a little breather there. On he goes, but he's clinging on, and Lee Avery comes in and is going to separate them. There's been 1 or 2 little reminders to Correa from the referee. Good refereeing that by Avery.
Yeah, and that was a well-needed rest there from Ahmed.
It was.
He needed that.
What's surprising me the most here, guys, though, is the speed with which he throws the shots, Correa.
Yeah. Good speed, good power. Just like I said, there's spiteful shots. Really wants to hurt his opponent in there.
Yeah.
Ahmed's taking them shots.
Oh, he found him again there, didn't he?
It's as if he's got a fight next week and he can't afford to get stopped now.
And this style that he's got, where he's basically almost dispensing with an out-and-out guard, and he's cocking on both sides, right and left. He cocks his fists as though he's about to detonate a big shot, rather than go from a defence to a jab and then an attack.
Yep, everything is all out aggression.
There it is again.
Savage.
All out aggression, as you say.
Tell me if I'm mad. I know it's only his debut, but his style reminds me of Nick Bulls.
And 100%. You know what? When you see some young fighters, don't you go? You can see they're reminiscent of another fighter. And Nick Paul is exactly. I'm trying to think, who's this guy fight like, man? Like he's very aggressive, very spiteful, savage in his performance. Savage, like chaos creates opportunity, and I tell you what, he took that opportunity.
Yeah, he did.
That was a great second round, and most impressively, Paul, it was the inside work, the lovely uppercuts, and we'll see some of those shots in there. There you go, body shot there. That was right above us. That's when Denzel's head went back as well. He felt that one as well. That happened just above us. Yeah, brilliant action there, brilliant work. Credit to Ahmed, he's taking the shots well and still trying to fight back. But this young man, Correa, what a performance so far.
I know it's quite spectacular stuff on the replays here, but I'm actually out the corner of my eye watching Ahmed. So when he went back to the corner, number one, he just spat out the gum shield. Give me oxygen. Help me out here, guys. And he didn't say much for about 15 seconds, but he looked like a man who'd been in 2 very hard rounds, not surprisingly. So let's see if he can establish any more rhythm himself, or could Correa keep on at this electrifying speed?
Ahmed just came out the blocks quite fast. Started well through some jabs and a straight back to the body. Nice step up there, but Correa's looking for the uppercut. He's just winding it up.
He's just getting through with the shots as well, isn't he? And Ahmed, like you say, you read a lot of body language in the corner, and that was great observation there from Paul Dempsey to say, listen, I'm going to keep my eye on this kid, because how he taking these shots? And he's come out, to his credit, and tried to give him a game, but he's under another barrage of uppercuts going in. And where's he finding it from? It's probably the question I want to ask you, Denzel. Like, where's Ahmed finding this strength and this will?
He's probably got a few fights lined up, and he can't afford to lose those fights, so he has to fight on.
Always a factor. It's a great point that you make, Denzel. I'm just checking this morning, actually, the professional records of some of the so-called opponents. They've all got 2 or 3 fights already scheduled for the next 6 weeks or so, and that of course goes out the window if they get stopped.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, well, they can't afford it, can they? Like, we're talking about this time of year. Before you know it, Christmas is around the corner. You've got to put the turkey on the table, and you've got to get the presents. Stoppage doesn't fit into that script.
Not if he's got a big fight in January, incidentally. If that were the case, we'll get to that later. Here comes Correa again.
In 40 fights, he's only been stopped 3 times.
Yeah,
so he's tough.
He's very, very. Look, I told you, he's feeding off getting hit, this kid. Like, Correa's, like, trust me when I say this, we're sitting here at ringside, and you can feel those shots flooding in. He's loading up with everything. Clean uppercuts, good body shots. And Ahmed is finding it from somewhere.
He just had a little look down and shook his head, wide-eyed in amazement. He's still in there. He knows how to survive. And he's a good professional survivor, and it's just as well.
Do you reckon he looked down because he can hear our commentary? He's like, what are you talking about, boys? I'm fine in here.
I don't think it was that, Spencer. I don't think it was that. I think for once I might have got it right.
Very good.
Now at last, a bit of a respite. Correa had to drop the pace at some point.
Yeah, he's been like a savage from the opening bell, really, isn't he? But very, very good in his work, because although it's been all-out aggression, it's sort of been controlled, and it's been selection, and he's not been getting reckless. He's not putting himself in position to get caught with anything. It's actually very good stuff, this.
Yeah,
there again, you saw the slipping from side to side. This kid actually has a good boxing IQ. He's not just a slugger, Correa. He's a good all-rounder. Look at that lovely work. Changing the angle, stepping off the side. This is great stuff.
I mean, yes, it is good stuff. Ahmed got stopped twice early in his career, and since then the only person got stopped was Paul Butler.
Well, there you go.
champion. So,
You know, double world champion, two-weight world champion. You know, you're talking about the creme de la creme there.
Yeah, that's
You're
it,
talking
yeah.
about the cream. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
This is a good performance so far.
Very good performance.
From Eric Correa.
Very good performance.
I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing, and I'm looking forward to following this young kid's career. That is for sure, because one thing is we're going to get a lot of entertainment from him. Like, he's TV friendly, he looks the part, he's got a good boxing IQ. He sort of ticks a lot of boxes, Denzel, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. He throws them shots from spite. He wants to hurt you. He's got good engine. I mean, the pace has dropped a little bit, but maybe that's because Ahmed's coming back a bit and he can't afford to be too open. But he doesn't look like he's slowing down in terms of he's emptied his tank and he can't finish the round. He's TV friendly, powering these shots. He's got to see how his career develops.
So non-stop through the opening 3 rounds. The opponent, in inverted commas, Nabil Ahmed, deserves a great deal of credit. Under pressure from the get-go, as he is at the start of this 4th round again. He spins right across the ring. Some really big shots have been landed. But maybe Ahmed might come out now and say, right, you've really put me through this. I'm going to at least ask you a question. Can you take a shot?
Well, he's giving it a go here, Ahmed, isn't he? But you see the good work here from Correa. He's drilling those body shots, and Ahmed actually lifting his legs up, gets hit with a left hook, flush in the face right above us, and for some reason punches his chest and says, yes please mate, give me some more. I mean, wow.
I'm already excited to see Correa fights next. I mean, so explosive, but Ahmed, wow. What a tough man. I mean, he's probably been in so many more exciting fights than this, but he could have been a lot more.
Yeah, I don't even know if tough's the right word for him. Is there something more than tough?
Now he's complaining that was low, but Lee Every is counting. I don't think it was low. I have to say that. I think it was right on the belt.
One of them Usyk shots.
That kind of territory.
Yeah, to be fair though, Ahmed, he does look like he's wearing shorts for a heavyweight though as well, doesn't he? That's for sure. They're quite big shorts though.
Yeah, they'll be big for me.
Yeah. And again, the body shots have gone in Ahmed's belt. That is calling in Correa, but I think he's starting to feel this, guys. He seems to be maybe just coming apart a little bit, or maybe I'm wrong. He's just had a little dance in there as well.
That's what you call gamemanship. You're trying to old man him and make him feel like he's not hurt. But if Correa can stop him, he's joining good company with a 2-weight world champion, like you said earlier.
To be clear, you're all crazy, but that's why we love you.
Listen, all I know is Ahmed must be feeling them, because I'm feeling sore and I'm just sitting here commentating.
He is feeling them.
actually feeling these shots.
You've seen my head knock back a couple of times. You're up there hitting me too.
I think you took a count on one of them.
We're going to salute him if he does make it through this last minute.
Shots. Yeah. And look at the response from Ahmed. Wants to go out on his shield, doesn't he? Standing there grading. Real fight. What is it about York Hall that is so...
It is amazing, isn't it?
It's so magical.
It's the atmosphere. Everyone's so close and proud. You can hear everyone. You can just hear the noise. And when everyone starts roaring, you just want to do more.
But it just brings something out of fighters, man. Like, even the fighters that often lose come here and think, I fancy a little win tonight.
Yeah.
And that's what you're sort of getting, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it doesn't even need to be packed out for it to be so loud in here.
Look at this effort here from Ahmed in this last round. Big right hand.
No, that's not going to count.
There was
a tangle of feet.
Oh, fair enough.
Do you know what? This has been so non-stop. I didn't even get the word in during this fight. He is actually a southpaw, and now we just had the proof of it right on the final bell.
Yeah.
What a fantastic 4-rounder. We've seen a kid emerge tonight on his pro debut who looks to have a whole load of ability, tremendous fitness, and no end of punching power. He's very raw, he misses, but when he connects, he looks like he could be a bantamweight to do a lot of damage, and Nabil Ahmed gamely has seen it through to the end. Spencer.
Yeah, Eric Correa, remember the name. I think that we're going to have some fun following this kid's journey. He's all action, all out, non-stop, and it's going to be interesting to watch him develop and watch him learn as a pro. And like I say, you know, there's something about this hall, this York Hall, that's so magical. Brings out the fighters. Ahmed, credit to Ahmed, by the way.
100%.
Denzel, credit to Ahmed, man, 100%. Because it takes two to tango and takes two to make a good dance. And Ahmed played his part.
He played his part.
He's a good dance partner.
Great dance partner. He was throwing back when we thought he was hurt. And he just I mean, I think he deserves some cheers as well. I mean, yeah, man, credit to both men.
Rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Lee Every scores the bout 40-35. And your winner, Eric Pretty Boy Trailer.
Well, what a reception he's getting here for an all-out, action-packed showing on his debut. And if we did question slightly the nuances of the scoring in the preceding four-rounder, is there any debate at all, Denzel, from your point of view this time?
No, none at all, none at all. I mean, he won every round, plus that knockdown makes sense wise, 40-35. But one exciting fight. I'm already excited to see him out next. I want to see, you know, I want to see his career unfold and see how far he can go. But yeah, man, excellent fight, exciting fighter.
We're looking again at some of his work. The thing about him is he appears equally heavy-handed off the right side and the left side.
Yeah. He can box from both stances. Really, he's dangerous on both sides.
Yeah, impressive, isn't it? I love that. That was the shot there.
Yeah.
We picked it up. It knocked Denzel's head back twice in that contest as well. He took an 8 count off one of those.
That's
Look
the one
at that.
And you know, I mentioned that southpaw stance in the last few seconds of the fight, but here he is in patches in this review we're watching here. He's fighting orthodox.
Yeah.
That's a handful, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's as effective as an orthodox as he is a southpaw, so he's going to be a handful, but it's the shot selection when he gets up close. And you know what, though? When you get a fighter that comes forward the way that he does, all out aggression, they generally put themselves in range and get caught with shots. He's actually cute about what he does.
Yeah.
His work ethic is phenomenal. High work ethic. The output is insane, but actually, defensively, he's a great little fighter as well.
Yeah, he is. He's responsible defensively as well. He wasn't reckless, and that was good to see. He was explosive. He threw loads of shots, and he made sure he wanted to hurt his opponent. But he wasn't reckless. He wasn't falling over his front foot. He wasn't getting tangled up. He wasn't easy to hold. And there's that knockdown there. I think that might have been on the belt line, like you guys said.
No, I think that was good, man. I think that was good. That was a good shot, that one, the knockdown.
It was that backhand that I really want to see, because I don't think that was a knockdown. But oh,
there you go.
Over to Melissa.
Yep, I just see that.
Congratulations on your professional debut. How does it feel to have now joined the pro ranks?
Yeah, thank you very much. It feels great. I feel unbelievable. But before I say any more, I'd like to say a massive thank you to my coach Matt Linton, my manager Mervyn Turner, and thank you to everyone who come out and support me today. Everyone who's bought tickets. This couldn't be possible, obviously, if they didn't come and support me. So yeah, big thank you to everyone.
That's a really, really heartfelt message, and I'm sure they all really appreciate it. It sounded like you had so much support in the building. What does that feel like, stepping through those ropes, knowing you have so many people backing you?
Well, to be fair, I've been out the ring for like 3 years, so it's a bit nerve-wracking. It was a bit, I was a bit nervous, but hearing all them voices shouting me on, it was great, honestly. And yeah, thank you all my friends and family, everyone at home watching it online as well. Yeah, thanks to everyone.
Obviously, you put your heart and soul into that performance. I have never seen someone put so much into every single shot.
Yeah.
You know, were nerves an element there, or, you know, was it excitement?
Listen, the camp I've had with my coach, he was pushing me so much. Honestly, it was the worst 60 days of my life. It was honestly that.
It was only 54.
Well, yeah, 54. Yeah, he's mental, to be honest. So yeah, but yeah, it's paid off. So thank you very much. Yeah.
It was a wonderful performance. When can we expect to see you back out?
Soon, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully soon. Yeah.
Really exciting career ahead of you, I'm sure. Many congratulations. Any final words?
I miss my girls at home, actually, so yeah, I can't wait till I see my kids at home and just give them a massive hug, you know, and say we're actually in the pro ranks now. Say we've done it, yeah. So thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Bill Williams.
So he's in no rush. Phil Williams is on his way out. First headline grabber tonight in terms of the matchmaking here. It is only a 4-rounder. Williams is a hugely experienced heavyweight. I make it professional fight number 62 tonight, the man from Swindon. And a very capable journeyman he has proven to be over the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Louis Pochetti.
And a young man from North London, Barnet to be precise, Spencer Oliver territory. Louis Pochetti, who has been winning a lot of fans. I know it's a talent packed with talent, a division packed with talent at all levels, but maybe there's room for another youngster, and he is a youngster. He's only 19 years of age. Been quite excited by what I've seen of him myself so far. Still very early in his career, but confidence behind him certainly.
Yeah, great young fighter, Louis Pochetti, and looking forward to seeing him continue his career.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your supervisor in charge, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and green. His official weight of 18 stones, 10 pounds. He has a record of 61 fights, 1 draw, 6 wins, and 1 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Swindon, England, United Kingdom, Phil Williams. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 15 stones and 7 pounds. He's currently undefeated with 3 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Barnet, London, England, United Kingdom, Louis the Structure Pochetti.
Lewis, Phil, when you come. Lads, listen up. You both know the rules. You will obey my commands at all times. When I tell you to break clean, take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close, lads. Most importantly, protect yourself at all times. Shake hand.
So your call is filling up, and filling up quite rapidly. We've had 2 terrific novice professional contests at lightweight and bantamweight, but there ain't nothing in the world like a heavyweight. And 4 rounds it is. 2 novices certainly still on the card to come. And in this heavyweight contest, Louis Pochetti, Spencer, is a novice, but you know him well. And there's a lot of people who believe he won't be a novice for very long.
No, he's doing everything perfectly at the moment. 3 unbeaten as a professional. Very, very explosive. TV friendly, good to watch. But he's learning all the time. He's one of those kids that works hard, likes to get in the gym, listen, learn and develop, and that's what this fight's all about, development here against Phil Williams, who's tough and knows his way around the ring, Denzel, that's for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he's been there a few times, he's been in the ring, he's moved around, and he's a big guy, but 6 big guys, they throw big shots. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pochetti come out with another knockout today. I mean, he's 3 fights, 3 wins, 2 KOs. Clearly a big puncher.
Yep, lovely double jab there from Pochetti. Just got himself in range, showing nice maturity in there at the moment, not getting carried away. Easy to do that, by the way, here in the York Hall. With this, like, you get a magical atmosphere. He's brought a good crowd in here as well, and it's easy to get carried away with that. So it's all about taking your time and taking those opportunities at the right time.
Yeah, so easy to get carried away with that. You land a good shot and everyone starts getting mad and you're just thinking, oh, I think I've got him hurt, and then you just start offloading. So it's very important today. He stays patient, you know, sticks to what he needs to do, stick behind that jab, and when the big punch comes, it will come.
Still only 19 years of age, Pochettino. I've seen him a couple of times already, guys. Very early in his pro career, as Denzel has said. Second round stoppage win here against Mate Netsis. First round, we put away Toby Vermeerder. The other outing went to 4 against Amin Bucheta. Spencer, please correct me if you do not agree with me, but he is 19, and I am actually seeing physical development in him still, compared to maybe a year ago. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yep. Listen, he's a young kid, and he's got all the time on his side. He turned professional very young, 18 years of age. They've just got to take their time, develop him, let him mature as a heavyweight. Good body shot went in there from Williams. Took that one well, he soaked that up. He's got into survival mode already, Williams, which is very difficult for a young fighter when his opponent does that of someone like Williams with experience. But yeah, Paul, he's developing as a heavyweight still. And these sort of fights are the learning fights that you need. This is what molds you and develops you into the fighter that you need to become.
Williams has been around, obviously, quite a long time. This is his 62nd professional outing. 38 years of age. Bomber Brown last time took him the distance, but one or two others which prove his reputation as a gatekeeper on the record. Wardley, Adelaide and Fisher. And he's got through the first round of this one.
I mean, Pochettino being 19, he's a unit. I didn't know he was 19. He boxes like a man with loads of experience also.
Did you say he's a unit?
Yeah.
This is what, honestly, I think, well, he's 15-7 on the scale tonight for this one. But that was my first impression. I said it to Spencer Denzel. I don't know if you... He looks physically much more imposing tonight than 6 months ago.
He's definitely growing, you know, he's growing all the time. He's still, you know, very much, he's still going to put on a lot of muscle mass, and he's still going to develop as a heavyweight. We always remember that, you know, you look at heavyweights, the history of heavyweights and how they develop and grow into the size, you know, like a young Anthony Joshua, the size he was, to what he is now, Tyson Fury. Lennox Lewis going way back when. You look at Lennox when he was beating the likes of Gary Mason for the British Commonwealth European titles, to the Lennox Lewis that ended up knocking out Mike Tyson, and he developed, they grow in stature. And I think that's what we'll see with this young man as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he's also got good feet. He uses his jab well, and he's not rushing. He's not falling over. He's not boxing like a young kid. He's boxing like a man that's been here before. I mean, I know he's probably been boxing since a kid, but he's nice and composed. He's nice and calm. Look at that double jab. Just light on his feet. It's nice to see.
Yeah, he didn't have an extensive amateur career. He found it quite tough to get fights. Hence why he turned professional. He was very keen on doing that, so I think it is all about just giving him the right opponents and letting him learn on the job, but doing a good job here in this second round. And a little answer now from Phil Williams to say, listen mate, I've got to let you know I'm still in here, because Pochettino just starting to get some momentum about his work, isn't he? Getting into a nice rhythm in there.
Yeah, he is. Oh, good right hook there. But Williams just took it and just pointed over it. He was headed to say, all right, try again. But good move, head movement from Pochettino. He's not getting greedy. He's sitting there. He's got his hands up covering. The defense moving his head. Pretty boxing.
Yep, showing some smart stuff in there for a heavyweight. Good movement.
I think that's hurt.
That one hurt.
That one hurt him.
Yeah, don't worry about the kidology. Williams, that's what he does. That's what good pros do, experienced pros. But Paul, I think the body shot went in there as well.
I think if we could interview him after the round, he'd say it was a good shot. He'd be honest about it. But anyway, he's got his composure back now. Nice little flurry of jabs from Williams. Pochettino doesn't need to rush anything tonight, and most certainly doesn't need to walk onto anything coming his way, but he's in a great rhythm, and it's all going pretty well for him.
Yeah, good workman-like job he's doing in there. At the moment, Pochettino's slowly, systematically chipping away here at Williams, and that's what you got to do, Denzel, with experienced pros like that, isn't it? Like, slowly still their soul, because you won't get them out of there with them one shots. They're good survivors. But Pochettino's chipping away here.
Yeah, he's chipping away nicely, and that's what you got to do. Like we said, you got to do that to also open him up. You just see there Williams rushing in. He's just flicking his jab around. If he's in a good stance there, Pochettino can come over with the right hand. That lead hand is dropping, but when you just start coming out the block swinging, they're just going to tuck up and cover up and make sure nothing lands.
Does he get a little bit close before he's jabbing, Spencer?
Yeah.
Does he need to just give himself, I don't know, maybe even a foot more space?
What he's doing, Paul, is he's finding the range with a jab, but he's doubling up on the jab. But when you land that jab, you hold your feet, because the jab's the range finder. Once you find that range, then you're in range to let the shots go. But what he's doing is jabbing, and he's stepping in again with his second jab and smothering his own work. You know, that's what he's going to work on, and he'll improve on that, go back to the gym, and he'll find that distance and timing, because whoever controls the distance controls the fight. And Pachetti, most of the time, has done that. Good right hand at the end there from Williams. A little reminder there.
He's going through the playbook, isn't he, Williams?
He is, and that's showing his experience now. Now I think we're seeing Pachetti feel the pace a little bit. I know it's quite early, but I think he's feeling the pace, which is why he's falling in with a double jab. He's closing that space. He's making the room a bit too close, and he's allowing Williams to get his work off. Williams is just composed, biding his time, and when Pachetti falls in, that's when he lets his hands go. So Pachetti needs to keep that distance, but when you are feeling the pace, it is hard to keep that distance and keep your feet still.
Yep, it's all a learning process here for Louis Pachetti. At the moment, only had 3 contests. All of those have come by the way of victory. 2 of those inside the distance. And this is the sort of opponent, Denzel, that he needs. Paul Williams, you know, 61 fight veteran, standing in the corner, all the kidology, you know what I mean, taking a couple of shots that even you felt, and he's taken them well, smiled, shrugged them off. This is what a young fighter needs. This sort of experience will stand him in good stead.
100%, 100%. Like you said, all the kidology, mentally it will make Pachetti know that, oh, any this time it didn't hurt. It did, don't worry about that. We saw his legs stepping up a little bit there for a few seconds. And now he's back, he's got his head back together, and, you know, he's firing back a little bit there, Williams.
Yeah, Williams just has a little bit of output just to let Pachetti know he's still in there. He's still dangerous, and Pachetti, on the flip side, has to be careful that he doesn't switch off and get reckless, because we know, boys, heavyweight boxing, one shot and it's turned on its head. And someone like Williams, they need a win every now and then, and they'll try and take that opportunity. So Pachetti has to be very educational about his work. He doesn't need to get reckless and go in. Hands are a little bit low there, took a silly jab. That's it, hands back, move off that line, side to side. Let's see some of the work that we saw in the earlier rounds. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I want to see him get back to that work he was on in the first round, using that jab and moving his head. I feel like in the last 2 rounds, he probably fell in a little bit too much. Now he's letting his hands go, but he's not cutting off the ring. He's following. If he just took a step to his right, he's got Williams there stuck on the rope, but instead, because he went to the left, he was on the ropes, and he's allowed Williams to just walk around.
And what happens when you follow a fighter is you're burning energy, you're expending energy that you don't need to do. Instead of cutting off the ring, it's easier for yourself. So all these little things Pachetti can work on, but you look at the fundamentals there and the foundations, and you go, this kid's got a lot of talent.
I think he has.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of talent. Probably just needs to work on his conditioning a little bit more, because I can see the fatigue setting in. Just by the good left hook there though. Set up nice as well, just put a little right hand to the body and come with the left hook. But little things he can work on, just a little bit more craftsmanship, cutting off the ring, throwing the jab, setting up a few more shots.
Well, and it's about being creative, isn't it? Using your imagination. You know, that creativity is what wins you fights. You know, like someone like Phil Williams, he'll cope with this because he knows, he understands, he can see what's coming, he knows what's coming. Use your imagination, come off the side. He was doing it actually, Pachetti, in the opening round.
Yeah,
he was coming off the side.
Not really since then, Spencer. Now we're 40 seconds away from the end of the third round. So we are obviously still a work in progress, but that is pretty evident the way the fight has settled down. And of course, with all his ring know-how, once Williams sees that, he thinks, right, this is how I'm going to get to the end of the fourth round minimum.
This is where there's a good body shot there from Williams. Pachetti took that one, but this is where Williams is in his comfort zone. Like this, he's in his comfort zone,
and he knows it.
This is where he's happy.
Yeah, for him, in his mind, easy. Oh, good backhand there from Williams.
And he's just getting a bit more ambitious, is Williams. 6 pro wins along the way, in 61 before tonight. Ooh, not suggesting this is going to turn round, but that was not one-sided, that round.
No, he had his moments in that round, Phil Williams. Pachetti still won the round, but like you say, boys, I think that imagination had sort of left him then, and that maybe Denzel Bentley hit the nail on the head, actually. conditioning may be a problem here for Pachetti, because a fighter can spot that before anyone else. There'll be people in this room, Denzel Bentley's looking at his game, he's starting to feel it here, he's gassing a little bit here. You can see that by just a slight change of tone or the momentum just slowing down ever so slightly. And I think that you're right there, Denz. I see that as well. Pachetti starting to feel the pace. And guess what? Phil Williams sensed that as well.
Yeah.
He sensed that, and that's when he started coming back and had a good last 30 seconds or so. So something there for Pachetti definitely to work on. But yeah, he's going to have to stay on the ball here, Pachetti, because Williams, this is where he's at home right now.
And tellingly, Williams didn't bother sitting down.
Yeah.
He was standing waiting to be called fourth for this fourth round by our referee, Kieran McCann, and Pachetti was breathing pretty hard for me after 3 rounds. Fought at this pace, Spencer.
Yep, he's come out, and like I say, you know, we're in this venue. You bring a good crowd with you, so you've got that nervous energy as well.
Perhaps that's a factor, but then he's going to get used to that.
Yeah, well, that's all part of the learning curve, I think, Paul. You know, you expend a lot of nerves. When that nervous energy, that takes a lot of energy, Denz, right? And you go, you know, he's coming here, he's fighting in front of his own crowd, and he's still very much a novice here, Pachetti. So we've got to take all of that into consideration. Maybe not down to, you know, he may have burnt a lot of nervous energy on the ring walk alone.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Like you said, when you set a big crowd, you can hear everyone cheering for you. It gives you a different sort of energy, and you probably burnt that, just like you said, on the ring walk, and especially in the first round, because from the second round, coming towards the second round, I saw him slightly starting to fade a little bit. His shots weren't as sharp no more. His feet weren't moving as good no more.
He's caught by a good right hand there.
A good right there from Williams, and like you said earlier, Spencer, he's seeing these shots. That's why he can time them and counter them. Because the sharpness has gone out of the shot.
That was a very good job for Pochetti, that it was not on the point of the chin, because
yeah, you're right, Paul. That was a big right hand, and Pachetti
just took it. He's carrying his left hand slightly low, Pachetti, and I'm not seeing the head movement that I like. And the only reason we're not seeing the head movement, and I know this from experience, is when you start to blow a gasket a little bit, you start forgetting the, you know, the simple basics, and that's when you make the mistakes. And that's what we're seeing here from Pachetti. That was better work, but got caught with the right hand, but started to move the waist better. But he's feeling it here a little bit, Pachetti, that's for sure.
And Williams has no problems finding him. And again, like the third round, this is not one-sided. Pochetti looked very polished early on, but he's not getting out of the way of much when Williams chooses to go on the offensive now, guys, is he?
No, we still got just about a minute left, yeah.
Yeah, and trust me, when you've got a minute left and you're feeling it, that was a good body shot there. Williams felt that one, and Pachetti sensed it. And he's got to be careful, though. Don't be reckless from your
right hand is still potentially a leveller in this fight.
Yeah, Pachetti got to tighten up on that left side. Keep that, stay focused. Don't switch off. Don't get silly. Don't get reckless, careless. Forget the grandstand finish. Just get the belt round under your belt now, because he's falling into territory where he's putting himself in unnecessary
harm's way.
Harm's way. That's exactly the word I'm looking for, Paul.
He'll probably get away with it tonight, Spenny, but the road ahead is long.
Yeah, this is where you learn, and this is where you learn from good fighters like Phil Williams, and it's coming tough in there now. Both guys starting to feel the pace. Good finish from Pachetti, lands a good right hand, and
Williams and Robinson just falls out.
Good fight.
Good fight.
Testing fight. Testing night in many ways for Louis Pochetti. He showed us all the talent, and he showed us what he's still got to learn. And Phil Williams has been around a long, long time, and he showed that. He showed his know-how. There was a complete absence of panic when Williams was under pressure early on. Pochetti looked to be an improver, certainly. He's still a baby in professional boxing terms, particularly at heavyweight. But he didn't get it all right, did he?
No, he certainly didn't, and they're the fights that you need. They're the sort of fights that mould you into the fight you need to become a champion, or put yourself in the position to become a champion. So look, good learning curve there. Phil Williams, experienced, knows the game, and he made Pachetti work.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 40-36, and your winner, Louis Destruction Pochetti.
I mean, the good thing about these shows, I feel like every fight every fighter on this card that has won today has a lesson to take from that fight. No one had it easy. They've all been challenged, they've all been tested, and they've all passed that test. But they can all go back to the gym and work on things to improve next time round.
It goes into the book as a shutout. There were 1 or 2 moments in that fight for me from the halfway point onward, Denzel, when Williams started to ask a few questions. Here's another look at some of the best action of it.
The jab there was good from Bocetti early, and then he started falling in.
Exactly.
As the round went on, he kept falling into that jab, which was allowing Williams to catch him with that right hand over the top. Good double jab there. He was doubling it up there nicely. But just as he started to fade, that was the right hook from early that he kidded him with, that he said it didn't hurt.
So he's won it 40 to 36, Spencer. But out of 10 tonight, what is your mark for the young man from your part of the world?
I think out of 10 from this young man, I think we can get a lot more. I'm going to give him a 7 out of 10 for that. You know, I think he started very well, very positive, showed that he's got the foundations to become a good young fighter, only 19 years of age, so there's a lot more to come. And this is all about learning, the apprenticeship, very much, and that will be a valuable learning lesson from him there. I think on the downside of what he was doing, his approach was a little bit reckless in the last couple of rounds, carrying that left hand a little too low.
Let's hear from him now.
Louis Bocetti, your 4th professional fight and your 4th professional win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good after it. It's nice to get my 4th win. Could have done a little bit better, could have looked a bit tidier, but it is what it is. We learn from it.
Listen, a win is a win for the first matter. And secondly, what do you think you could have done better, and how do you think you could have developed that fight?
I could have made my guard a little bit tighter, I could have put my punches together a bit better, but it is what it is. It's all learning.
It's all learning, and obviously you're extremely young as well, so it's part of that development process, you know. Obviously you've been on some really, really big platforms. It's so nice to have you back here. How important is it to be a part of small hall boxing?
To be honest, out of all the places I've fought at, this is my favourite place so far. I feel like it's a family here. We all come together. So yeah, I love it here. I love it.
Obviously 4 professional fights in now. When you stand on the top of that runway, do you still have those same nerves?
It's getting easier and easier each time. We just learn how to deal with them better. The more experience, the more better we'll get at it.
When can we expect to see you back out and performing? You're such an exciting fighter, and I'm sure all the fans want to know.
Hopefully within the next month or 2. Hopefully. Moving fast.
Moving fast, building lots of momentum, and a really exciting career for you. Do you have any last words?
I just want to give a massive shout out to my sponsor, Andrew Southern over there. He's helped me massively throughout camp, and I appreciate him so much for it. So a big shout out to you, Andrew.
Congratulations, Louis. Nice to see you.
Thank you. You too.
So that's a little look at the full lineup still ahead of us tonight. At the top of the bill for the 10 rounds of Billy Jackson and ASINI BYFIELD, which is bound to be lively, but it's been pretty lively stuff all the way.
Samson.
And next, the introduction for Carl Samson at lightweight tonight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Ross Driscoll.
And for his professional debut from North London, Finchley, here comes Ross Driscoll.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyetz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black with gray trim. His official weight of 10 stones, 5 pounds. He has a record of 46 fights, 1 draw, 6 wins, and 1 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Sheffield, England, United Kingdom, Carl Sampson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white trunks, his official weight of 9 stones and 12 pounds. And tonight, he is making his professional debut, hailing from Finchley, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Ross Driscoll!
From here at the York Hall Bethnal Green, we've seen a couple of really interesting debutantes tested in different ways. Let's be clear about that. And now for the professional debut of Ross Driscoll. This is at lightweight, and he's in against Carl Sampson from Sheffield. Sampson 6 wins from 46.
And only been stopped 3 times.
Yes, indeed, Denzel. A proven survivor in that sense, but it is 12 defeats in a row. And what we will take as a given, at least from Sampson's point of view, is that he's fit and raring to go and raring to test Driscoll, because he's already been in action in what used to be called the new season, not anymore. In mid-August he was back, and I fought another debutant on that occasion, actually, one David Cuervo. So a fairly extensive amateur background for Ross Driscoll. He's from Finchley in North London. And the standard's been pretty high among these debutants tonight, Spencer, hasn't it? So he's got quite a lot to live up to.
It certainly has, and Driscoll started this one very well there, just landed a sneaky little left hook to the body there, and Sampson had to soak that one up early on here, and Driscoll with the aggressive approach, but got caught on the way in there, Denzel. What we was talking about in debuts, don't get reckless, don't get carried away with the crowd, stick to the game plan or you pay the price, and Driscoll just got caught with a silly shot there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's hard to ignore the crowd. Look at the noise they're making. I mean, they're all here for him right now. These are his people screaming for him, so he just wants to put on a show and he wants to showcase his skills, but he just needs to relax a bit and think about his work and do what he knows he can do.
You know what? It's one of those venues, though, isn't it? I boxed here amateur pro. You boxed here amateur pro, and it is hard not to get carried away with. Yeah. Listen to the atmosphere bouncing off the walls in here.
It's fantastic.
It really is. Sampson just going with a wild left hook there, and Driscoll got to be careful of those shots. He's the taller ranger of the two, but he's got to be careful because Sampson, using that lack of height, what we were talking about before, he seems to be using that well to his advantage. He's looking to come in low and counter with those big hooks, so although Driscoll in control at the moment, he has to be careful he don't get reckless here.
Ooh, that's a good little left hook up top there from Driscoll.
He's looked a bit vulnerable to that for me early on.
Oh, right hand over
And
the top
again.
there from Samson. And the left. But like you said, Samson's using that lack of height as an advantage. He's coming in small, he's smothering his work, he's coming in and he's making sure Driscoll don't get any room to get any shots off with that leverage. So just got to be patient and take
again,
half a step back.
Again there, boys. There
Yeah.
you go. Samson using that, coming out of that crouch, coming back with that left hook, and Driscoll got to be careful here, Paul.
Just needs
He
to slow
doesn't-
down a bit, Spencer, doesn't he? His life's
Absolutely.
not, you know, it's not all on the line here. Work your way into this.
Yeah, take a little look, have a little feel and see what it's all about. Soak up the atmosphere a little bit. Stay focused. Do not get reckless.
Very keen to make a big impression, we get that. But Samson's been around. He's seen a few kids like this, lively ones, coming out all guns blazing. Not fazed by any of it.
He's looking for that left hook still, Samson, isn't he? He's coming from that crouch. He's landed that shot a couple of times, Denson. He's looking for it, mate. That's for sure. It's been a good round for Driscoll and done enough to win the round, but there's been a couple of times there where you think, don't get too reckless, and we see him there, Driscoll, just smothering his work a little bit too much, bit too keen, stepping in one step too much, just needs to give himself half a yard back so that he can get off with those shots.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, the way Samson's moving, he's moving very well laterally, and then when he wants to, he just comes, he just kind of jumps forward and grabs hold of Samson, but it's because Samson's too close. As he jumps forward, Driscoll's too close, as Samson jumps forward, if Driscoll just takes that little half a step back, he will fall over his front foot and then he can land his shots at will over the top of the right hand or a stiff jab. So he just needs to get better using his feet, coming in and out rather than side to side.
Yep, good start there for Ross Driscoll. Won the round but got caught a couple of times in the process in doing that, and Cole Samson proved what a good young campaigner he is. He knows his way around the ring and he's dangerous, and as we say, and we've been saying all night, these journeymen, they need to win every now and then. So if they get a little sniff or half an inkling, boy, they try and take it.
They're going to take it.
I think there's been some really good corner work there at the end of that first round, you know. In that Driscoll corner, there's been a bit of finger wagging, a little bit of composure, and implicit in all of that was start to box behind your jab. Calm down and stop rushing.
Oh, a delayed reaction.
But he wasn't listening.
That's a good left hook right on the top of the head.
Samson caught one, a big one.
Yeah, delayed reaction, hit him high on the head, and that's the effects it has. The legs went from underneath Samson there, and he's going to have to do everything to survive here. He's still very unsteady on his legs, and he's got to be careful he doesn't get caught on the top of the head again there, Dens, because he's coming in low.
Very low indeed, and there again, Spencer, yes.
He hasn't got his legs back.
Every second is going to help him. Smashes his own gloves together in a bid to get the focus back.
Yeah. He moves side to side. As soon as Driscoll gets too close, he just runs in and holds.
Yeah.
Right, like what he done there, and then he spins off. So just got to give himself a little bit of room to work, and he'll get him put him down again.
Yeah, just needs to take his time, cut the ring off. Just closing the gap a little too much there, but it's a good recovery here from Samson. He done well to get up and recover from that, because the shot landed high and the legs went from beneath him, and I know from experience that's hard to recover from.
Yeah, it is, but he's done really well. I think he's now just getting his legs back. He's done very well to keep in there. Even now, the ref warning him is giving him time.
Yeah, he's thinking, thanks, ref. He's probably swearing at the ref a couple of times to get a little bit more of a rollicking, just to get a little bit more time.
Yeah.
I don't know why you know about that stuff, by the way, but anyway.
Little tricks of the trade.
Absolutely, they call it experience. You've got to remember, I am 106, Paul. I've been around a bit.
You don't look it. So it's been a breakthrough round. Almost an unexpected breakthrough, a bonus breakthrough for Ross Driscoll early in the round. Sampson has shown his composure and his know-how, but Driscoll looks to finish the round big.
There's Sampson again, just looking for a conversation with the ref to buy some time.
Yeah, showing good experience there. That's what the good old pros do for sure. The left hook goes in again. Sampson took that shot well, but he felt it, that's for sure. And Driscoll, he's got the height, he's got the reach, and he uses those levers well because he generates some power from them for sure.
He does.
Sampson doing his best to get out of the way of as many of those attacking shots as possible from Driscoll in that round.
Yeah, another good round there from Driscoll. Just seems to turn the screw a little bit. That delayed reaction from the hook. Let's see if we can take a look at some of that action here. We see it. The hook landed high on the head there. Look at the legs. Just went from beneath him. They just buckled and went from him. He done the right thing, Paul, by taking his time whilst he's down and taking full advantage of the count.
How good a shot was it for you?
Oh, it was a beautiful shot. Listen, Denzel Bentley will tell you, mate, when you get hit on the top of the head, it sends like you get a ringing noise go through your ears, and then a delayed reaction, and you think, whoa, what's going on with my legs? You've got the old Elvis Presley legs on here. They're starting to go all over the place. A little bit of Shakin' Stevens going on in there as well.
The legs disconnect from the whole body, and it just betrays you. You can't do nothing about it.
On we go. It's barnstorming action all night long here at the York Hall Bethnal Green, live on Fightzone and on talkSPORT.
Do you know, I want to say one more thing about those knockdowns as well, is that the brain, when you get hit high on the head, the brain's telling you you're all right, but your legs are saying, no, I'm not. Yeah, your legs. So your brain's going, no, I'm fine, but the legs go from beneath you. It's a very strange feeling when you get hit high on the head.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, it's a very strange way of earning a living being a professional boxer.
Absolutely.
That's why we love you guys.
Do you know what? When you think about it and you go through the layers and you look and you go, when you're a 7-year-old kid, you walk into a boxing gym when most kids are going to jelly and ice cream parties, and you walk in there and you get hit in the face by another kid, generally get beat up in your first spar, leave there crying and think, I want to go back there again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's mad.
Come on. You know, there's a lot of insanity around that.
These two kids are cut from the same cloth. Driscoll shapes to be a kid who wants to give value for every pound spent by every fan in attendance tonight and everybody watching with us on Fightzone and talkSPORT. It's fairly reckless, fairly gung-ho. It's an incident-packed affair at lightweight. He's not having it all his own way. Sampson's a live wire, a mover, a handful. But little by little, I guess that Driscoll would claim to be asserting his authority.
Yeah, he's just slipped into a rhythm. And you're right, Denz, he's got it with a big body shot there. And one just 15 seconds before that as well. And Sampson soaked that up well.
Sampson just look at the spoil Driscoll's work. He's been doing that all fight, but as the rounds are going on, Driscoll's finding better shots. So he's improved every round for me, Driscoll.
Yeah, he has. He's settled down now, isn't he? Like, you know, he's not being reckless, not getting caught by any silly shots, and he's slowly, systematically breaking Sampson down here and doing what you've got to do to these good, tough journeymen.
Yeah.
You can't get rid of them or get reckless, because if they get their opportunity, they'll take it.
Most definitely. But you can see Sampson's really trying hard and digging deep to stay in this fight. Good jab there from Driscoll.
Yeah, now controlling the centre of the ring now, Driscoll making Sampson work so hard on the outside. That, trust me, takes a lot of energy. And Sampson using all his experience at the moment to stay in there.
I've been impressed with Driscoll in this round, I must say. Much more accurate, a bit more measured, finding the target more regularly. The pressure builds with that, Spencer, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Sampson now, you know, is showing the potential that he has. He's settled down and he's using his brain now, taking his time, feinting, controlling the space more importantly, and making his opponent work like a dog in there, like by expending so much energy on the outside. And you can see there as Sampson walks back, Denz, he sucks up the air, man. He's working hard in there.
He did. He's earning his money tonight.
He certainly is. Trust me, this atmosphere in here is absolutely bouncing. Not a seat left in this place, full capacity. York Hall, when it's like that, Paul, It's the best, isn't it? I mean, we've seen the fighters that we've seen here. You know, you're going back to the likes of Johnny Tapia, John Ruiz. You know, you're talking
on
about
that very point tonight. What was the first thing I said to you when we met each other? That they were queuing outside at 5 o'clock, and I always remember the night that Johnny Tapia fought here because they were actually queuing at 3:30 in the afternoon, if you can believe it, in the winter.
That is crazy.
It was like a personal appearance from Mount Olympus by a superstar. It was an amazing night. But he's the right kind of fighter, wasn't he, to be fighting in a joint like this?
Absolutely. You know, you've had the likes of Lennox Lewis, you've had like some serious names. This is a historic place that always seems to bring the best out of fighters, and every fight tonight so far has lived up to expectation, actually exceeded it.
Yeah. Very good.
What a great card we've had so far.
So, objective number one now for Carl Sampson is to hear that final bell in one piece and continue on his merry way, or not so merry way if he's not winning. But it's his job, it's his trade, the rough trade of boxing. The prospect in this one, Ross Driscoll, has not been perfect. Not sure how many marks we're going to give him for artistic endeavour at times tonight, guys. But he is showing basically that he's pretty heavy-handed, that he wants to be an attacking fighter, he wants to be a crowd pleaser, and all those things are good attributes.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But I tell you what, when you choose that style and you want to do that, it's got to be educated about your work process. You got to, you know, he's gone in there a little reckless at times, and I think that's what he's got to take away from this. Don't look at the pluses, work on the weaknesses, and that will improve you as a fighter.
Good body shots going in there from Driscoll. The crowd are just roaring. It's amazing. The atmosphere in here is crazy.
Yep, really good atmosphere in here. The crowd on their feet, and I tell you what, he's brought a big crowd with him, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. And it's hard, certainly, for Sampson, who has been caught on those kind of occasions, leaning into the shots, almost doubling the effect of them. There's another one.
Yep, the uppercut there. I think it was my turn to feel that one. I felt that one. That was my turn to take a count there, Denzel. Yours in the last round, but them shots, like, I mean, we're that close to the action. You do actually feel it, don't you? You know, and it's times like this when I look and go, I'm glad I'm retired.
Yeah,
I'm glad I've done that.
It's mad because I was going to say earlier. You know,
he's down.
He's got him.
Wow,
again, he walked onto one.
He's in big trouble here.
He just looked over his corner and shook his head. He's not getting back up.
Is it going to be tight? He's counted out, and Ross Driscoll starts his professional career with a fourth-round knockout victory over Carl Sampson.
Yeah, what a victory that was. Great shot there again, high on the head, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where, you know, we were talking about how Sampson was dangerous using that lack of height.
Yeah.
But what I liked is when a fighter's got that adaptability, and what we saw there from Ross Driscoll was that adaptability. He worked it out, and when a fighter can work something out, he goes, right, he's coming in low, so I'm going to start throwing the hooks down low.
That's it.
And that was the effective shot. So that's what I like about Driscoll, is that he's not a one-trick pony. He can adapt for a fight and read a fight.
When we look at the analysis again in a few minutes, we'll attempt to count up the number of times just in that last round that he was caught. Sampson leaning in, leaning forward, and Driscoll time and again was casing him for that shot. Landed Spencer comfortably 8 or 10 before he finished it.
Yeah, definitely, totally agree with that.
Here we go. There, see, he's dropping down all the time, and to his credit, Driscoll didn't rush it, waited. There's another one. There's another one. And
yeah, that was the
we can keep counting here.
For me, Driscoll got better every round as it went on, and you know, like Spence said, he managed to adapt and find the shots that were working for him. He kept applying that pressure, so that also tells you the conditioning is very good. He just kept applying that pressure. He didn't fade, kept that pace, and he found the left hooks. And that's what ended the night.
Yeah, great little performance there, and there was a finishing shot high on the head again. You know, reminiscent of the similarities to that and the first knockdown. Sorry, were exactly the same. Delayed reaction, and this time he didn't beat the count. Good performance, good debut there from Ross Driscoll.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds of round number 4. Your winner by TKO, Ross Driscoll.
great reception he gets here from the crowd in the York Hall Bethnal Green. I think it's appropriate also just to give a credit to the corner, because they were in danger of riding a horse out of control in this fight tonight, but between the first and the second round they put reins on him, they got him to think a bit more, and things began to fall into place really, Spencer, from that point.
That's exactly what it is, Paul. As we take a look at the end of the contest again, the left hook, that was the first knockdown that landed high on the head. But yeah, good solid performance there, and credit to the corner as well. Well picked up there, Paul Dempsey, because the corner sort of reined it in, changed it. You've got to get that advice, and the fighter showed that he has that capability to adapt through a contest. And you can see there the excitement above us of, I'm hoping it's his girlfriend Denzel, and if it ain't, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
yeah.
No, good performance, but yeah.
Can I just say, there's not enough love in the world. Okay, let's all remember that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll apologise to Ross Driscoll now. If it ain't his girlfriend, perhaps I shouldn't have said nothing, but no, I'm sure it is. Yeah, well done. Great performance, great debut.
Great debut. Great atmosphere as well, great crowd.
And also, clearly, a lot of relief that it is out of the way. They build up these nights so much. They put in so much work. There's so many unknowns turning professional. And nerves play a huge part. But anyway, he's come through the other side. Another cracking 4-round contest, that one. And I think we're going to hear from Russ and indeed the team in a moment with Melissa.
Many congratulations on your professional debut. I appreciate that your throat is not up to par at the moment.
It's always like this, that's why I've got husky in my sauce.
Right, so, husky, that makes sense. So that's why I'm going to ask your team actually to speak on your behalf. Obviously that was an emphatic performance.
Yeah.
You know, Carl Sampson, really a veteran of the sport. So a big statement actually to have him down in the second round, and then obviously to get the stoppage. How are you feeling about that?
Over the moon for him. I mean, even Carl just said, he went, mate, no one does that to me. He's a strong lad, and he's had a great amateur experience, and to bring him through now in the pros, he's so strong for his weight. He's going to be a powerful lightweight, and as you've just seen.
Obviously, it was a much anticipated debut because of his amateur background. You know, a standout amateur. You know, won many titles. So obviously, coming from such a pedigree to have that statement, this amount of support in the building. You know, what do you think that support means to him?
Oh, it's unreal. I mean, everyone. He's sold loads of tickets today. He's got great support as well, which obviously helps in the pros. And I'm just buzzing for the journey. He's got such a big journey ahead, and I've got big plans for him.
Obviously, really exciting career ahead of him. As a promoter, what did you make of that performance?
I mean, what a debut. Couldn't have gone any better for him, could it? You know, he sold out the place, and he's a great talent. We all know he's a good amateur, but he's, you know, what he did, like he said, what he did to Cole Sampson, people don't do that to him. He was on survival mode for quite a while. He's obviously got some power. He sells out the place. Good-looking lad. He comes from this great gym, you know. So he's coming. You know, some great boxers coming out of this gym. He's one to watch. He could go all the way. Great talent.
Thanks.
Such amazing words. Obviously, I know that you have a little 2-year-old as well. So what does this mean to you?
It means everything. Like, I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting such a big turnout either, to be fair, but I sold a lot of tickets.
He was so nervous backstage, and he performed like that with all the nerves and the anxiety and that going through it. So now we all settle. I think the second fight you'll see a lot better performance.
Well, it was a fantastic performance, and I am so excited to see what you do next. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Then scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Christian Lopez Flores.
So on we go with Christian Lopez Flores, the Mexican who's made a base for himself fighting professional in Europe. And he's by no means a stranger to our shores here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and he has been known to give a prospect or two a very hard night.
Tommy Murphy.
And Tommy Murphy from across in West London, from Ladbroke Grove. Pretty much got a residency here at the York Hall. 4 of his previous 5 pro fights have been here. And he's not wasted any time getting in there to get going again. It's been quite a lengthy layoff, 14 months since Murphy's last appearance. July of 2023. And on that occasion at the Peacock in Canning Town, not far from here.
3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee Lee Every. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and gold. His official weight of 10 stones bang on. He has a record of 60 fights, 2 draws, 14 wins, and 12 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Bratislava, Slovakia, introducing Christian Lopez Flores. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 10 stones and 21 pounds. He has a undefeated with 5 wins. Hailing from Ladbroke Grove, London, England, United Kingdom, Tommy Murphy.
Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all time. Good luck to you both.
Lee Every takes over on refereeing duties once more at super lightweight. This is scheduled for 6 rounds. Tommy Murphy looking to continue on the progress he made in the first year or 2 of his pro career in against the vastly experienced Christian Lopez Flores, who is based these days in Bratislava in Slovakia. Makes ease of travel for getting around Europe to do his job as a journeyman professional. Mexican by birth, actually born in Culiacan, and I think I'm right in saying, Spencer, that that is world famous because it was also the birthplace of the all-time great Chavez.
Yeah, Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the all-time greats. And for Tommy Murphy's sake, let's hope that Lopez Flores is not as good as Chavez, or it's going to be a tough night.
Well, let me tell you, there's about 300 guys in any given year, professional boxers from Culiacan. None of them are ever going to be Chavez, but nearly all of them know how to survive.
Know how to fight. It's interesting, isn't it, with someone like Flores? You go, like, you know, where he's from, you know, them back streets, that tough part
you know, of Mexico, and you go, how have you ended up in Slovakia? Like the journey to get there, like when you think about it, you just go,
there's no correlation.
it's just like, it's crazy, man. Like, but that's the fighter's life, innit, man?
Yeah.
Like, you just go, he's probably gone there once for sparring or something and thought, yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Probably settled down, found you know, a partner, and thought, you know what, I'll move with you over here. I don't mind it here.
And the reason is probably because those gyms that he spars in Mexico, can you imagine, Paul, the wars that Flores must have day in, day out in those gyms in Mexico?
Yeah. Must be really taxing on the body.
This is living the high life if you're him.
Oh,
Here at the York Hall Bethel Green with us. The Southpaw Murphy is the main focus. Nice and composed. He's not rushing his work like one or two of the other novice pros we've seen tonight.
No, he's a good boxer, Murphy. I've known him since his amateur days, saw him turn professional. It's been frustrating time for him, 14 months out of the ring, but used to box for Dow Youth. Good amateur, great boxing skills, you know. He does all the basics well, keeps himself together well. And yeah, he knows when to take that opportunity. So now, because he's been out of the ring for so long, it's just about feeling his way back into it and getting back into a rhythm.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he doesn't look like he's been out the ring too long. He's still boxing quite nice and composed. He's got good feet. You know, good at that southpaw stance, and you know, hopefully he can push on from now and, you know, move forward and hopefully get some aerial title shots in the next 4 or 5 fights.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'll be looking to do, but first he's got to deal with Christian Lopez Flores, who seems very tough and very capable, that's for sure. And the way that you beat these type of guys, because they generally have slow feet, the Mexicans plant their feet very much, and they keep their feet very flat on the floor. So the way that you beat them is by what Tommy Murphy's doing right now, and controlling that distance, throwing his shots, not sitting in the pocket, getting away and getting out of the space, because Flores, from what I saw there, looks capable with his hands, but his feet may be a little slow. Well, good opening round there from Tommy Murphy. Just eased his way in it, found his range well, and didn't take any silly chances, and just boxed perfectly, really. And Flores covering up and just looking for that counter punch, isn't he? And Murphy landing a good body shot there. He just fell. Flores may have just felt that one. Just seemed to suck up the air a little bit there, Dens.
Yeah, he did. He kind of reacted to that a little bit, and I think Tommy's realised that. That's why he went back down there. But Tommy's holding the centre of the ring well, you know, making sure Flores doesn't come forward at all, keeping him on the back foot, which gives Tommy a bit of time to look and pick his shots, and I think he's doing that really well.
Yeah, controlling the space very well, Tommy, on the front foot and the back foot. Again, targeting that body. One thing we know about Mexicans, I think they're born with decent chins, aren't they? I don't think I've ever seen a chinny Mexican. But one way you can get to them is downstairs, to the body.
Eat a lot of tacos. But what Murphy's doing here that I really kind of like is that little half a step back. He took 2 steps back there, but in the last fight with Driscoll, if he took that half a step back, he might have got his opponent Sampson out of there earlier.
That's a great,
got the job done though.
Great point. No, but that's a great point. You go, you know, why make a fight hard when you can make it easy?
Yeah.
You know, and I think that is by controlling the range, controlling the space. If you're controlling the space as a fighter and you can move off the line and work the angles and stuff, then you become a problem for anyone.
That's
you know, because it's all right having decent hands, but you've got to get yourself in that range to throw those hands and get yourself out of range so the hands don't come back at you.
Yeah, that's it. And I think Murphy's doing that really well. I mean, every now and then he gets hit with a little shot, but that happens is boxing. You know what I'm saying? You can't go out the rain and not get wet.
I'm not disputing a single word that's been said about Murphy in this round, but I one little word of caution about this guy. Lopez Flores. When he wins, he generally wins by stoppage, and he started to try to just show Murphy he has got a little bit of a dig. So Murphy does need to be watchful. At the range, it's not going to be a problem, Spencer, but if he thinks there's going to be nothing stopping me coming in when I choose, he could be caught out.
Yeah, but that's a great, valid point there, Paul, because I thought that with Flores. When he lets his hands go, he lets them go.
He does.
You know, he plants his feet. He does what Mexicans do. If you look at his feet, he'll sit down on those shots, bend his knees, dip his knees, and really throw some leverage into them.
And he's ready to wait and wait and wait, isn't he?
Yeah, because they're tough, man. Like I say, they soak them up, man. You hit them with them shots, and it has no effect. You know, and as a fighter, when you hit another fighter and the guy smiles at you and walks forward, that sort of stills your soul a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you start questioning yourself, and then when you start questioning yourself is when things start going wrong. So they're all the sort of things you've got to overcome in there. That's the mental side of the game that people don't see.
100%.
You know, that psychological side that fights are won and lost without even knowing what's going on, with the way that your opponent is reacting to certain shots that he's getting hit with or not getting hit with. You know, and that's the thing that it's very difficult for a fighter.
And like you said, both sides of that come with experience. Learning how to that pedology, gamesmanship, all kinds of experience, and learning how to ignore it and look past it and still get your work off, also comes with experience. And I feel like this will help Murphy, you know, achieve that in this fight, because Lopez is doing a lot of that. And what Lopez Flores is doing, you can see when he plants his feet, he goes for the body first every time. He's targeting the body every time. He wants to slow Murphy down. Murphy's really good with his feet. If he just comes up top, he's going to fall short. But going to the body, it doesn't move.
That's because every kid who grows up in that town gets a tape of Julio Cesar Chavez for their 5th birthday.
Yeah, great body puncher.
No, not great. Perhaps the greatest, or one of.
Also, with Murphy, you look at his record, he's 5-0, no stoppages, no KOs, no stoppages. Maybe Lopez just isn't respecting his power a little bit. That's which is why he's holding his feet a bit more and whipping them in, thinking, I can hurt you, but you can't hurt me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I think that now, you look at Flores holding his eyebrows, hands up high. You know why the fighter does that? Because he's trying to draw a fighter in. He says, you stand there holding your hands up, and there was a good body shot there.
There
Flores,
he is again.
Flores just seemed to complain about something. But yeah, it was a good body shot. But when a fighter holds his hands up round his head, he's generally trying to set a trap, draw a fighter in. And I think that's what Flores is doing. Maybe a little sign of frustration there, Denzel, as well, that Flores, because it's like he's hitting thin air because Murphy's controlling that space so well.
Yeah, he's controlling that distance so well, stepping in and stepping out. He's just gliding on his feet right now.
6-round trip when he fought here against Royston Barney-Smith last time. Some similarity style-wise, isn't there?
That's where I've seen him. Yep, I'm trying to place Flores and say, right, what fights we've seen him yet? Royston Barney-Smith, and he give him a good workout, to be fair. And Royston, a great young prospect himself. Whoa, there you go. There's the big shots. That just brought a smile of acknowledgement when a fighter smiles.
Yeah.
He's generally been buzzed or something's happened, because
he knows it was a good shot.
That's how you get the reaction.
Yeah, that's
certainly a reminder.
Yeah.
Why does a fighter do that, by the way? Like, when a fighter gets buzzed, he gets hit. His way of trying to say, I'm not hurt, is by smiling, or nodding. And yet you know the opponent then knows that he's hurt you.
Shot, yeah. I mean, it's a way of acknowledgement.
Is it instinctive?
It's instinctive. It's like, oh, good shot. My turn. Now what should I do next, kind of thing. But I mean, you got to be able to do something next. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you're saying it's my turn next, you got this constant ringing in your ears. Like, You know exactly what I'm saying, don't you?
There has been some good work in this round from Lopez Flores.
Yeah, he's getting closer. He's letting his hands go a little bit. Murphy, to his credit, is keeping control and and staying composed under a bit of the pressure. But you just sense that Flores is growing into it a little bit, starting to fancy it a little bit, or is he just thinking, I'm falling behind here and I need to start, doing something?
I think both things are true, personally. There's also a little nick over the side of the right eye of Lopez Flores. Certainly could be a target for Murphy.
Yeah, I think Lopez knows he's falling behind, but he also kind of feels like he can't be hurt. So I'm just gonna try a little bit harder and make you work, make you earn this victory. Good right hand there from Flores.
Yeah, much better round from him.
Good response there from Murphy, though. Took the shot well, sucked it up.
and came back.
And come back, that was nice. Another good round there in the bank for Murphy, but Flores definitely had his moments in that one, didn't he? He was definitely doing more work, getting himself in range, and right hand was effective as well, so that was definitely the key shot for him. And a little warning maybe for Murphy to say, right, we're now going into the second half of the fight. Stay switched on, son.
Yeah, don't get
Stay switched on.
Yep, don't think this is a walkover. Stay switched on and avoid his backhand and try and get yours on.
I think he can sting a bit with these Lopez Flores guys, and he's worthy of respect.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, I thought that when he come out in the opening round, I thought, oh, hello. Don't worry about the record. This kid can whack a little bit.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
You know,
you got to respect people's power. When they have power, they have power. He doesn't have the same boxing skill as Murphy, but he can surely whack a little bit.
Do you reckon in Mexico, when they start boxing at the age of like 6, before they turn professional at the age of like 14, do you think that they're born with a punch? Do you think, because they're all just heavy-handed fighters, aren't they? Like, they're just tough, heavy-handed fighters.
I would think it is. I think it's the way that they actually spar in the gym, very often without head guards, and nobody gets any respect without earning it. So all the punches thrown in the gym are thrown with bad intentions. That's built into them from a very early age.
I mean, I also think it's the diet. I mean, not being funny, they eat a lot of heavy food, a lot of solid foods. You know what I'm saying? I think that can play a part also.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Might switch up my diet to tacos and see how we get on. See how we get on. I mean, the closest I get to Mexico is like Dorito crisps.
Yeah.
But Murphy again having another good round here. He's doing the right thing, isn't he? He's just like, using his experience, just dabbing away at his head. There was a little clash of heads there as he went in, but yeah, just using his experience to make a potentially hard fight here and make it relatively easy for what it could be, Paul.
The issue really for Tommy Murphy is he's going to win a lot of admirers among the aficionados fighting like this, the people who will watch and understand the ring craft, the strategy of it.
Yeah.
But we've seen a couple of barnstormers already tonight, which get the people going, don't they?
Yeah.
And when he's fighting like this, Murphy is not getting the people going. And I'm not saying that in a negative way myself, but I think there will be other people who might see it like that.
That's a great point. It is for the boxing purists. People like ourselves will sit here and we'll admire it and we'll appreciate it and know exactly what he's doing in there and controlling the space and all that stuff that we've been talking about. But your general fan, he wants to see a tear up and he wants to see a TV friendly fight, where you're getting that excitement. Tommy Murphy is for the purist, where you will appreciate the good work that he does. But like you say, it's quite quiet in here now to what it has been. And I think that maybe that's something he can work on, an injection in pace, because if you shut your eyes and you would listen to the punches going, there'd be a familiar pattern. There's no injection of pace, that's what makes a fighter exciting. That phase 1, phase 2, and like that 1-2. Now give me a 4-punch combination and go again.
What next?
Exactly. And I also think that's what can contribute to stoppages if you're not a concussive puncher. Switching the pace, changing the tempo, making the other fighter not know what to do.
That's how you get rid of tough Mexicans. That's how you get rid of tough Mexicans. You ain't going to get it with one shot.
You're not going to.
Like Paul said, they're brought up that way. Do you know what I mean? They're sparring at 7, they're sparring with 14-year-olds. They're tough. But that injection of pace, levels, phase 1, phase 2, go again even, phase 3.
That's it. No, you're right.
That's what the people remember, and that's what the opponents feel.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's invaluable experience nonetheless for Murphy tonight, and really, guys, to go one step further with Tommy Murphy, you're talking about the injection of pace. I will add something else. If he gets to 10 professional wins like this, which he's on course to do, I think we'd agree at this point in this fight, it'll be another. This should be number 6. But when we get to 10, then what may change the perception of him is the injection of jeopardy. When he starts central area, southern area title against a guy who's a live one from the other side.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think by then, I think it's too late to change your mindset and start thinking I need to step up. I think it starts from now. It starts from these fights. You've got to change your mindset from these fights. You're already halfway there now to 10-0. This should be number 6 as it's going on course. in case, you know, a shot from the Mexican heavens come for Lopez. But yeah, you're right. You can't get to 10-0 and start thinking I need to switch up now for the Southern area levels.
Yep, you made a valuable point there, a great point there. It's like a fighter, when you go, a fighter has issues with stamina. You can't just do stamina and go, right, I'm going to start training hard now. Yeah. It happens from a young age. You build that over time. And you do that as a fighter as well, because this is the apprenticeship now for Tommy Murphy. And if he doesn't do it now, you won't do it when you get into the championship fights. So, and I'll actually speak to him about that, because I know this kid and I like him. And I think that he has potential, but that's what's needed, and it's a valid point from both you guys, actually.
So I think what we're looking for in these last 2 rounds of this one is, does he just start to up the pace a little bit? Does he start to dominate more and pull clear? Or does he continue in this sort of middle gear?
I think he should step the pace. He should always finish strong. I've always been told by my coaches and stuff, I always finish strong. I remember when I fought Linus, I felt like I was in front, and then I asked my corner, what should I do? Should I just like move around and just shoe-shine around? They said never. Always finish strong. You never know how the fights are being scored.
Absolutely.
Totally right. You know, you don't know how the fights are being scored. And I'll tell you something else as well. When you go into cruise control, that's when you make fundamental mistakes. That's when you switch off. Right, you switch off because you think, right, I've got it now, I've just got to stay out of trouble. The mindset's different. So my advice to any fighter would always be finish strong. Because you don't know the way these judges are going. I mean, some of the scores we see these days, wow.
They've been ridiculous.
Wow.
If I'm being honest, Killer instinct all the way through, man. Killer instinct. And
that's it. Let people leave this venue going, wow, do you remember that kid?
Exactly.
Final round, he went for it, rolled the dice, left it all in the ring. It's called prize fighting, and people pay to come and see you, and they want to remember you when you leave. For the right reason, by the way.
Every so often, still, Lopez Flores finds the target.
Like that?
Like that.
Yep, he can be a dangerous little dude when he lets those shots go.
And you can see he's got heavy hands. You can see it by the way he's throwing his hands.
Murphy maybe just starting to feel the pace himself a little bit now. You just see him take a little step back. He's been out of the ring, he's been inactive for a while. It's been frustrating time for him, and maybe just starting to feel it as the hands just start to drop. And what we were talking about there, Dens, when you look at a fighter and go, he's starting to feel it a little bit here. The gum shield, seeing more of the gum shield now as well.
But this is where if he was picking up the pace, he'd be thinking more about his work. He might not be throwing shots, but his movement will be more, you know, over-exaggerated, just because he's still thinking. But when you get complacent and you're just throwing shots, that's a good body shot.
That's a great little body shot, that.
But when you get complacent and you're just thinking you're cruising around, like you said, you make these little mistakes and now you got to catch up again.
Yep, totally agree with that.
Sometimes it also seems, guys, as though the hardest thing is if you do sort of start to drift for half a round and you get a reminder from the other side, then picking it up again, it can be very difficult to do.
Yeah, definitely. Well, 5 rounds down, 5 rounds in the bank there for Tommy Murphy, but maybe starting to feel the place a little bit there, Denzel.
Yeah, probably. He's been up for a while, and I probably feels like we're being a bit overcritical of him, but it's because we know he's got the talent and the skill set to push on and go forward. Otherwise, we wouldn't be, you know, critical of him.
It's concealed praise, isn't it? Disguised praise, really. And we want to see more of this young man emerging from the cocoon, getting busier in terms of fights, earning bigger fights opportunities, and entertaining like he can.
We know he's capable.
Listen, constructive criticism should be taken on board, and that will improve you as a fighter. You know, I think the fighters that decide not to listen to that. When you're hearing that from experience, and that's what we've got bags of that. You can't buy that. And you look at it and you go, I can talk all night about all your good things, but let's work on the things that need working on 100%. To get you to where you need to get to.
Moreover, such a packed division in Britain at the moment, isn't it? There are a lot of very good lightweight, super lightweight fighters.
I think globally there are as well, and so you know you've got to be on the ball and you've got to be improving all the time if you want to compete at any sort of level. You know, and that means from area, English, Commonwealth, British, European, world. You know, you go through that and you go, there's a decent fighter in every one of those that I mentioned.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there was a little clash of heads there. But just like you said, even domestically, we've got 2 monster fights at this division coming up soon. We've got Jack Rafferty and Henry Turner for the British title. That's the monster division. These are guys that he'll be looking at. And then you got Adam Mazin versus Ahara Davis. This is the position that Murphy's going to want to be in. And if he wants to be in there and get the call up for these fights, he needs to start improving in these fights and impressing and doing what we know we can do, what he's capable of. But he needs to get it out there. And this is why I say, when I was a young pro coming through, every camp I had and every fight I had, I was training for championship fights. I was training for championship, 4-rounders, 6-rounders, I can do that getting off the plane. I was training for championship fights. I need to condition myself to be able to do 10, 12 rounds. So when I do get the call up, I can do it.
And you know what, Denzel, about that conditioning, like you say there, and you're training yourself for championship rounds, we live in a world today where you never know when that phone's going to ring.
Yeah.
And when that phone rings, it's all about opportunity.
That's it.
And if you don't take that opportunity, boxing is very much about luck, as in when you get that luck of the call.
No,
oh, so-and-so's fallen sick.
Yep.
Shame on him, but you get the opportunity.
Yeah, that's it.
And you have to take that, man. And that's why for any young fighter, forget going off the boil and having a couple of weeks out after you've won. Get your ass back in the gym and do what you got to do. And I think that's good advice for any young pro.
Yeah. That's what Martin gives us a week off and we're straight back in the gym. I feel like early in my career, I made a career off taking fights in short notice.
There you go.
And it's done me a world of good.
There's a lot to work on. There's a lot of ability.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Good shots there.
That was good work there. And I'll tell you what, Lopez.
He's finishing strong. He's up in the pace in this last round.
Yep, sorry, Flores. Lopez, Flores. Yeah, he was hurt there, wasn't he? He felt that, definitely. And that's where I want to see the injection of pace there.
Exactly, Spencer. And that's what we're not seeing in this fight.
See, single shot. Now go again. And like, if he goes again there, that's when he leaves his mark. Because this kid's tough and he will take those all day.
All day. And even come back with something.
Yeah, with a smile, normally.
Last few seconds of it. Tommy Murphy returning to action at the York Hall Bethnal Green, live on Fightzone and on talkSPORT. Surely doing enough to make it 6 straight wins. Christian Lopez Flores has steered a steady course through this, occasionally threatening.
Yep, the bell ringing a little bit late there, I believe. I'm not wrong, but yeah, good little performance there from Tommy Murphy.
I think Spencer's going to just jog off and have a little word with him.
I am
on
indeed,
his way out.
I am indeed.
You might inform us as to how the conversation goes when you get back. Denzel, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, good performance. I think he won every round. But, you know, there was things that we would have liked to have seen in there. Like you were saying earlier, the injection of pace, a bit more urgency. Early, he started off great with his feet, catching on the counters, fast hands. Then as it went off it, his feet started slowing down, started getting a bit sloppy. The defense started dropping, and he was getting caught with one-off shots. You know, big shots from Flores, and you can't afford to get caught with shots like those against a higher level of opponent. So, you know, we want to see Murphy go back to the gym, work hard, work on his craft, and next time we see him, we want to see him better. I can appreciate he's been up for 14 months, and, you know, but next time we want to see better.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Lee Every scores the bout 59-55. And your winner, Tommy Murphy!
Murphy gets the W. 6 straight wins. Just Spencer, just give us a little insight on what was said when you went over to speak to them in the corner.
Yeah, well, Tommy Murphy, who I know well anyway, I just said to him, listen, that was a great performance. I know you're in activity and there's been frustrations outside of the ring. You're back in the ring now. And I said, I've got to tell you, there's one thing missing. And he's like, what is that? And I said, injection of pace. That's what we need to see, Tommy. And he went, what, like in that last show? And I went, no, I need to see you putting your shots together in 4s and 5s. This kid will eat those right hands and those single shots all day long. I said, but the way you break those down is by stealing their soul, injection of pace, 4 shots, 6 shots, not just 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 at max. I went, I need to see 4, 6, and that's how you get the victory, and that's how you get people talking about you leaving. I went, I want to hear cheers and claps, not silence, and that's what you need to. That's what he needs to work on. He knows that anyway. But that was the advice that I said to him.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Denzel, over to you as we look again at some of the highlight moments.
Yeah, what Spencer says is true. I mean, 4, 5, 6 shots, he's got fast hands. Use them. You got fast enough hands to throw 3, 4 shots before you come out. But listen, I think he's over there with Melissa now, so over to Melissa.
Tommy Murphy, 6-0 now. How are you feeling after that performance?
Yeah, good. First 6-rounder. A year and a half at the ring was a bit hard work, but I was warming up. I think in the last round I should have stopped him. I think if I did that in the 4th or 5th, I would have got him out of there. But you live and you learn. After a year and a half out, 6 rounds ain't no, like, it's not a burden. It's good for me. I need it.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, you know, it was your first 6-rounder. You know, a lot of people, you know, if they haven't boxed before, they don't know what those extra couple of rounds can feel like. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that does feel?
Yeah, so you get to the 4th, and like in there, I thought, oh yeah, 4, done now. I forgot when he said 5th. I see Amy with the 5th round thing. I was like, oh my god, forgot about this. But no, I didn't feel too bad. My fitness can be better. But you live and you learn. And like I said, a year and a half out the ring, I didn't really do much for a few months. So I've had an 8-week camp. I'm not 100% fit where I should be, but next one, yeah, I will be.
Is this your first fight since you changed gyms?
Yeah, my first fight since I changed gym. But like I said, I ain't boxed since July 22nd last year, and I had just like 6 months off doing nothing. Tried to get back in, and now I'm in Churchill's gym with Big Harry, Obed, and Sam Mullins, who can't be with us. He's in America with our fighter Joanna, so wish Joanna good luck. She's on a big card in America.
How is that change of gym situation going for you? Are you enjoying the training there?
I'm around some real top fighters like Chev Clark, British champion. We got Chris Eubank training down there at the moment. Joanna fighting America. Harry's fought for a Southern Area title. Carolyn is over from Canada. Hannah Rankin. We got loads of good fighters in there. So when you're around people who's been at these top levels, it spurs you on, and you want to do that as well.
Absolutely. Well, listen, congratulations on the win tonight. Well done on the first 6 round, and we look forward to seeing you back out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's going to be a fight of the year, man. Yeah, man. The Turkey of the beach as well, man.
Exactly. Be a good fight.
I'm looking forward to that more than I was to AJ as well.
Yeah,
yeah. That's the proper masterclass fucking fight.
Big fight.
Yeah.
Big fight.
That's a real test now for both. Proper test.
I think Bibble beats him, man.
I think it's solid.
It's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Stephen Vincent.
So the ring entrance of Stephen Vincent, the 33-year-old from Christchurch in Dorset, accompanied by a little bit of a supporting act, nicknamed the Wasp. Vincent, the job tonight is to sting and hurt Liam Dillon any way he can.
Liam Dillon!
And here comes Liam Dillon, a real crowd pleaser. And more than that, he's been in some really good fights against high-class opponents over the last year or two. A brief reign as the British champion at super featherweight. They tried to take a quick step up once he beat Kash Ashfaq to win the British title. Maybe reached a bit too far.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white trunks. His official weight of 10 stones and 3 pounds. Hailing from Christchurch, Dorset, England, United Kingdom, Stefan the Wasp Vincent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 10 stones, 11 pounds. He has a record of 16 fights, 2 losses, 1 draw, 13 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Chingford, London, England's United Kingdom, introducing Liam Dillon.
Come, lads. Left hand, Liam. Lads, listen up. You both know the rules.
So
you will
Kieran
obey my
McCann
commands
draws
at all
them together.
times.
Liam Dillon is seldom in a dull one. He's got Stephen Vincent set to come at him tonight and to try to sting him. The Wasp, they call Vincent. Dillon, a little bit of a throwback attitude. The kid from Chingford, light spinning hard fights, seems to thrive on them. Can Vincent make this hard for him? Dillon from the get-go gets going, Spencer.
Yep, here he goes, Dillon. This is the way that he fights. He come out very, very fast there, but he's got to be a little bit of thought about that because Vincent is a decent little fighter himself and he doesn't want to walk onto one with that reckless approach. First round, when you're cold, you get caught and it can, you know, it can take an effect. So, got to be a little careful there. Very fast start there from Dillon.
Dillon's not here to waste any time.
No, not at all, Denzel.
He just loves to tear up, don't he? That's what it is. He comes in and you can see that about his work. He just likes to get in there. He likes to get up range when he's in target, in punching distance, and then he lets his hands go.
Finesse, not always top of the agenda, but that doesn't mean that he's not a real crowd-pleasing fighter. That is certainly the case. And he's almost saying that about him kind of demeans what he's done, and that's wrong of me, because anybody who has fought at the level for the titles that he's contested, he's a proper fighter.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. Body shot, good shot there. He picked the shot well, did Vincent. Just that cross-arm approach there from Liam Dillon. Dangerous tactics, the dangerous defence like that leaves the body wide open, and Vincent made him pay there.
Yeah, he did. He just found it. He just looked under, saw his arms across and just went for the body. Liam Dillon's got to be careful with that one. But good shots there going in. Vincent just turned them against the ropes. It is scrappy, but I feel like this pace will favour Dillon as it goes down.
Yeah, Dillon's just one of those fighters that likes to make it scrappy. He doesn't want to be pleasing on the eye. He's the type of guy you don't want to meet in a pub or outside on the street.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
not.
He's just going to keep coming at you. That's the way that he's bred.
Yep.
You know, I think that he's one of those guys that actually feeds off getting punched.
Yeah. The more you hit him, the stronger he gets.
So can Vincent stand strong in the face of all of that? The pressure applied from the off here It's only a 6-rounder. Dylan's used to remember 12 or 10 rounds.
I've got to tell you, Vincent's feeling it already.
I think he is.
He's starting to feel the pace a little bit here. The legs are just starting to stiffen a little bit, and I'll tell you that approach from Dylan is definitely working, because Vincent, the hands are coming down a little bit, and you know, like, you'll notice then, it looks like he's sort of rolling the dice a little bit already here, Vincent.
Yeah.
You know, like
in the first round.
Yeah, in the first round.
He has whipped in some good body shots though.
Yeah, but look where the mouth is.
Yeah,
you see those telltale sounds, and look, the legs just a little bit like doing a funny little dance and that.
He'll do very, very well to go the distance, I'll be honest. But I can't see it. Just with that pressure alone, just the pace alone is killing him. I don't think he will last that long.
No, I think you're right. I've just seen him, watching him in the corner there.
Can't wait for a drop of water.
Danny Rueg in the corner there, an old guy that I was going to box many, many years ago, you know, and it never really happened. He was a tough kid, one of those sort of journeyman types that like sort of give you a good workout if you weren't on the ball. Yeah, and he's got a wealth of experience. He's been around a long, long time. He knows the game inside out, so I'm sure he's giving him some good advice there. And my advice would be, you need to get out earlier running, mate, and you need to do your work a little bit more.
Yeah, you've got to do your own work.
When it comes to showtime, this should be hard work done and now having fun, and I don't know if he's just feeling the pace a little bit here.
Dylan very businesslike indeed from the off tonight. Of course, it was Ryan Garner who did the business on Dylan with such a polished display over 10 rounds here last time.
Yeah, well, cracking fight that was. Yeah. That was on my card when I fought Danny Dignan.
Indeed.
I could hear all the roars from the changing room, and I was thinking I want to go out there and peep and see what's going on.
That's what it is about this atmosphere, about this venue, isn't it? That the dressing rooms are some poxy little dressing rooms out the back, and you can hear everything. Like, people don't realise when they see you on the telly and you're boxing here, they go, I don't know where you've been warming up out the back there, in some little closet, you know what I mean, with some old hanger up there and or a broken tap with a little bit of water coming down.
You can't close the tap.
They don't see that, mate. They, you know what I mean? They'll think it's bright lights and all that showbiz. But
just in case the management are listening, we love it here.
Oh, absolutely. That doesn't change the fact that you get small dressing rooms.
Yeah, we love how authentic it is.
Well, that sort of that
venue.
That you like that though, don't you? You can smell the sweat. You know what I mean? You love it.
You can smell the sweat from the last show.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
See, a lot of the kids these days are a bit spoiled. These sparkling new training facilities.
Yeah, there was a time when we were training, we didn't even have soles on our boots. Now they've got to be brand new. You know what I mean? Do you remember when the
tassels?
Listen, let's cut it short. We're going a bit Monty Python here. On with the action.
Well, the action is good. I tell you what, Liam Dillon has been very, very forceful in this second round again, and although it may look crude and sometimes a little bit reckless, it's effective. And he's having effective work here, and Vincent is having to dig deep here already.
Good left hook there, that's hurt the Wasp. The Wasp been stung. The Wasp has been stung.
He's pulled out the line of the day as well.
Some of the matchmaking tonight has been so savvy, and to me this probably sums up the entire night. Dylan, not quite top liner, Spencer, but not far off it. Big defeat, lessons learned. The management have looked at the situation, spoken to their guy and said, right, what next? He said, get me somebody that I can do a good number on to get my confidence going again. Yeah. That is smart, isn't it? It's not a walkover. He's probably going to win unless he makes a terrible mistake or Vincent finds the shot of his life, but he is going to have to actually go through the gears a little bit to get there.
Yeah, that's spot on, and I've got to tell you, Vincent, to his credit, has hung in there. Just took a big shot there, but he's hung in there, and he's been very tough in this one. But now Dylan's starting to break through again, and yeah, if you're a promoter, well, you want the phone to go, or you want to ring Dylan and say, we want you on the show, son.
Correct.
because listen to the crowd here. They're into it again. Dylan's, all out action.
Dylan's loving it.
Good work from Vincent, by the way, as well. You've got to give this kid
and
credit.
And he's playing his part 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I thought he'd blown a gasket after round one.
I saw that, but he's doing more to stick in there.
Denzel, as we all know, you had 1 or 2 setbacks yourself, and you will, I'm sure, testify to this. You do not want a 6-round stroll when you're coming back off a defeat. You want to go away from the next one thinking, I got something back tonight.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to just... I know people call them confidence boosters, but if you're real fighters don't like that. They don't like warm-up fights or confidence boosters. They want to get straight back in there to a fight that's going to give them the real confidence they need going into another championship fight. And I think that's what Liam Dillon's doing tonight. He's got a tough fight coming up next against Louis O'Doherty, which was meant to be tonight, but it had to be rescheduled because of a cut on Louis O'Doherty, former Southern Area champion. I mean, that's going to be a real fight. If you look at the styles of Dillon and the styles of O'Doherty, it's going to clash. The styles are going to clash. We're in for a cracking night when it happens.
Absolutely, and I understand the plan is that it could be happening in a month or so.
I think you're right.
O'Doherty got the decision against Jeff Foury here over 10 rounds in May. It was an absolute thriller. A lot of people thought it should have gone the other way, incidentally, but that's another story.
Yeah, I mean, O'Doherty, he's been pushed quite quickly. I think he won the Southern Area in his 5th fight and defended it against 2 tough guys, one in Jeff Foury, and now he's taking on Liam Dillon. I mean, he's not wasting no time for anyone.
Absolutely.
He's a tough fighter. He's been in good fights with good opponents as well.
I'll tell you what, cracking little fight we got here, beginning of round 3. Both guys trading blow for blow. Dillon come out through some brilliant shots, but the Wasp responded and let some shots go of his own, and he's taking some big shots in there, but Vincent, to his credit, is sticking in there and he's giving it a go, man. This is a great little contest.
It is. It's at a very fast pace as well. Very fast pace. Both fighters landing good shots. Liam Dillon landing better shots, and is obviously, controlling the fight based on his pressure. But when Vincent throws his shots, especially that right to the body, it lands so clean.
So far, as well as he has boxed Vincent, he's unfortunately not been able to put a question mark into the mind of Dillon. Spencer.
No, Dillon's been... It's been a savage performance, is probably a better way of saying it. He does what he does best. This is where he likes to be. As the both fighters are just trading right above us in the corner, I say this is where Dillon likes to be. He likes to be on the inside. That's why he's got his hands where they are now. Yeah. He's drawing in his opponent.
The legs are stiffened up there, Vincent. Yes. I don't think Dillon's seen that. But if he did, he would have jumped to him and got him out of there. That leg stiffened up.
Yeah, he's
very got his legs back.
You're right. The legs are still very, very shaky, aren't they? And I don't think Dillon has recognised that. Tough kid. Both of them are very, very tough.
Very tough.
And Dillon's very effective on the inside. He throws a short chopping right hand.
Big left hand.
The leg stiffened again there.
What a tough man.
Vincent has taken a great deal of punishment. A lot of it pretty accurate stuff from Dillon, but he is still standing.
Good body shots there from Dillon.
He's in big trouble here. Is Vincent. He's fighting on empty at the moment. The legs are gone. Dillon looking to get on the inside. Referee taking a close look as well. I think he sensed that Vincent could be in a bit of trouble here and maybe wants saving from himself, because one thing's for sure, he's not going to pull himself out.
He's not. Oh, good left hook again from Dillon.
Almost fell into it a bit, Vincent.
I mean, Vincent hasn't even got his legs fully under him and he's still standing there trying to fight back.
Yeah, tough guy. Gladiatorial sport, man, it really is. And both these guys are showing what it's all about. And where do we get it? Here at the York Hall, this historic venue. No better venue. And these fights we see week in, week out. Incredible. It really is.
Yeah, like Paul said earlier, there's been some great matchmaking on this card because every fight has been entertaining. You've got some from every fight.
And do you know why that's what I said to the big bosses there at talkSPORT? I said, let's go on the YouTube channel, and it's soon going to be switching over to talkSPORT TV when that goes live, looking like January sort of time. I said, at the red button, every home's going to have it. But I said, I took this to the bosses and said, we need to get these small hall shows, York Hall and whatnot, because you're missing a trick.
100%.
These are where we see amazing shows week in, week out. And this justifies exactly what I said.
Most definitely. These fights deserve to be televised. These boys deserve to be seen. These fighters deserve to be seen. I mean, they're putting on great fights, they're putting their hearts on the line. They deserve to be seen.
I agree with and endorse every single word you said. And all false modesty aside from both of you, another knock-on effect of bringing more of these shows to the wider public, it does make us all have a greater appreciation for the championship level boxers, as you, both of you, were, and in Denzel's case still is.
Yeah, and
because
do you know what though, Paul, what this does, this highlights where it comes from, because this is where we start. This is where I had my third professional fight. This is where Denzel Bentley had his fights to get onto the big stage and get those big fights and those big opportunities. This is where it's done though. This is where it comes from. This is what they call the grassroots, really. But that's why you get this action like this, because these guys want to achieve those heights. So this is their world title fight.
It is indeed, it is.
What's terrific here about Vincent is that although he's been under pressure and on the verge of going over 2 or 3 times, he knows what he's in there to achieve. He is in there to close the range for Dylan. If required, fight him on the inside, which is, let me tell you, that is not a comfort blanket, but that's the way he keeps this competitive, and he is incredibly dogged in so doing.
It's incredible that the toughness that he's showing in there. Like, Denzel's picked up on it a couple of times. You've seen the kid's legs go like he's walking on stilts, and yet he's still hanging in there. You think, where's it coming from, man?
Fighting back, not even looking to hold. He's literally swinging back.
Yeah, the grit, the heart, the determination. I admire it. I admire it. Like, you know, it's brilliant.
Oh, good right hand there from Liam Dylan.
Time and again, Dylan just trying to find that little bit of space from the outside to let the big shots go. It's not hard for him to do that tonight. Vincent's not really closing the range at any pace at all. He's intent on soaking it up, and he's round by round soaking up so much punishment.
He is.
How is he soaking it up? That's why I'm looking at the legs again. Big uppercut goes in as well, Dylan.
Oh, he's going to have a sore headache in the morning.
He certainly is. This is a tough way to earn your money for sure. And I think it's Paul Dempsey's turn to feel those right hands landing now, because we've had one of those nights, haven't we? You felt the uppercuts, I felt the left hooks, Paul Dempsey's felt the right hands. It's been one of those nights, it really has.
Oh, but credit to Vincent, man. What a tough fighter he is.
Yeah, respect, gladiator. That's what he is.
Also, to that point, I'm not going to crab anybody from any part of the world coming to our shores to earn a living, but it also underlines how many journeymen and better than journeymen there are waiting to get a phone call in this country, Spencer.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. This is all about opportunity, and these guys are fighting like it is their opportunity, and they're both delivering. And what will happen off the back of this, Paul, win or lose, for both of these, that phone will ring again.
Correct,
100%.
Because this is what York Hall's all about, 50-50 fights. That's how the promoters sell the seats. That's why every day, every show that's on at York Hall, everyone that comes here knows you're going to in for a good show. You never get a boring show here. You know, you get 1,200 capacity. They're always sold out. Why? Because people recognise it's value for money, 50-50 fights. We've had that tonight as well.
We have indeed. I mean, what were you, about 8 fights in, 7 fights in? Every fight has been a cracker. Every fight has been good.
Yep, number 8.
Yep. Every fight has been value for money.
And I tell you what, we've got some barnstormers to come as well. We've still got 2 to come, and one of those is the English and Commonwealth eliminator with Billy Dickinson against BYFIELD, and that is an absolute barnstormer, that one.
All this before 9 p.m.
All this before 9 p.m. What a steal.
Nothing wrong with an early night.
Here we go.
And I think these boys will vouch for that as well, you know.
100%.
They don't want to do overtime, but I'll tell you something, Stephen Vincent's doing overtime tonight, because, boy, he's earned his money, Paul.
He has.
2 rounds left of this 6th rounder.
Vincent's throwing big shots back, that right hand. Look, he's going for it. He's not
I did say, Denzel, a few rounds ago, forgive me for cutting in, if he finds the shot of his life, who knows what happens?
Yeah.
And he's clearly thinking that.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's trying his luck.
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? When you get there, he felt that one. I felt that one
twice
again.
over.
Right again, and body shots again going in. Oh, big left hook.
I think
as well.
I think that injection of pace we was talking about for Nerf. If we see that from Dylan now, put a few shots together, he'd get him out of there.
Yeah.
He has put some good shots together.
Well, the referee just giving him a little telling off about use of the elbow there, but it was never going to be textbook stuff coming from Dylan, was it?
The only thing about Dylan is it kind of follows on from what Kieran McCanna's just done. What a fighter he'd be if he had a great left jab.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But you know what? I think that he's one of those guys that doesn't want to learn the jab.
No, you're right.
He doesn't want to learn the jab. You know, you like that. It's like having a scrap in there, isn't he? You know what I mean? We're talking about Queensberry rules, but there's a little bit of street in there as well.
100%, there's a lot of street in there.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
His coach told him the jab will take you around the world, and he said, forget that, I'll find my way around without it.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. He's definitely a guy that you want on your side as opposed to against you, isn't he?
100%. Sometimes I look at these fights and I think, geez, I wouldn't want to be in a fight like this.
I'm going to go and see him in the dressing room afterwards, for sure. I'm going to be his friend.
Be his friend, yeah.
See again the way he's happy to walk in with the gloves up rather than throw a jab to get him in there.
Yeah, he's like, that's too boring for me.
Yeah, exactly. Do I have to do that?
Yeah, don't want it. That might not have the same effect as one of these big dirty left hooks or these chopping right hands. But
good uppercut there from Vincent as well. He just chipped it in there.
Mate, where is he finding the energy of this Vincent? Like, it's just insane, man. Like, credit where credit's due. What a game guy.
Yeah, definitely.
What a game guy, man. He soaks it up in there for sure.
I mean, also, 33 years of age.
Oh.
You know, he's not in the first flush of youth.
Yeah, he's not. He's not. He's getting on a little bit.
He's a young man in my book, mate. Don't worry.
But yeah, for a fighter, the recovery takes longer at these ages. So
yeah, I'm going to give you one, Paul Dempsey. Yes, he's 33 years of age, but what age is he leaving the ring tonight?
Oh, I know.
Probably 43.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, mate. Like, because that adds years on these sort of fights, man. I'm respecting him. Like, I'm respecting him a lot, but this is a young man's sport, and that is putting years on you, that for sure.
The thing about it is, you mentioned Peter Buckley and people like that a while ago, Spencer, guys who clock up over 100 fights and many more in some cases, but they're expert at slipping a shot, going for a little walk, stopping the guy's momentum. Vincent doesn't do it that way, does he?
No, he stops them, a lot of them, with his face. That's what I said to you. One thing we're sure is that, you know, there's two reasons why you wouldn't want to meet these outside of the ring in a fight. One, because he would break your heart because he soaks up so much punishment and keeps coming. And this guy, he gets off on it. He gets off on it. He enjoys it.
Look at the spirit shown here in the ring between all three of them. This is a referee, Kieran McCanna. I always think he gets it. He understands this business. Takes three very often as well. That gets overlooked.
It's a beautiful fight. Both guys have been absolutely incredible.
They have. I mean, at the end of the first round, I didn't think Vincent was going to make it this far. And here we are in the sixth round. He's standing up in the corner screaming, "Let's go!"
How badly misjudged was that from me? Because I thought he'd blown a gasket after round one. When he sat down and looked at his trainer, Danny Rueg, speaking to him, I'm thinking he's giving him his final words. Go out there and give me one more good round, son.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I thought.
He folded the dice from early.
He stayed in there, man. Look at him. He's a gladiator.
He hasn't done any gamesmanship, any old man in. He's just fought his way.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and they don't even want to tie up in the inside, do they?
No.
Even the guy taking the shots don't want to. It's crazy. He got through with one there, Vincent, and I'll tell you what, Dylan felt that.
Yeah, it looked like a shook Dylan a little bit.
Spencer, you used the phrase between the rounds. Vincent is the kind of guy who can break a man's heart just by persisting. Yeah. And there was just a little moment there where Dylan seemed to wilt.
Yeah,
what else can he throw at him?
It was one of those shots that hit him, a left hook, and he felt it in his toes. That was the one. It went right down, it sent a signal from the head, right down to his boots.
The only thing about Dylan is you do actually have to nail him to the floor.
Yeah, that's a great point. That is a great point.
Oh, good uppercut there from Vincent.
This is tough. It's getting very tough. We're halfway through the 6th and final round, and boy, is it getting tough in there. Both guys now, the physicalities are now coming out of this, and it's becoming a psychological battle.
Oh, good
and that's what happens now with these guys.
Oh, good foot there from
And that just stung him. Did you see the legs just slipping again there? What?
But he's coming back. He's fighting back.
Wow, what a shot.
Can we get 6 more rounds in this, please?
Listen, if they have another 6 rounds, I think Vincent will leave not 43, but 63.
Modern boxing is, of course, by definition, different in so many ways, but there's something eternal about a fight like this that takes us back to the roots of the modern version of boxing a century ago.
I'm loving this. Like, this is what it's all about, and like I say, this justifies my idea of wanting to bring boxing to talkSPORT's boxing YouTube channel, because people don't see this, and they should see it.
They should see it.
You know, this goes on.
Once you leave the venue, that means the fight's done. It's gone. You should be able to watch this back and repeat it. And
Absolutely.
See this is a classic.
An absolute
Fourth rounder as well. I haven't seen the jab this round. I'm loving it.
What is that? What is that? Jab?
What is that? Jab? Never heard of it.
Both guys
They're swinging to the very end of it. Last few seconds.
Wow.
They've given absolutely everything, and at the end of it, of course, they give each other a big hug.
That was, yeah, absolutely insane. What a fight. What a fight for so many different reasons. Like, wow, man, that was draining for me just watching that. You know, when you're commentating it, the emotions, you go, just what they're both going through in there. You know, it was brilliant. Look, listen to the crowd. That's what we're talking about. They appreciate a good fight.
They do.
They love a good fight.
You don't want too many of those though, but they appreciate a good fight.
Nah, man, you don't want any of those. Unfortunately, you get put in those.
You get put in those, yeah.
But you don't want any of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 58-56. And your winner,
Dylan gets it, but he only gets it by 2. So Dylan gets the W, but more than an honourable mention there for Vincent, who came pretty close around a 2, Spencer, to causing a huge upset.
Well, I didn't see it quite that close, but I'm pleased that he left with something. You know, he seemed happy at the end there. He's nicked a couple of rounds, and more importantly, he's given us a fight to remember.
100%.
You know, that's what I'm loving, man. That's a 6-round fight, and they boxed like it was a world title fight. They put it all on the line, left it all in the ring, and the only winners are us, the commentators, and the 1,200 strong crowd that's in here.
And everybody watching with us on Fightzone and talkSPORT, of course. Vincent just refused to allow Dylan to roll over the top of him. Dylan was kept working and working for every minute of the fight, and there were 1 or 2 moments when Liam Dillon took a few reminders, to put it mildly.
Yeah, absolutely. Both guys showed incredible heart, strength, grit, determination, and that's when we get these beautiful fights.
And let's see now how Dylan reviews it with Melissa.
Liam Dillon, congratulations, your 17th professional outing. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. That was a good fight, very enjoyable. And I feel like I enjoyed it a bit too much. I kept getting suckered in, but my team will probably have a go at me for that when we get back. But yeah, I'll just enjoy being in the ring fighting.
Do you know what? You seem so calm for someone who just went to war for all of those rounds. You know, that was an absolute fan-friendly fight. What was the game plan going in?
Game plan was just to work on what we've been working on, picking the body. I think I've always had a tendency to throw loads of shots, but this one I tried picking my power punches a bit. He was tough. I think he come in a bit heavier. But I mean, I said to the boys, I don't really care. I just want to get in there.
How was, you know, obviously he's a very experienced fighter. How was, you know, facing that level of experience in the ring?
I mean, I've faced loads of experienced fighters in my career, like journeymen. But yeah, he was very
wanted to get involved. Looked like he loved it as well. So I'm sort of going off that energy and just loving a scrap.
And a quick word from the coach. What was some of the advice coming out of the corner?
Well, he literally done everything but get him out there, to be honest with you. Liam is what Liam is. You know what you're going to get with him. He's as tough as they come, and you know you're going to get an hard fight with him, and he brings entertainment, doesn't he? So yeah, brilliant tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough as they come, bring loads of entertainment. Never a boring fight with you, Liam. Congratulations. When can we expect to see you back out?
I think I'm back out next month by the sounds of it.
Yeah, we're on the 26th of October for the Silver Commonwealth.
Amazing. We can't wait.
Thank you ever so much. Cheers.
Sorry? Elias, Leo Kaptos and Robert Vincent. Two. Bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Elias Leo Kaptos.
Ilias Leokaftos, the 35-year-old, Greek by background, born in Greece, now living in Guildford in Surrey.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Robert Vincent.
And the outlaw, Robbie Vincent, preparing to make his ring entrance here at the York Hall.
There he is as he walks down to the ring. Robbie Vincent has some good performances here at York Hall. Nice, slick, tricky southpaw.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing and in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Dan Frost, and your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyets. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, his official weight of 10 stones and 11 pounds, hailing from Guildford, Surrey, England's United Kingdom, Ilias Leokaftos.
The slate is not long
and now
for Leokaftos, but he did appear in a thriller.
Fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the white and red. His official weight of 10 stones and 10 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 7 wins. Hailing from Orpington, London, England's United Kingdom, Robert Vincent.
They could have put a blindfold on Robbie Vincent. He'd still found his way to the ring. This is his 8th straight appearance here at the York Hall.
Let's keep it clean. Obey my commands.
So
Stay
far, 7
professional and
wins.
protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves, good glove to both.
Bradley Skeet in his corner. Outright British title winner. Great fighter in his time.
So it's not a night for Robbie Vincent to make a slip. 6 scheduled rounds at welterweight. Ilias Leokaftos comes out of the other corner, and he can be a real handful. He's not got a lot of pro experience, but as we saw in the July matchup, extremely game against Indar Bassi. Leokaftos was smashed through the ropes in round 2, Spencer.
Yeah, Leokaftos is one of those fighters. He's very, very wild and rugged, and Denzel will tell you, when you box those guys, you don't know where them shots are coming from. Makes you very, very dangerous, but also makes you very, very open to take a shot yourself. So, again, it's crowd-pleasing, but it's dangerous as well.
Again, I would say, Denzel, that there's been a little bit of thought put into the matchmaking here, because when you let him, Vincent can be a very smooth boxer, but maybe the time has come for us all to find out if there is a bit of the street fighter in him.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, as soon as Ilias just came out, he just started fast, and Vincent has just literally matched his pace.
But he's caught a massive right hand. The rope kept him up, and now he grabs for life in this fight, Vincent.
Yeah, just when he was getting on top there, Vincent, you think he hurt Leokaftos. He hurt him as he was coming in, and he went for it and got caught himself. And that's what I'm saying, guys, about, you know, when you get a fighter going and you sense it is going, it's still got to be educated about your work. There's got to be thought process behind it, or that can happen.
I will say, Vincent looks to me to have recovered extremely well. And Spencer, there's one thing to take the hit, it's the mental shock afterwards. What just happened to me?
Absolutely, you know, but sometimes, Paul,
when they get caught in the first round, and I was one of these fighters, you get caught in the first round and it's like an alarm bell.
He couldn't stand up from that one.
Yeah.
Another massive right hand.
Yeah, that was a huge one, and I was just about to say it's like an alarm bell, a wake-up call.
Yeah.
And as I said that, the right hand landed again.
I was just going to say, he keeps backing up with his chin a little bit too high.
He's in trouble here, boys.
He needs to bring that chin a bit lower. He needs to bring that chin down.
Liakoftas is going for it with everything that he's got, and it is a proper street fight, as one suspected this might be. Vincent cannot keep taking these, Spencer.
No, he's in desperate trouble, Vincent, and he's holding on. In there now, and he's going to have to hold on. The legs are very unshaky. Big right hand again, and he's felt that again.
He's got to bring that chin down, going backwards, Vincent.
It's not going down. It won't go down, Denzel. He's open for every one of them.
Yep, 2 straight back, chin up in the air, 2 static.
15 seconds left in the round.
And it's another big right hand going in here. I tell you what, Liakoftas is really going for it here, guys. He's rolled the dice, and Vincent is doing everything just to stay in there.
He's got through the round somehow. I'll give him the credit for some obviously top-class fitness, because otherwise he's out of there in that first round.
And heart. He has shown a lot of heart to stay in there. He could have easily looked for a way out, and he didn't. He fought back. He wasn't on his bike. We know he's a slick southpaw. He didn't stop backing up, trying to buy time. He went straight back in there, held what he needed to, throw back when he felt like he needed to throw back. And he's answering fire with fire, which is dangerous, but he's showing heart.
It's very dangerous, but what a fight we've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we saw in the replay that right hand that landed there, flush on the chin, centre point of the chin. He went down heavily, and you're right, boys. You know, there's got to be some dog in you there, some fight in you there, because you've got to show a lot of spirit and a lot of character to get up and stand there and train and get through that. Bradley Skeet in the corner will be giving him some great advice, but let's see if he's recovered, because that was a torrid first round.
The man coming out of the red corner, let's be clear, he is the prospect in this fight. He is, in inverted commas, the house fighter. Liakoftas is in there to test him, provide some food for thought, if you like, but not to smash him to pieces, and there's a danger that that's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. He's wild, man. That's what I said to you. When you've got these fighters that, you know, unorthodox in many ways, and they throw shots from all over the place, you don't know where they're coming from, and you'd rather fight someone that actually knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I always say this, it's easier to box someone that knows how to box. Because you can read them.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Someone throwing wild shots, you don't know where they're coming from. Like you said, you don't know where to block, where to cover.
Liakoftas very nearly out of the ring again in round 2, as he was against Inder Bassi. Talk about an action-packed affair again here.
This would have woke Vincent up. That first round would have showed him that this isn't no walkover.
Yeah.
I think he walked into the ring maybe feeling like, all right, all I've got to do is box, and I've got this, and now he has to do a little more than box. He's got to show heart, he's got to show dog, he's got to fight back, he's got to box all in one.
Denzel, he's got to put his head on his chest, hasn't he? He really has to do that. He has to tuck up better. He's taking way too many shots. But with all of that, if Vincent were to come through this tonight, Spencer, the whole perception of him changes.
Shows character, you know, shows character, and he can go through these times. And I tell you what, Liakoftas, is he in danger of blowing a gasket himself here, guys?
It's possible.
Because he's thrown everything and the kitchen sink at it here, and he's been wild, and that takes a lot of energy. You know, it saps a lot of energy. And now Vincent looks like he's got himself back into it a little bit here.
Yeah, he has a little bit, but he can't give up too much ground again, because when he's going backwards, his chin comes up in the air. He's better off holding that centre and pushing forward. He should not give up too much ground. There we go. Time up when you need to.
He'll get a lot of props, guys, if he does win this, but the problem is going to be the whole trade will watch this tonight, and they'll have seen the obvious flaw. There it is, right there again.
And we're seeing it again, you know, and it's a problem. And it's a problem that they have to work on in the gym. And, you know, this is where you find if a fighter's got that natural talent and he's got that, he'll have that adaptability and he'll be able to learn and take that on board and do it. And if they can't, you've got a life shelf. And that's pretty much where you're at in boxing. Vincent's a great prospect. You know, he shows great composure, but he does the basics wrong. He does a few of the basics wrong, and that's a big problem.
And that's because he's been getting away with his style for so long.
Correct.
He feels like he doesn't need to, but the basics are so important. They're always important. Got a little nick on the bridge of his nose there, Vincent. Hopefully it doesn't affect him going into the later rounds.
I've got to say, I'm surprised that's all he's got, if I'm honest.
Me too.
Because Leokopoulos has just been going at it, and he's been wild like a caveman.
He has. But the good thing is he gets to watch this back, see his flaws, see what went wrong, and work on it.
Bradley Skeet applauds Vincent. Well, we'll all do that because he's got through 2 rounds, number 1. There was some better work from him there, Spencer, in fairness, wasn't there?
He started pulling himself back together for sure. It was a torrid start to the contest. He got through that, showed a lot of character in getting through that, pulled himself back together in that second round. Bradley Skeet giving him a good telling off in the corner, now giving him some good advice, and let's see now if he can turn that around. You know, this come off that line when you go back, 2 steps back, come off the line. Any more than that, you're going to get hit with a counter.
That's it. You take more than 2 steps, your back's to the ropes, and then his opponent's going to loop over with that backhand again. And everyone knows the killer shot for a southpaw is the right hand, and that's the shot that he's landed.
Listen, they call it the squared circle for a reason. You're meant to move around the ring on a circle, not a square. Straight lines shouldn't exist in boxing. Why? You get caught.
You get caught. There's only so far back you can go.
I thought Vincent caught him with a left hand as Leokopoulos launched himself, closing the range as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Leokopoulos still looks dangerous. Better work from Vincent for sure. Leokopoulos just felt that one. You see him sag against the ropes a little bit there. And I just wonder, guys, if he's just starting to feel the pace a little bit himself now.
Got to be careful coming in because Leokopoulos brings his head real low, and I just fear Vincent can you know, clash into that at the top of his head with his head.
Yeah, for sure.
Good shots there from Vincent.
Yep, good body shot went in there. Leokopoulos felt that one. But there's the response, a little charge again, looking for that wild right hand. He doesn't throws it sort of more like a hook than a straight right, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just kind of loops it round.
That's what you see in the street, right? That's what you see in the pub fights.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how they
no straight shots.
That's what we call that shot. The pub shot. That's what we call it. Don't drop the pub shot, man. It's bright straight. And that's sort of, it's been effective for him because of the work of Vincent going back in those straight lines. Yeah.
It's hard to say that Vincent is establishing any control, but he is starting to at least show little glimpses of his ability. 1s and 2s, Spencer, of the southpaw style. Leokopoulos so far untroubled by it, but he's been winning his fights, Vincent, by building up points leads, and he's going to try and have to do that again. He's never stopped anybody, but I'm just wondering whether the clock is against him. You spoke earlier tonight about 4- and 6-round fights. When you make a big mistake, it gets inside your head. I've got no time to put it right. This might be the possible scenario here for Vincent.
Listen, he was down heavily, wasn't he, Vincent, in that
10-8 round.
First round, it's the 10-8 round, so all of a sudden now you've got a lot of work to do. You got to get to round 3 just to pull level and win the next 2 rounds, and I'm not sure he's done that, if I'm totally honest.
Leokopoulos is slowing down. I think he has, you know, gassed himself out a little bit, so he's not going to get the same intensity.
That's possible, Denzel, but is he also the kind of fighter that just needs to fill the tank up for a round and then with a plan to come on strong again in 4, 5 and 6?
Possibly.
Yep, that's a very valid point, because he is feeling the pace a little bit here, and you would expect him to drop that pace, but if he's got any sort of fitness about him, and I'm looking at his body and going,
me too,
he looks in decent condition.
Me too.
If he's got that fitness about him, there's a thing called second wind, and fighters get that, and if the fitness is not there, they don't get it. That's a fact.
Also, Leokopoulos, he's not in against a puncher who can take everything away with one shot.
No, absolutely, that's a very valid point. Very valid point. So, you know, Leokopoulos doesn't feel threatened at all. You know, so he's taking that gamble, he's rolling them dice, he's throwing them big swinging shots.
So here we are with Denzel Bentley, Spencer Oliver and myself, Paul Dempsey. We've had a thrilling night of boxing. It just seems to go from strength to strength tonight, quite honestly, here. Live on Fightzone and on talkSPORT. And so many fight fans are watching with us all over the place. Thank you very much for all the messages. But all the knowledgeable people, who really knows which way this fight's going to go? I defy anybody to tell me.
Well, that's the beauty about this fight, is that we don't really know, do we? It looks like Vincent now is starting to get a foothold on this fight. He's starting to get a second wind himself, but Liakoftas is an unpredictable man, and unpredictability is difficult to pin down.
It is, and as awkward as Vincent can be, I think he's finding Liakoftas very awkward.
You indicated to us all the main reason in the first minute. If he keeps on being so open and exposed, he is going to get clipped time and time again, Vincent. But Liakoftas is hardly particularly polished, is he? So can Vincent make him defend? Because if he can defend, then Liakoftas is a different proposition.
Yeah. Bradley Skeet just screaming at him because there's a ruckus going outside the ring, and Vincent keeps looking over. Bradley Skeet just shouting at him, telling him switch on, keep in the ring, stay in the ring.
He caught him with a good shot there.
He did catch him with a good shot there.
And another one, and Liakoftas is starting to weaken suddenly.
Yeah. He is, he's feeling that pace.
And he's showing that, and when a fighter shows a little bit of distress or a little bit of anything, another fighter will feed off that, grow off that, and that's what you sense Vincent's getting right now as he's turning up the pace, just turning the screw a little bit here. Injection of pace, and you just sense a big swing in the tide here, don't you? A big turning of the tide in this contest.
Yeah, but I got to give Vincent credit. He's had to show a lot of heart and a lot of growth tonight.
Agreed.
And I think he's done that, you know, coming into this fourth round. I mean, the first round was a disaster. Second round got a little better. Third and fourth, he's taking control. He's taking control.
Liakoftas looking very tired now, less coming back from him. And this is where Vincent now really needs to sort of turn it up. You know, a lot of thought process around these work. Don't be silly, stay switched on. Control the space. Let the shots go and don't be there to be hit.
Good body shot there from Vincent.
Yeah. Right under that left elbow of Liakoftas.
Yep.
But is there more? Can Vincent keep on turning up the pressure? Little glimpses of quality work from him. But it's all a bit 1 and 2 and then no more, isn't it? And then a pause for reflection.
Exactly that. I think he needs to go for the second phase.
Yeah, exactly that. The injection of pace, what we're talking about, something that catches the eye, people remember, but also is very effective against your opponent, and we're not seeing that, are we? And that's maybe what's missing.
It's an absolute thriller again here.
Yeah, it really is. Great work again from both guys. Vincent done well to turn this around, boys. I've got to say that he had a terrible start. And there's some of the better work from Vincent in that fourth round. You see him taking control, and there for the first time, distress signals coming from Liakoftas. And Vincent sensed that injection of pace. It was good, eye-catching, one in the round, and he needed that, to be fair. And now is the time to pick it up and show us what you got now. Go for it, because you just feel that Liakoftas is maybe just starting to lose heart a little bit with this now.
There's no reason why. If they can get his mind right in the other corner, there's every reason to believe he can still beat Vincent. But Vincent, given where he was after, what, 2 minutes of this fight, Spencer, he's not in a bad place now, is he?
He's in a great place. He's in a great place. He's pulled himself back, and he'll be very happy with himself. Bradley Skeet in the corner, he'll be happy with the way that he's going. And Liakoftas is maybe not so happy, because he seems to be feeling the pace a little bit here, and less coming back for him. And dare I say it, Denzel seems to have gone a little bit into survival mode.
Yes, he has, and that's because of the pace. I think he's feeling that pace, and Vincent's still coming at him, throwing shots. you know, as much as he may feel like Vincent ain't a puncher, he's still landing good shots. And I gotta give, like I keep saying, I gotta give Vincent credit, man, because he got hurt in that first round and he didn't shy away. He didn't start looking to survive. He didn't go to survival mode once. He showed that dog and he fought back, and now he's taken over this contest and he looks like the better conditioned fighter.
But he's got to build from where he is right now. It might not be enough if he just goes on like this, Denzel.
Yeah, it can't just be ones and twos and pop shots. He's got to put something together.
Yeah.
Eventually he's got to put threes and fours. That's a good little check outside, but he should have went again right there.
Exactly.
I totally agree.
Around, they should have went again, another 2 shots, because the judges and the referees remember that. People scoring the fights remember that.
Yeah, you get a close round, and they're the things that win you the round when a referee or the judge, they look at it and go, you know what? Yeah, I remember that combination.
And then go again. But maybe he is cautious of Leokoff's power. He thinks if he does rush in the second time, he could get caught with another backhand.
Well, he was floored heavily, wasn't he, in that first round? Very, very heavily. Showed a lot of heart and great powers of recovery to get up from that and continue and get through the round. So, of course, you're going to be respectful of the man's power.
Yeah, definitely.
And that unpredictability as well, Denzel. That right hand, where's it coming from? It's not coming the traditional way. You know what I mean? It's coming from up on the balcony. You're not seeing it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy.
He's dragging it from the canvas and just can't see it. So now
exactly.
I think Vincent has opted to box him smart. He's had his fight, he's had his tear up, he's got control now. He's just trying to box smart. But there could be a second phase there. He could go and go again.
We're not seeing a lot of destruction from Leokoff anymore. Vincent from the centre of the ring. Good shot
from Vincent.
That was a lovely shot there, and Leokoff, to his credit, took that shot well. Was that landing flush on the button?
Surely Vincent has to keep on applying the pressure as he's doing here. But what's next? What's the follow-up? Leokoff just gets away from the next salvo. Last few seconds of the penultimate round. A very eventful 6th round of this.
Yeah, another good round, very competitive round, but Vincent now turned it around, hasn't he? He's started to take control. Leokoff a little bit in survival mode in there. Now maybe just felt the pace, and just looking at Bradley Skeet there over in the corner. What will he be telling him up there right now, Denzel? What would be the words of advice coming from Bradley Skeet?
Bradley Skeet will keep telling him, keep boxing smart, keep boxing smart. I mean, that's the school that Bradley Skeet come from. Just keep being slick, keep on your jab, keep that pressure on, but don't get caught with silly shots. Don't get caught with silly shots. That's exactly what I thought that he'd be telling them. Probably give him a bit of praise, don't want to get back in the fight, but keep being smart and don't get caught with silly shots.
Before we get going, who's in front? Spencer?
Well, I think that Vincent's maybe turned it around now and just got his nose in front. And Denzel, if he gets this round under his belt, he should secure victory.
What do you say?
I think I'm with Spence. I think apart from the first round, and maybe the second was close, but apart from those 2 rounds, I think Vincent's, he's took off here with, rounds 3, 4, and 5, and hopefully he does so in this round too.
Yeah, I think I had him losing the first 10-8, losing the second round as well, and then winning the 3rd, 4th, 5th. So it could all be on this round.
Yeah.
It could all be on this round.
Leokoff, over the last 2.5 rounds, has not been able to regather himself.
But the mad thing is, he doesn't look shot like.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't look like he's blown a gasket. He just looks like he's lost heart or something.
Yeah. To me, Spencer, this is because he's just not very experienced. This is his 5th pro fight.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, Paul. And you just go, this is where he should be going. Right, this is it. Knock out or get knocked out. Let's roll the dice, baby. Yeah. Let's go for it. Because that is where we're at in this contest.
I mean, Leokoff just came into this fight looking for a win, and probably shortly found out that it probably not possible, and he's been a bit disheartened, and he's surviving now.
Yeah,
he's not trying as hard.
Well, do you know what? The mad thing is that he will still think it is possible because of how heavily he knocked Vincent down in that first round.
That is true.
But for some weird reason, he's not going for it. I don't know if that's a psychological block or what, but
I think he's let Vincent get into a groove now. Vincent's, his feet are flowing. He's landing these 1-2s, and I think Liakoftis is finding it harder to land those shots or find those shots at least. So he's throwing less. But in the last 10-15 seconds, he's started to pick up the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, he's going for it a little bit. He just wants to find one of those haymakers again, don't he?
He does. One more knockdown could change the fight.
It's like he's loading the gun, isn't it? It's like, you know what I mean? He loads it, draws it, and then lets it go, then loads it. There's no real thought process about what he's doing. But in this fight, it's sort of effective.
All screaming signs of a lack of experience, really, from Liakoftis. And that has just given Vincent a little bit of breathing space that he so desperately needed after 2 rounds.
Yeah, there won't be a lot in the scorecards here, I'll tell you that. This is going to be...
Might be about a round difference, but that was a good right hand he just landed there again, Liakoftis.
And he's not having a bad round here, to be fair.
Last few seconds of it now.
Yeah. He's beating his gloves, he's going for it.
Oh, heads went badly together there as well. Badly together, and I tell you what, he's sort of come apart again a little bit here. Vincent, he's got to keep it together. Don't get mixed up with that. Don't get caught up with all that stuff.
Wow. From start to finish, non-stop.
Yep. What a fight to warm us up for the main event.
Yeah, it really was. Great contest. Tough one, that. Very tough one. I think that Vincent definitely showed a lot of character, that's for sure.
It looked like a trappy night for Robert Vincent. The matchmaking again, absolutely exemplary tonight. Give Vincent the prospect something to think about. Did he ever have something to think about all the way through? But has he prevailed? Has he turned around a huge knockdown in the first round and being under great pressure in the second round? Has he boxed himself into a lead? He's proven a lot of people wrong by the dog he's shown, but will it be another W to make it 8 straight wins for Vincent, or will this be a defeat, a learning defeat, and at his own level, with every respect, a breakthrough night for Ilias Liakoftis?
It's not going to be a lot on the scorecards, that's for sure, with that knockdown and the second round in the bank.
Yeah, I think he might have got it by at least a round, but it was a close fight.
Yeah, it was not.
If they do score a draw, I won't be surprised. But he's going to learn a lot from that. He's going to realise, it's like I said earlier, it's not a given. You're not just going to step into the ring and it's a guaranteed win. He woke him up. That was a shock in the first round, and he had to get himself together and box like he knows he can box. But he showed a lot of heart, a lot of growth, and I respect the performance from Vincent.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. The ringside referee scores the bout 58 to 56. And your winner, Robert the Outlaw Vincent.
Vincent has got it by 2. Remember, 10-8 first round, question mark as to whether he even got a share of the second round, very doubtful for me. So that is quite a comeback story, isn't it? And he's proven that he's got the heart of a real fighter, if not yet being the complete package.
Yep, totally agree with that. It will have learned a lot from that. Bradley Skeet in his corner will be very pleased that he showed the character. You know, you never know what sort of character or makeup a fighter's made of until they actually have to show it, and I think that he showed it there tonight. So he's ticked a lot of boxes there tonight, Robert Vincent. He'll go away, he'll work on, he'll write the wrongs of the stuff that he done in that contest, and he'll go on and he'll improve. Bradley Skeet's a great trainer. He was a great fighter himself, and he'll learn a lot from that. So yeah, lesson learned. Very close, but deserving winner.
Denzel, your thoughts on it, please.
It was a good fight, but I mean, it just looks like Vincent's about to pass out there after just getting a stall out for him. That was a hard fight, and he had to dig really deep. It would have took a lot out of him. But like we all say, it was a learning fight, a good learning fight, and he come up with a victory. So he'll be a better fighter for it. I think they're going to dismiss the interview and take him straight to the medical. But yeah, great fight, great fight, great heart, great character, great growth, and that's only going to make him a better fighter.
There was quite a severe clash of heads right before that final bell, actually. Doesn't help matters much. So you're quite right, Denzel. Robbie Vincent is going to go straight down to his dressing room, and no doubt the medics will be there to attend to him. So we won't be hearing from him. We're looking again at some of the action.
Yeah, I mean, he just had to opt to boxing smart after. He had his scrap, he had his fight, and he just had to, you know, opt to boxing smart. I can't keep having a scrap with this guy. Probably a lot more physical than he is, hits a lot harder than he does, but he had to find a way to win. And that's why I respect the fact that he found a way to win. He stuck in there, you know, showed a lot of heart, boxed a great fight from the 3rd round onwards, in my opinion. In the 6th round, Liakopoulos tried to pull it on him again, and he managed to hang in there. So, yeah, man, impressive performance, exciting performance, and these are the type of performances that fans remember. We'll go back and be like, what a great fight he was in his last fight. We want to see him again.
In another element to this, that's an opportunity missed by Liakopoulos, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, to have someone hurt like that in the 1st round and not be able to capitalise, I mean, he showed his inexperience there. You know, he let too many rounds go to try and recover, and left it too late in the last minute of the last round to try and, you know, step on the gas. By then, Vincent had recovered and, you know, was able to, you know, figure out that way to win.
Thank you, Denzel. We'll pause for a moment. Let's bring in Melissa.
Well, we're moments away from the main event tonight. It's a really, really fan-friendly one. We've got Billy Jackson and ASINI BYFIELD for the Super Welterweight English and Commonwealth Eliminator. I am delighted to be joined by Mark Nielsen of Nielsen Boxing, who's going to talk us through a little bit of the main event. So, what do you make of it?
Well, it's a typical main event for us here at York Hall, isn't it? We've got, you know, Nielsen Boxing, TN14 on talkSPORT and Fightzone tonight, and it's going to be another. We know they've sold loads of tickets. You got the. It's just like a mouth-watering 50-50. We've got, you know, Billy Jackson 7-0, taken a couple of undefeated records already on his way up. He'll fight anyone at any time, and great. But then ASINI BYFIELD, you know, fought for British. He's like a real good level, Southern Area champion, really experienced guy, been around a bit, but it's a mouth-watering main event. I mean, it's a real 50-50, which is what we want here at York Hall.
I mean, talk the fans through something, you know, for those who don't really watch boxing, who are not maybe familiar with boxing, what is a eliminator and how does that line you up for the main thing?
Yeah, what it is, when they work their way up the rankings, you know, they've got to get themselves in a position to fight for a title. So they're beating everyone in front of them, they're moving up, and the sanctioning body will then say, right, okay, you win an eliminator, you're next in line to fight the champion. And both of these now, one of these is going to be fighting for an English or Commonwealth title pretty soon. So, you know, I think ASINI's been there a couple of times before, he's fought at a higher level. Billy Jackson, this is a big step up for him. You know, he's from a great gym, you know, RJ's gym, you know, Rod Julian and the crew there, you know, got Sam Gilly and a host of quality fighters, so he's coming from a great stable. But ASINI's been there, he's done it. I mean, you know, what great fight is that we know that speaking to everyone tonight, they can't call it. I got half the people saying, you know, Billy Jackson is too young, he's too aggressive, he's too clinical. Everyone's saying, you know, ASINI BYFIELD's actually his experience. He's gonna find out Billy Jackson, and that's what makes a great fight.
I mean, of course, you know, as you said, ASINI has been there a few times, he's done it, and he's obviously taken a few losses on his record as well, and he's trying to build himself back up, get back in position. What do you think the mentality is for someone in that position?
Well, he'll be supremely confident, because he'd have seen people like Billy Jackson and have fought and beaten people like that before. So for him, he knows he's got to beat someone like Billy, he's got to get himself back in the mix, and if he does that, he beats a young undefeated fighter on an eliminator, he'll certainly be back in the mix. He'll be confident, nervous, because he's got this young gun coming for him. So he's going to, you know, he'll be confident, I'm sure, but there's going to be a bit of nerves then. He won't take Billy Jackson lightly. Billy, on the other hand, he's never fought anyone at this level. He's done a couple of undefeated fighters before, but they were like 2-0 and 3-0. So he'll be nervous, but, you know, whenever we've dealt with him before, he's always stepped up. He'll fight anyone, anytime. So, you know, we'll see.
Well, I don't know about the fans at home, I don't know about the fans here, but I, for one, am so excited for this fight, and I think we're moments away from seeing it, so stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our main event of the evening. Scheduled 10 3-minute rounds for the English and Commonwealth Super Welterweight title eliminator. And now please welcome to the ring, ASINI BYFIELD.
So here we go, everybody, live on Fightzone and talkSPORT, our top of the bill. What a cracking night it's been at the York Hall Bethnal Green. I don't know what to predict, but expect the unpredictable as ASINI BYFIELD comes out to challenge Billy Jackson in this English and Commonwealth Super Welterweight title eliminator. BYFIELD is a bag of tricks, extremely unpredictable mentally. On his good nights, he can be a proper handful for anybody.
Yep, so right there, Paul, BYFIELD on his night. He is a handful for anybody. It's just what one turns up. Billy Jackson's on the roll. He's 7-0 as a professional, and this really is a coming-of-age fight for him. This is the acid test for him. Let's see now if he can step it up another level, because ASINI BYFIELD is that other level. You know, he's a tough guy, English and Commonwealth eliminator on the line here, so a lot for the winner. And to bring you in on this, Denzel, it's a tough fight here, but a coming-of-age fight for Billy Jackson, a real 50-50.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, this is one of those fights that he probably didn't need, but opted to take. So I've got to give him credit for that. But ASINI BYFIELD is a banana skin for anybody. I mean, his most notable win was against Sam McNess. Everyone got that script wrong. He took the script, ripped it up, and done what he needed to do, and ended up stopping Sam McNess. And it, you know, he didn't really, he created music.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Billy Jackson.
I mean, a quick story. The first time ASINI BYFIELD came down the Peacock, I jumped into sparring, and he beat me from pillar to post. I went home and researched this guy, and I said, who is this guy? And why haven't I heard of him? And since then, like I said, his career hasn't been taken off.
I hope Billy Jackson heeds that warning. Here he comes. The A side, if you like, in this fight. The prospect, as Spencer has said, 7-0. A lot of people think he's got a big talent, but among the buts, 7 wins spread for various reasons over 6 years.
Yep, there's always a concern, the inactivity, the staff and stopping.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds and is for the English and Commonwealth Super Welterweight title eliminator. This bout is brought to you by Mark Nilsson of Nilsson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and Fight Academy. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Dan Frost, and your inspectors ringside, Jazz Coakley, Alan Spelling, Terry Fleming, Gurjit Chana, and Patricia John. Your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Lee Every. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the fighters and officials are ready to all in attendance here at York Hall, Bethnal Green, London, United Kingdom. And for everybody watching live on Fightzone and talkSPORT, ladies and gentlemen, let's see some thunder! Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and orange. His official weight of 10 stones and 13 pounds. He has a record of 23 fights, 6 losses, 1 draw, 16 wins, and 7 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Reading, England, United Kingdom, introducing ASINI BYFIELD. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white and blue. His official weight of 11 stones bang on. He is undefeated with 7 wins. Hailing from Bromley, Kent, England, United Kingdom, Billy the Kid Jackson!
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself all the time. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
So Billy Jackson against ASINI BYFIELD, the English title eliminator, also for the Commonwealth title, and a shot at that up the road potentially. Big stakes for one as inexperienced as Jackson, Spencer, in only his 8th pro fight. BYFIELD has fought on bills like this all through his career, but can he make the experience count?
Well, this is the question, isn't it? That's the $1 million question for Jackson. This is the coming of age fight, the acid test, because ASINI BYFIELD can fight. He can really fight, you know. And the man on my right can vouch for that, because he's been in the ring with him, and you know that how much ability he's got, and he seems to have long arms as well.
I was just going to say that the range is evident. He's got very long arms, and the way he switches is so subtle and smooth. You won't even notice it at times. And his ring name, The Ghost, makes so much sense when, you know, people start to see his style.
Yeah, there's a nice fluidity around his work, isn't there? Everything flows nice. A nice smoothness around his punches. And this one is going to be a very interesting contest.
On BoxRec, he's described as being orthodox, but that is only like an opening introductory paragraph to the story of ASINI BYFIELD. And I'm not just talking about his ring performances, and he's turned southpaw immediately as I mention it, which kind of proves the point, but there's nothing at all orthodox about him in any possible dimension, let's be clear. And for one so inexperienced, it looks to me like quite a leap for Billy the Kid Jackson.
Yeah, I think you're right, Paul. This is going to be a tricky night for Billy Jackson, who doesn't really carry the firepower. No knockouts out of his 7 victories.
Yeah, to take BYFIELD in your 8th fight is that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's very, very tough. Like you say, BYFIELD is a box of tricks. Orthodox, southpaw, unorthodox. What do you want to call him? Probably unorthodox, I'd call him. You know, he's unpredictable, man. You just don't know where them shots are coming from.
You're probably hoping, you know, that a not so better version of BYFIELD turns up, because
that's right, Denzel.
Is trouble for anyone.
And it is to be hoped from Jackson's point of view as well that they have taken the time to examine the evidence, because you do start to eliminate some of the doubts if you've had the chance to watch, say, a sample of maybe 10 fights, and you'll see all the different nuances in BYFIELD if you do that.
He just landed a big left hook there, BYFIELD, and Jackson took that shot, and I tell you what, he felt it as well.
He did. Effortless from BYFIELD. He's just cruising.
Yeah, and a good round from BYFIELD on my scorecard. I think that he found the rhythm nice and early in the round. He found his timing. He got off his shots. The left hook was probably the best shot of the round that was landed. Yes, Jackson was coming forward, and you know, still very much in the contest and looking good and nice and composed. But would I be fair in saying here, Denzel, that Jackson will be surprised at the fluidity, the movement and the unpredictability of BYFIELD?
100%, 100%. I think BYFIELD also is the fighter that gets better as the rounds go on. He's very fluid. He fights in spurts at times. He will just take his time. You think he's not doing nothing. Before you know it, he's thrown 4, 5, 6 punches.
This is why they need to have made sure they looked at the tapes.
100%. It's important to do your homework.
You can't make it up on the night. Byfield is too good an improviser in his own right.
100%.
He'll be ahead of you mentally.
It's going to be very hard to pin him down and try and land a big shot on him.
You need a plan against him, and you need a plan B.
I think A to Z, A through to, that's a good body shot there
maybe,
for Byfield. He's throwing loads of feints. He's very active, and he's making Billy play his game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He's making him play his game. He's standing there. He's not throwing because of what Byfield is doing.
But let me tell you about them feints, and we see Billy doing a lot of them feints. So you see him open himself up. Both hands are going out. But you know when a boxer does a feint, you have to believe it.
Yeah, you have
I'm not believing that. I'm watching it and I'm going, you're not being creative there. You're not trying to look for an opening. You're just
he's just
doing a move.
Yeah, he's
doing a move.
Byfield's doing it.
When you feint, you've got to make the fighter believe you're going to do something. And that's called a feint. And then you draw and throw your shot.
Definitely. Oh, good uppercut.
Sharp uppercut it was.
Yeah.
Don't think there was a great deal of power in it, but it's a kind of a reconnaissance mission. That we might see that shot again.
Yeah, you feel that there's going to be a bit of repetition on that shot. That's the sort of shot, little sneaky shot inside.
It was a sneaky one, wasn't it? He didn't open his body up the way Anthony Joshua did last week.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, that when you think like, that's when Anthony Joshua last week, that's called doing the basics wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what it is. Like, if you do the basics well, everything else comes off that. You do the basics wrong, and you pay the price.
Pay the price.
Joshua paid the price.
That was a rookie mistake, come from being over eager.
This is a trap that Jackson mustn't fall into, being over eager. There he goes, trying the. I reckon that we're going to see plenty of those tonight, guys.
Well, he slips another couple of those little sneaky ones in there, and I think that they were so sneaky, Paul, you never even saw them. That's what it was like. It's a lovely work around what he's doing here. I like the thought process behind what he's doing, because Jackson's struggling to read the next move.
That spidery jab is very effective, and that's off the right and the left in the early part of this fight tonight.
Yep. Yes, good work again as well defensively. See that? Yeah. See that? Like, he's gone under the right hand, then he's just jumped back from the left hand, just controlling the space so well, but leaving himself in range, so the timing's still great.
Yeah.
Very clever.
I mean, a mistake Jackson can try and capitalise off, which will probably be hard to because of the movement of Byfield. When he turns southpaw, he's still moving the same way as if he's orthodox. So that right hand there will be open. Yeah. But Byfield's aware of that, and he just gets it away, just like how he stepped under that right hand earlier. But
yeah. I mean, it's
if he can capitalise, then yeah.
Then so it's the small margins, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? He's out of range by 2 inches, not 2 foot.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of fighters expend a lot of energy going 2 foot. You go, what are you doing over there, mate? You can't counter punch.
Yeah.
But he's got deceptively long arms, so he's going 2 inches out of range, and he's still landing the shot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's very, very clever. But to get that sort of timing, you got to be a very intelligent fighter.
And he's changing the pace of his shots too. He might be flicking the jab here and there, and he dig one to the body, or flick it again and flick the backhand. He'll switch southpaw and throw a solid jab. Do you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't give Jackson any time to kind of anticipate what's coming.
Yeah, you just feel that this is going to be a tough night here for Jackson, and he's going to have to do something different to what he's doing now, because it's not working.
So into the third. Jackson could do with winning around here. Might make a lot of difference to him mentally if he could do that, but he's
chopping
already
right hand,
on the end of
uppercuts. Good work here.
Jackson responds.
Coming straight back, though. He's coming straight back.
He's got to come back, because Byfield's chopping the right hands in, and he's getting through. And I tell you what, Jackson is feeling these guys. He's felt the weight of that. And do not drop your hands in front of Byfield, because he'll make you pay for that. This is getting tough now in there already.
Already, Spencer, yes.
This is giving me similar vibes to the Sam McNess fight. Picked the wrong guy at the wrong time.
And you took the words right out of my mouth. The kind of night when Byfield, brilliant in the ring. It was an infamous occasion for other reasons because of the crowd trouble after it, or during it actually. But Byfield was absolutely on his A game, and a young prospect like Sam McNess had no answers, and there are shades of that just at this moment. That's again, guys, why I said learn from previous Byfield performances.
Mate, this is where I'm at with it. I think that when you're having this acid test coming of age fight, you don't want a senior Byfield in the opposite corner.
No, you don't.
Because it's not a coming of age fight.
It's not.
It's a fight you take when you have to.
100%.
He's the chairman of the Who Needs Him, Who Wants Him club.
That's it.
Don't go there if you don't have to.
I don't even think he's boxed in the UK for his last 3 fights. So it was like, it's not even like he's been in the scene and he's been around.
Yeah, why is he not boxed in the UK in his last 3 fights?
Because people know he's an acid test.
Exactly.
Well, it might be because he loves travelling so much. I'm just going to remind everybody that he has been on a little bit of a world tour, Spencer, to be honest. And among his ports of call have been 2 fights in Belarus, 1 in Ukraine, obviously before the war, 1 in Belgrade, once he fought in New York, a brief return to these shores, and his last outing, 13th of May 2023 in Dubai.
Yeah, well, that sort of tells you the story then, doesn't it? No one here wants to fight him.
No.
For obvious reasons. When you've got a fighter at the class of Denzel Bentley and what he's achieved, saying, I sparred him and he beat me up and I thought, wow, what's going on? I'm going, the kid must be able to fight.
The headline could be, he is back.
Yeah. But Jackson is taking it to him. He's not just laying down, but he's eating too many shots there.
He's taking it to him and he's getting busted up, boys. I'm telling you, Jackson is going to come apart soon if he doesn't do something.
He has to throw more, Jackson.
He's in trouble here, Jackson, I'm telling you.
There. Jackson wants to get out of there. He wants to move his feet and move backwards. The Byfield's going to keep chipping away.
Jackson hasn't got an answer right now. Good right hand.
Good shot there from both boys.
Right on the bell, and Jackson maybe has just proved a little point right at the end of that round.
With that left hook, yeah, most definitely.
Listen, he had to. He had to because he was standing in front of Byfield. Byfield was picking his shots. Beautiful body head. Got hurt with a couple of body shots as well. And I've got to tell you, had Jackson not landed that last little bit, you could feel the soul just leaving him there a little bit because the spirit, he was throwing shots, hitting thin air and getting smacked with 5 or 6 back.
Yeah, and that's what Byfield does.
In the corner, they're saying to him, that's Jackson, they're saying to him now, if you're in the right position, you can nail this guy. He's not invincible. He has taken a shot. He's been so much on top, I feel, that he's taken 1 or 2 unnecessary risks.
Yeah, he has taken unnecessary risks, and that's a perfect example of injection of pace. He has switched the pace there so many times, and it's made Jackson fall short or fall into shots that he probably could have avoided.
I know he's been up against it here, but there is something about Jackson that I like.
There's a lot I like.
Yeah, to me, he's got a terrific attitude, but the problem is, can he bridge the golfing experience tonight, in the next 20 minutes?
This is what we're going to find out a lot about Jackson's character here, because he's going to have to hold himself together and be prepared to go to a dark place.
I wouldn't rule it out, Spencer, personally.
No, I'm not.
As good as Byfield has been so far.
We got a long way to go. 10 rounds is a long way, and as we've seen in fights in the past, Cole Frotch is probably the best name to bring up there. Never give up hope, and you can turn fights around.
Byfield tried the uppercut again. If he knocks Jackson out with it, we cannot say we've not been warned.
No, it's there.
There he goes again. But Jackson needs to take that kind of a risk for me, and if he's tight enough in that position, he should get away with it and then be in a position to land his own big shots.
Yeah, I agree, Paul. He's got to be prepared to get in there and take a couple because of the unpredictability of Byfield.
You've got to find a way, Spencer. Forgive me, you've got to find a way to put doubt into the mind of Byfield, because on his off nights, what struck me with Byfield is suddenly the doubts grow like mushrooms in front of his very eyes.
Yep, I totally agree with that, and that's exactly what Jackson's got to do. That's what I'm saying. He's got to be prepared to go to a dark place, because before he sees light at the end of that tunnel, it is going to be dark.
Good fight again, isn't it? What a great night of action we've had.
Yeah, great contest and real good fight. We've got it here again.
So far in this round, we have seen 3 uppercuts from Byfield, missed the target by fractions. Just saying.
Yep, you're totally right. Good work on the inside. There's the shot there.
He's finding the body nicely there, Byfield.
Yeah, he is. He's finding the body lovely. Both guys. Oh,
good shot there from Jackson.
Byfield took it well enough though. Springs off the ropes now, Jackson. Into the centre of the ring. Starts to mount his own attack. Nice rhythm to it as well.
Yeah, it was good work from Jackson. Lovely hook on there as well. And
better moments.
This is great stuff from both guys here.
It is. Better moments for Jackson. Maybe he's beginning to work out the matrix.
Oh, good shots there again from Byfield. Jackson's got to keep his hands up.
Yeah, Byfield's just a relentless work ethic, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, big hook to finish there as well.
Jackson on the younger legs is not being discouraged.
He's not. I was probably Jackson's best round, but it was still a tough round to score.
I would say so, Denzel. I'm not saying he's won the round. What's your view?
Yeah, it was still a tough round to score, but it was probably his best round.
Yep, a very good round and a better round from Jackson. He's got some success. That will give him some hope for sure. But Byfield, for me, just relentless in his pressure, work ethic, fluidity around his work to body, head, uppercuts especially effective towards the end of the round. Body shots going in. Good answer back from Billy Jackson. But for me, Byfield doing enough still to win that round. And Jackson falling behind, and the scorecard's really not telling the story of this contest so far, but you just feel there's more twists and turns to come here.
Yeah, Ramos, definitely. Jackson's still in this fight. I mean, he's landed some good shots coming back. He's showing a lot of toughness and character. But Byfield isn't going to be disheartened. I think he's even growing in confidence. I thought Byfield's enjoying it in there.
Byfield's fighting a really good fight, let's be clear about that. He's classy and he's powerful, but Billy, the Kid Jackson, is potentially putting in a coming-of-age performance.
I feel like he's playing Byfield's game too much with the dropping the hands and trying to throw the little hand fakes.
Maybe so.
And Byfield's not biting on it because it's his game. He knows he's fighting. Now he's at his pace.
Correct. But at closer range, it could be a different story for Jackson.
Most definitely.
Yeah, but you can't. Like, Byfield's a box of tricks, and you can't try and do tricks with a box of tricks.
You can't, yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Play your own game. Don't try and play his game, because you'll fall into the trap.
Yep. I think Jackson had his best work up close in the last round.
Agreed.
Yeah, he's got to take him out of his rhythm, isn't he? Take him out of his comfort zone. Make it messy, get dirty in there, you know, that's what he's got to do. Try and break the rhythm, try and break the mindset of Byfield, because, you know, I think that's how you get to him.
Yeah,
it's by, you know,
just a small point to jump right in there, Spencer, but very much to the point there. If I, for what it's worth, if I were in Jackson's corner, you see when the referee briefly intervened in the round and Jackson offered his glove and said fair game, I wouldn't want any of that. I would want a spiky attitude from him.
I've got to tell you, mate, I'll be smacking him.
Yeah, 100%.
Smacking him straight in the face if he puts his hands out. That's what because that's the only way. People got to understand that, you know, this is a fight in there. You know, it's not about respecting people. Show no respect.
Yeah, it's not sparring
Go
no
in
more.
there. No, man, this is like this guy's trying to take your living away.
That's it.
Trying to take your food off your table. To show them no respect. So if it ain't working for me in there, I'm getting dirty, mate. I'm doing what I've got to do.
You touch gloves at the beginning of the fight and then the last round when the ref says in between, I'm not obliged to, I'm not touching no one's gloves.
That's it, and that's what it is. You know, the heads go in, the elbows go in. That's what happens. That's what happens. Let's be real.
See again, on good
Unless
legs.
you're trying to buy time. Unless you're trying to buy time.
Yeah.
You put your hand out, and then go again.
Good legs from Jackson. He walked his man right across the ring there, but he just didn't deliver the firepower, Spencer, did he, on the end of it?
Exactly what he said he needed to do, Paul, but didn't put the finish touch on it.
Now he tries, but Byfield moves away from the ropes. Possibly got the better of the exchange, Byfield. He's the first to go again.
I just don't like it when Jackson does the hands down thing, because that's not his game. That's not his game.
So we're fast approaching the halfway point. Billy the Kid Jackson has had his moments, but Byfield, by and large, looks to be the boss.
It's going to be A tough night for both of these guys either way, isn't it? Like, very well matched. Byfield just getting the better of the work of the two. He's, for me, just nicking these rounds. I mean, Denzel, I don't know if you're scoring it any different to the way I am, but am I reading it wrong, or is Byfield just doing enough to win these rounds?
No, he is, because of that second phase. Even when Jackson comes with his attack and lands some good shots, Byfield returns and he answers it, and he goes first as well.
He's always going first on the second wave, if you like.
Exactly. And he always has that last 30 seconds. It's like he's got a clock in his head. Last 30 seconds, he steps it up, injection of pace, and it catches the eye, and you think, that was a close round. I tell you what, he's won that round. It's smart what he's doing, man. It's very smart what he's doing, because he's just going, right, I've got a clock now. It's like an alarm clock goes off and goes, right, 30 seconds, pick it up, do enough to win the round.
He knows where to work. And like I said, he fights in spurts. He's not going to do it every second of the round, but when he does it, you remember it.
Jackson, 7 pro fights spread over 6 years, remember. Up against a man who has got every trick in the book and then some, and a great deal of talent, largely unfulfilled, I guess, in terms of outright championship level. Byfield, a bit of a nearly man in terms of winning titles, but who knows? Best may yet be to come. On which point about titles, guys, would anybody complain if this were for the English title proper, or indeed the Commonwealth title proper?
Yeah, no complaints from me. No complaints from me if that was the case.
Absolutely not. This is a high quality contest where we're seeing a lot of twists and turns, and our scorecard's not really telling the tale of what a brilliant contest this has been. But ASINI Byfield, for me, has underachieved in his career so far, because he's better than his record suggests, and he should have had some sort of some form of title of some sort, because
100%.
He's a box of tricks, man, and he's a great fighter, and he's tough. You know, I've seen, put it this way, guys, I've seen worse British champions than him.
Yeah,
and I'm not even joking.
No, I agree
and
with
I'm
you.
not even
I agree
joking.
with you.
I'm not going to throw no names in there, by the way, but I've seen worse British champions.
I guess that's just the decision making. You know, certain fights he's taken or the route he's taken, and I'm sure early in his career he used to walk around to gyms and spar with no trainer, no coach. And I think, I don't know, I think I'm right in saying Sam's been his first real coach or trainer right now in his corner.
Yeah.
Jackson is having his moments in this round.
He needed it, Paul, to be fair. He really did need it.
But let's see what happens now at close quarters.
It's getting tough, isn't it? Both guys right above us in our commentary positions, and you can see how tough it is. Lovely short hook on the inside there from Byfield. Jackson doing well, keeping him pinned in that corner. The work ethic from Jackson is good. Be careful holding your hand out like that.
The work ethic is fabulous from Jackson, Spencer, but maybe with the benefit of a year's hard work, he could be taught to throw a really sharp uppercut in those moments. Might make a big difference.
100%, but I think that these are the fights that take you there, Paul.
Yes.
These are the fights that you learn from, because you go, win or lose for Jackson tonight, he's got a bright career ahead of him, for sure.
Has Byfield started to feel one or two of those body shots, I wonder, just a little bit?
I think Byfield's on the rope because he wants to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great call. That is a great call, that is. I tell you, Jackson's doing well in this round.
He is, though. He is doing well in this round. This could possibly be a Jackson round.
Yeah, it definitely is a Jackson round. I think he's taking Byfield to a place that maybe Byfield's just trying to nick a breather, but Jackson's saying, listen, not tonight, mate. Not tonight. I know I've got some work to do. See there, Byfield was trying to go for a walk there, just trying to nick a little breather.
And that's how Jackson wins this.
And Jackson stayed on him. That's what we said. Take him out of his comfort zone.
That's it. Don't copy him and start doing a little trickery. Press him, cut off the ring, give him no time to breathe, and that's how Jackson wins this fight.
That was a good round for Jackson, and they applauded him as they welcomed him back into their corner.
Yep, a much needed round there from Jackson as we enter the second half of the contest, and Jackson needed that one. For me, Byfield was stealing those first rounds. Very competitive rounds, very close rounds in a brilliant contest with both guys having their successes, but that was a clear round there.
Great right hand to the body from Jackson.
Yep, the action that we see.
And then a winging shot on the other flank, Spencer.
Yeah, he's digging them in, man, and now, you know, when we get into those penultimate rounds, 8, 9, 10, then it becomes a A war, a real war, you know, a mental battle, psychological battle. Then you see the character of a fighter. And I'm looking up at Byfield in the corner there. I'm going to tell you, boys, he's starting to feel the pace a little bit.
I think that is true, and I also think that if it becomes that question, do you really want this? Billy Jackson might answer in the affirmative. He goes again from the start of this round.
Oh, he fancies this, Jackson. He hasn't lost. He hasn't lost faith. He hasn't lost heart, has he?
100%
in this.
not.
And you know, a lot of fighters would have. Oh, massive right hand there from Byfield.
And the left hook there on the inside.
Clarifying it is the 7th round.
Yep, we thought we was going mad there. I know we're enjoying the fight and we want to see more.
You see, he doesn't really throw an uppercut with any menace at all, just at the moment, but they can fix that. He's getting himself into good positions to throw it, is Jackson.
Yeah, that's right. That's so true. He's there and, you know, he's working well, Jackson. I like him.
Good
you know?
shot there from Jackson.
There's a lot to like about Jackson.
He hooks much better than he uppercuts, basically.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, he whips the hook, doesn't he?
That's
he
right.
pulls it and he whips it in.
A good sign.
Yeah, absolutely. Generates good power on it. Snapping sort of shot. Like you say, then maybe the short game needs a little work on it, but he's definitely got the potential and the ability to be able to do that. He's a good fighter.
He has found the midriff a few times in the last few rounds. In the main, Byfield has taken them extremely well, but they can have a cumulative effect. Look for it again there underneath with the left.
He's having a good round again here, Jackson.
He is.
Denzel, I'll go back to what I asked you some time ago about Byfield. At range, he seemed to be the master of this task.
Yeah.
So why is he not keeping it at length?
He's starting to feel tired, that's why, Paul.
It's just simply because Jackson's not allowing him. Every time he moves, Jackson turns and he's straight on him, and that's, like I said, that's how Jackson wins his fight. Not by fighting his game, but by fighting his fight.
Correct.
Press him. Keep him on the ropes, keep him on the back foot, close that gap, don't give him time to breathe, don't give him time to do no tricks.
Make it ugly.
And you got his number.
Make it ugly, make it dirty.
And you got his number. You see a couple of the shots are straight low, he's just carried on punching.
And here comes Jackson.
Yeah, another good round, and a needed round for Jackson here. And he's pulling himself back into this contest.
He is.
Byfield's definitely starting to feel the pace, boys. You can see that.
I think both are.
Yeah.
But Jackson's handling it better.
Understandable that they would both be feeling it, but there's certainly not the pace in the combinations from Byfield. And it looks like Jackson is quite happy to have Byfield where he can see him, but he catches a brilliant right hand over the top from Byfield. It was delivered to the temple. The legs almost went from under Billy the Kid, but he stands up in the gunfight and he hears the bell at the end of that round. And what a round it was!
What a round! What a round!
Massive round. Listen, I've got to go, but I'm going to give the round to Jackson because he was dominating the round and he was taking over, and that made that schoolboy error of switching off, forgetting about what was coming back, and boom, right hand out of nowhere, shook him down to the soles of his boots. And there, thankfully for him, there we see it from another angle. What a shot. Lovely, right over the left-hand lead. Took his legs away, done well to stay on his feet. And Denzel, thankfully for him, the bell was 10 seconds away.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you saw the way Byfield reacted to that. He got a new lease of life and he just started throwing shots and getting them uppercuts. And he was just about to tee up on him. Then the bell went and saved him. So now he gets another minute to recover and come back and, you know, do some good work again. Great right hand from Byfield, though.
It's anybody's now, surely. 3 to go.
Yep, I've got Byfield, Jackson pulling his way back into it. Still got him a few points behind at the moment. You know, that could be subjective, 2, maybe 3 points behind. So the fight's still very much to be won and lost on our cards here. You feel another good round for Byfield, and then Jackson's going to need something big in this contest, but Jackson knows that. He's fighting like a kid on a mission at the moment.
And Spencer, the zip and the real vicious power is not apparent anymore from Byfield.
No, he's He's trying to reserve some of that energy for sure, but he's feeling the pace now. Jackson's showing a great engine in there, and that's what he's got to do.
That was smart from Jackson.
It was smart.
He's relentless, isn't he? And as I say that, Denzel Bentley and myself get covered in what I'm hoping is sweat and not blood.
The crowd urging Jackson to start throwing when he's got his man pinned on the ropes. It's a classic York Hall 10-rounder. Could easily be for a Commonwealth title or an English title minimum, this one. The entire crowd is absolutely engrossed in it.
He's coming back here, he's got a new lease of life as Jackson. He's throwing some shots, and I've got to say, I'm not sure what Byfield's got left. He looks like he's running on empty right now.
Is it cat and mouse from Byfield, or is he emptying? Jackson is relentless.
Good shot there from Jackson.
Byfield responds. Couple of right hands. Nice little change of angle from Byfield, but is he beginning to fight as of rote off a playbook that maybe the ink is just disappearing from?
Well, just when you think Jackson's getting on top, Byfield answers with a couple of right hands of his own.
Oh, shots again.
Jackson just relentless in his work at the moment, savage in his attacks.
This is an even better round, isn't it?
Yes. Jackson has grown in confidence. A lot of spite in those shots, especially those left hooks. He's really digging him in.
I tell you what though, Byfield, has he found the second wind himself?
Jackson couldn't move him so far. Byfield found him with a couple of big shots, but Jackson seems irrepressible.
Woo. What a contest, what a round from these guys and everyone in here. Listen to that chopping right hand above us. Jackson felt that, he goes back, takes a deep breath, bites down on his gum shield.
Right at the end of the bell there.
Has young Jackson fought a better round in his career than that one, Spencer? I doubt it.
No, and do you know what, Paul? He needed it. He needed it big there. He's pulled himself right back into this contest out of nowhere when you thought it was only a matter of time before Byfield got to him and maybe broke him down late on in the fight. Jackson showed character. He bit down on his gum shield. Come back, good 6, good 7, good 8. And for the first time in the contest, it was Byfield that had to ask himself questions. What a fight, what a round, Denzel.
Yeah, what a round, man, what a round. Byfield's answering back, but he just hasn't got the same spite in these shots as he did in the early rounds. Jackson was really digging in those left hands to the body and to the head. It's a great contest, man. I'm
trying
excited.
to read the body language, guys, in the two corners. Yep. Byfield, arms across the ropes, looking a bit spent just at the moment, to be honest. They're like the energy bunnies, by contrast, in Jackson's corner.
Yeah, you're right. You come out, there's a new lease of life, isn't there, about Jackson?
And now Byfield needs to find more. Of course, I'd never rule him out. A cunning fox, among other things.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's unpredictable. So them shots you don't see, especially late on in contests, take big effect. And Byfield needs to find one of those right now, because here comes Jackson again.
It's so impressive, the will and the pressure applied by Jackson against the guy who knows every trick in the book. We'll take that away from this fight for sure, but he must be watchful. One uppercut from Byfield, it could be game over.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Byfield carries weight in overhand and he's very effective with his shots, but he's going to need one of them right now, boys, because I've got to say, Billy Jackson is relentless in his work right now.
And the way he's throwing them left hooks, one left hook and it could be over for Byfield. So either way, I think both guys are one shot away from turning the other one off.
Yeah, great shout, great shout. And Denzel, you've been here before, I've been here before. You know what this is like now.
Oh,
this is the difference between challengers and champions. The one that can bite down on his gum shield, do that extra bit, because right now they're both running on empty.
Yep, it's getting hard for both men.
Who wants it the most?
It's getting hard for both men, but the crowd are giving them that extra energy to keep going.
And I must say one other thing, guys. Both ways, the accuracy that these two are showing.
Yeah.
It's insane. The right hand that Byfield just threw and landed on Jackson. Jackson soaked it up and still coming. Respect to both of these guys.
Oh, good body shot there from Jackson. Just found a little sneaky right hand under the elbows of Byfield. And
Look
the left
for it
side
again
as well.
there. It's like he's learning new elements to the game tonight in this fight. The ultimate learning experience.
Well,
Byfield needs to find more.
Both guys landing shot for shot now. Jackson gets a good one.
Jackson got to be careful. That right hand's landing from Byfield every time he gets in close.
Dangerous shot. Short chop. Oh, good work. He's hurt Jackson now.
Jackson's taking a lot here.
He is taking
suddenly,
a lot,
and I don't think he's fooling. Byfield knows he's got to pour it on.
Jackson's got
the rounds are close.
Jackson's gonna come apart if he doesn't let those hands go, because he's taking far too many shots there. Didn't give up hope when things weren't going right at the beginning of the contest, and he's clawed his way back into it. Win or lose here, he's shown incredible character, and listen to the crowd, they're absolutely loving it. Both guys stand there trading blow for blow. What action here.
Byfield's caught with a huge left hook from the outside from Jackson.
Good uppercut there from Byfield.
He responds, but he needs to, Denzel.
He does. Jackson just applying that pressure again, pushing forward. Good jab there from Jackson.
Yeah, this is tough, really, really tough, but this is what this crowd has come for tonight. What a night of boxing we've had, and what a final contest
absolutely,
we're having here.
This is absolutely top draw stuff. A fitting top of the bill on a memorable night. It could be the emergence of a new star in terms of Britain, and it could be the night when the wily ASINI of BYFIELD finally starts to look a little bit shot-worn.
Oh, good shots there from BYFIELD. Massive shots there.
He must have been listening to me, because he's still got the ability to pull out a shot like that, but he needs all his know-how now.
Yeah, here we go, last 10 seconds. Both guys know it's desperately close. Wow, what a round, what a contest from both guys. ASINI of BYFIELD, Billy Jackson, both leaving it all in the ring. I tell you what, the only winners really are us, the crowd, the viewers at home, the people that are watching this one. We're the real winners there. What a contest.
The whole card has been amazing. What a main event to top it off.
Yep, really, really has been something quite special.
BYFIELD is leaning out of the ring, taking the applause from his supporters. The Bromley boys supporting Billy Jackson, just lifting the roof for the last few rounds here at the York Hall Bethnal Green. Jackson put in a magnificent showing, let's be clear about that, but will it be proven to be enough to have allowed him to take a giant step forward in his career?
I've got to tell you, that was close. Very, very close. You know, it's going to be interesting to see the way the scores went there. A fight of two halves, for sure.
Literally.
Every which is you to give a round of applause to these two fighters. After 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Lee Every scores the bout 97-94, and your winner, ASINI BYFIELD
gets it by 3.
Wow, that shocked me. I was just saying to Spence here, it was a fight of two halves. That could have been a draw, or I thought maybe the way Billy finished, that's what the judges will remember, but I guess the early work from BYFIELD paid off.
Yeah, it was a great start from BYFIELD, and he had a good finish, to be fair. The last round was a good, tough round, but yeah, it was a tough one to score that. Jackson showed a lot of heart, a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and a lot of character, and he can come again. If anything, that might be the moulding of Billy Jackson, because he'll go back to the drawing board and he'll kick on. He showed us a lot of qualities in there.
He did.
But ASINI of BYFIELD, for me, boys, I don't know what you think, has fulfilled his potential a little bit there, because he's been an underachiever in his career.
Yeah.
How good he actually is. You know, now he can kick on. English, Commonwealth, should he be English and Commonwealth champion? I think so, on that performance.
Yeah, no, he's good enough to be, and if this fight was for those belts, he would be the champion right now.
And no complaints, by the way.
Exactly, no complaints neither. What a great fight. You've got to give Billy Jackson so much credit for taking that in his 8th fight. And the way he finished strong. You'd have thought he was the one with the experience. He was the seasoned pro.
Is the lesson, Denzel, and of course you're both 12-round championship fighters, is the lesson a very old one for the new kid? Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
Don't wait. You need to start winning rounds early in championship boxing.
100%. Don't leave it too late. People want to, time it and pace themselves and stuff, but you've got to get some early rounds in the bag. That is so essential.
Yeah, you know what it is? I think with Jackson, he was trying to be a box of tricks on a box of tricks.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's BYFIELD's game.
That's his game.
And when he recognised what he needs to do is actually make it a dogfight.
Yep.
He left it too late.
Left it too late, but he has so much success when he done
that. But what does he get from that? He gains experience, what Paul Dempsey's been talking about.
100%.
And more importantly, he'll learn a lot from that. He's a young fighter, man, that, a loss doesn't determine where you're going.
100%.
It's how you come back from that loss that determines where you're going.
There's one other takeaway, though, guys, from Jackson's point of view. Let's just check again the record. 7 fights over 6 years. Don't play at this anymore. You've got 3 or 4 years. You've got ability.
That's it.
Build on what you've shown tonight.
Build the momentum. Yeah.
He'll live a life of regrets if he doesn't. Trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. You know, now he's won tonight in many ways because people have seen him and seen what he is, and it's called entertainment, prize fighting. Put bums on seats. Well, guess what? Billy Jackson does that, and so that's why he'll be able to come again.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with that.
A fitting way to finish what has been a totally memorable night of boxing live here on Fightzone and talkSPORT. 10 rounds, could have been a 12-round championship fight without a single problem. Nobody would complain, I don't think. So the kid goes away to absorb the lessons. The winner is with Melissa.
ASINI, many congratulations on your win. That was your 24th professional fight. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels good, man. It's real good, especially being back in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, that was just such a fan-friendly fight. It was just action from round one all the way through. What was the kind of game plan going in then?
Well, I wanted to box as much as possible. I didn't want to have a tear-up fight and try and keep it at my pace. I knew he was the inside fighter. He was a lot tougher than I thought. I think when I got to like the 6th round, I stopped trying to get him out of there so much and stretched my energy so I could just land good hard shots every now and again.
Obviously, this was a super welter English and Commonwealth title eliminator, so that puts you in contention now for the English and Commonwealth. You know, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot, man. I was obviously in this position before. Hopefully things are a bit different this time round. Obviously, I've had a long time out of the ring. But before, when I was in this position for the British, well, for the English, no one would fight me all the way up to British title. And then they all pulled out for that. And then I was out the ring for 2 years. And then when I finally fought for the British, I was just ring rusty. So I'm hoping now people are taking a bit more of a risk. Like Jackson, for example, no one will fight me. He's the first person in 5 years from the UK to agree to fight me. So I had that most respect for him in there, and yeah, he showed me why. So hats off to him.
I mean, obviously, you know, he has quite a reputation of having stopped undefeated fighters in the past, so it's wonderful that he went in there, put everything to it, and obviously you've come out on top. In terms of your gym setup, you know, what's the coaching setup for you?
Well, we just got new management and new coaches, so this camp I didn't get too much time with them. I only got more or less the last week, but we got a lot of things into action, and obviously that was the first time having him in the corner, so I was a little bit nervous with that. But yeah, we got past that, and now we have a full camp. You know what I'm saying? So everything will be a lot more. I can take it a lot more serious now because I'm hoping things change and people do decide to fight me now.
Well, obviously that support system's in place for you now, which is wonderful. I'm just going to have a quick word here with Mark. What did you make of that performance?
What a brilliant main event. And I'll tell you what, credit to this man. His experience shone through. You had the young gun, Billy, with 7-0. And he just couldn't work you out. You know, he was trying to just like hunt you down and looking for those big shots. All the while you're just picking up those points in those early rounds. He came on strong later on and starting to work to the body. I think he just had his number. But what a great main event, you know. It was a cracking fight, crowd were on their feet, you know, this place was absolutely full. There's some big options, you know, coming ahead for you.
Really exciting performance. I mean, we were all on our feet, actually, even ringside. When can we expect to see you back out in action?
As soon as possible. Literally, I'll be back in camp Monday. I didn't really take no damage in there. I think he landed like 1 or 2 good body shots. But other than that, to the head, I didn't take nothing to the head. So that's what's good with my career. It's going to stretch it out a lot longer.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got some options, and we obviously speak to his team about it. But you know, the rematches are possible. But the Commonwealth are here today, and they said they'd sanctioned you against Jordan Reynolds in the final eliminator for a Commonwealth. So that's also a good option to have on the table, and that's a good fight. You know, you're in the game. You're back in the game. A win like that in these eliminators, you know, you're back up there now. So the next fights are going to be big for you.
Yeah. How exciting is that? Obviously, you're a huge family man. What does this mean to you in terms of like your family being here supporting you?
Yeah, we've put a lot on the line. Kids, wife, everyone's done their part. This camp was extra exciting because my son, he's finally at an age now where he's like a bit more interesting. So he's like, Dad, he stayed with me like every day through the last build-ups and that, in the changing rooms, helping out. So yeah, that's been a proper good part of my camp. I've loved having that.
Well, the future is bright, and we look forward to seeing you back in action. Do you have any final words?
Well, thanks to everyone that turned up, and thanks for the opportunity. And big hats off to Billy Jackson. Like, yeah, I'm just so happy that he fought me, to be fair. So, like, hats off to him. And if he ever needs help in moving forward in the future, sparring, whatever, he can give me a call. I'll be there.
Congratulations on your wonderful performance. We're going to go back to Paul at ringside to talk about next week's show.
Okay, Melissa, great job. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to sign off, everybody, from here at the York Hall Bethnal Green in just a moment or two. It's been a brilliant, memorable night of action, but we must quickly look forward to what comes next weekend on Fightzone and talkSPORT. Spencer, you're off on your travels. Explain, please.
Yep, I certainly am. I'm going to Brownsville in Texas. Team UK versus Team USA. Team Spencer Oliver versus Team Roy Jones Jr. We go head-to-head out in Texas, and talkSPORT are going to be across it all week. Actually, we're going to be doing stuff across the radio stations, across the YouTube channel, and the fight will be streamed live and exclusive on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. The whole show, actually. Team UK versus Team USA.
Brilliant, Spencer. Thank you very much indeed. He has been Denzel Bentley. He's the guy looking a bit jealous on the end there at the moment. I've been Paul Dempsey. I'm also looking a bit jealous at the moment because we ain't making the trip. But Spencer Oliver against Roy Jones from Texas. Spencer's making the trip. And there's a lot of people watching right now saying you better come back with the trophy. We'll find out next week. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We've really enjoyed it here tonight. Thanks to all our crew. Brilliant audience. Fightzone and talkSPORT bringing you the best in boxing once more. Good night, everybody.
This is more than just a fight. It's a clash of nations. The transatlantic clash, where the United States takes on the United Kingdom. In a battle of blood, sweat, and pure grit. Led by legendary Roy Jones Jr., Team USA will face off against the fierce warriors of the UK, guided by champion Spencer Oliver. On October the 5th, live from Texas, it all comes down to one night, one ring, and one exclusive trophy. Catch the action worldwide on talkSPORT, Fightzone, and in the US on Azteca TV. Don't miss the war across the Atlantic. Transatlantic clash, USA versus UK. This is more than a fight. It's history in the making.